Okay, so this is going to be my official PlayStation State of Play Japan waiting room. And yes, it will be a broadcast in Japanese. It is targeting the Asian market specifically. There will be English subtitles. We're hearing whispers and rumors about like, hey, there could be some pretty cool stuff here, some pretty exciting stuff. We like to do waiting rooms before events because we just get to hang out, meet new people, waiting for the event to happen. I'll have a timer here eventually so people in the broadcast can know when it's coming. But I'm here to tell you there's even bigger things to discuss. Let me end Morning Coffee, which is a place where I hang out with my members to start the day. So if you've never clicked join on a YouTube channel before, consider doing that, and you can be a part of that beginning of the day or green room at the end of the day in our Discord. That is something that is there for members. So there's a lot going on, though, and it's not just a PlayStation State of Play. So PlayStation had an earnings call, Sony had an earnings call, and Bungie lost them a ton of money, which is not good for Bungie. Obviously, people are questioning, did PlayStation get taken for a ride here? Was this a very, very bad acquisition? Or was this all part of the plan? Did they eventually realize, hey, these guys are going to be valuable given their property, their institutional knowledge, their engine, their data? They're acquiring people now. I mean, in the last 18 months, they've absorbed 200 to 300 employees from Bungie into SIE. They spun up a new studio, the LFG studio, that's now working on one of the spin-up projects. But Bungie lost them hundreds of millions of dollars, given where the game is currently standing. Now, Bungie was mentioned by name in the earnings report, which is one of the reasons why it's probably not a very good time to be a Bungie employee. Probably doesn't feel very good, given the state of the game right now. We covered that already this week. I have a video basically saying die with dignity. I find the, Destiny 2 Renegades attempt to be terrible. I think it looks pathetic. I think it looks like a very, very bad relevancy grab in the death throes of the game. It's called an impairment loss. This is what Bungie has actually caused for Sony. The level of sales and user engagement have not reached expectations. So Sony Group's CFO, Lin Tao, she indicated that Destiny 2 has not reached Sony's expectations for Bungie. So this is likely going to be an issue for them going forward. Now, the question would be, does this mean that Bungie gets closed down? Does this mean that, PlayStation takes over in a more intentional way, which I believe they already have? There was another earnings report previously where they said that Bungie was being turned into a PlayStation studio. Essentially, the control would be, probably given to PlayStation, and that leadership would then be restructured. I would imagine that is probably already started with Pete Parsons being gone. So they also spoke on Marathon. They said Marathon, which is going to be launched, and Destiny 2, if the performance is not going to reach what we expect, of course there is a risk of impairment loss. But we don't believe that this will impact the whole game segment, at least at this point in time. So I interpret that to mean this, and feel free to disagree or leave a comment or chat with me about this. But when I hear them say that, this sounds like they view Marathon as very low risk. It's like, well, we might as well ship it and see what happens. See if we can recoup some cost on it. I feel like they feel like it's a very low-risk endeavor, given how long it's been in development, given how inexpensive it will likely be to ship it. So that's how I interpret that. They're basically saying, listen, Marathon, along with Destiny 2, if they don't hit their expected course of success or engagement, it's going to cause impairment loss, but it's not going to impact the whole game segment. And then they say, at least at this point in time. That's why I view that as hey, they're basically saying this is a pretty low risk endeavor, and if this thing fails, it's not going to affect the whole game segment, at least at this point in time, meaning Marathon will not be in the sun for very long. I mean, they'll slide it right off the table just like they did Concord if it's not doing well. So that's how I interpret that. Is they're just like, this is not a high risk for us to ship Marathon, because more than likely I'm not the only one who is questioning the intelligence of shipping the Marathon, and we'll see what ends up happening with that game. A lot of people think that I have a lot of hate for Bungie. I obviously would like truth and justice to be meted out on companies and individuals that have it coming. But like, I don't have an agenda against Bungie. I've been very forthright in my opinions that I think they're a very talented studio with a lot of institutional knowledge. I think a lot of their information about live service is invaluable. I think they've done what many companies failed to do, which is they had a successful live service game for like over a decade, which is very difficult to do. And that's a feather in their cap, even if they've had some bad years the last couple. And some bad months the last couple. That's not an indictment of their entire history as a company and their entire history with Destiny. But when I look at Marathon the same way I looked at Concord. I look at Marathon the same way I look at Fair Games. It seems like a non-starter. It seems like a minimum viable product that they were hoping would be sold by their name alone. I mean, they debuted an alpha at a showcase, and it was, I think, kind of embarrassing. So my dislike for Bungie as a company, sort of my indignation about them, their hubris, and their dishonesty and things that they've done to me personally and things that they've done to other people. I think they're a pretty terrible company, but I don't think that's why I think Marathon will fail. I think Marathon's going to fail by its own merits in its own right. It doesn't matter that it's got a terrible company behind it, okay? So that's another part of the equation. Also, from the earnings call, we learned that Ghosts of Yotei sold 3.3 million units in 30-day period in the first month. Now, Tsushima sold about 5 million in 2 months. So I don't know what the exact first month sales are for Tsushima, but there's something to remember. The goalposts are undoubtedly going to shift on this conversation that like Yotei was a flop. It's clearly not been a flop. Not commercially. You can look at the budget, not even remotely there because it was such a small budget. And as far as adoption rate, two things are going to get thrown out, and they are intellectually bankrupt and they're very tired, and yet they will be parroted ad nauseum. One of the arguments that will be put out there is that the attachment rate for Yotei is low when you look at the total number of PlayStation 5s in circulation. This is an intellectually bankrupt argument because if you look at the total install base of any video game that hits Steam or multi-plat games, for example, games that land on the Nintendo Switch and all other consoles and Steam, the attachment rates for all of those games are most of the time lower because the number of people that can buy a game is always so significantly larger than the number of people who buy a game. The attachment rate conversation is always put out by people arguing in bad faith, and they only ever apply it to PlayStation. They would never apply this to a game that launched on Steam only, like when Baldur's Gate 3 came out of early access. No one would look at the attachment rate of Baldur's Gate 3 and pit that against the entire user base of Steam and say, yeah, it was a failure, it didn't do well. So I don't think there is a single piece of the attachment rate argument that is made in good faith or intellectually credible. It's bankrupt. The second thing that people are going to argue with Ghosts of Yotei is they will undoubtedly run to the sales numbers of Ghosts of Tsushima. They will ignore the fact that Ghosts of Tsushima sold on a larger install base, so they'll forget about their attachment rate, argument for a quick second, and they'll run to this one, which they would then argue, I guess, that Tsushima was a failure because it sold to a larger install base than Yotei did, which would then make its attachment rate part of the conversation. So they won't do that because they're not intellectually credible or honest. Most of these people argue in bad faith, and they are not telling you things that are accurate. So they'll forget that and they'll contradict themselves, but they will almost assuredly run to Ghost of Tsushima's sales numbers, and they will forget that it sold to a larger potential install base. They will also ignore the fact that in 2020, everybody was stuck at home and game sales skyrocketed. Everybody was having a great time selling their video games and their digital products back then because everybody was stuck at home. So if it's even close to rivaling or even trailing slightly behind Tsushima, that's an enormous success for them because they're selling to a smaller user base and they're not selling during 2020. So the fact that they got 3.3 million sales in the first 30 days and Tsushima got 5 million sales in the first 60 days, I would say that's a pretty good position to be in. You're halfway, to the 60 days when Tsushima got 5 million. So you're halfway to that number, and you're at 3.3. You're past the halfway to the 5.5 to the 5 million. Now that doesn't mean they're going to hit 5 million. I don't think it means they're going to necessarily outsell Tsushima, but something that is in Yotei's corner is we're about to go into the holidays. There'll be sales, there'll be Black Friday sales, there'll be specials, there'll be, hardware pushes from PlayStation. Their hardware numbers look great. They're still barely behind PS4, which they did not anticipate. A lot of people don't know this. Internally, PlayStation anticipated the PlayStation 5 falling behind the PS4 by a larger margin because they were not able to do a mid-gen price reduction. The fact that they are practically keeping in lockstep with the PS4 without a price reduction is something that they internally celebrate because it was not expected. So they continue to be in their most successful generation that they have ever been. One more thing that's worthy of note, and this one kind of backs up something that I've been saying for a very long time. And so I'm going to put up this tweet from Genki. Sony CFO Lin Tao says the PS5 is only in the middle of its life cycle, and they want to expand the life cycle even further. Okay, middle of the life cycle. Okay, here's the quote. Our view is that compared to conventional console life cycles, looking at the PS4 life cycle, it seems to be getting longer and longer, especially the PS4, which was launched in 2013, and it's been over a decade since then. But there are many active users enjoying the console. So, from that perspective, we believe that the PS5 is only in the middle of the journey, and we are really planning to expand it even further. Now, I have said for a very long time that I felt like they were going to extend this gen. They were going to have the PS6 come out a little bit later than everybody was expecting. Everybody's expecting 2027. I have said for a very long time, somewhere between 2028 and 2030 is when I could see the PlayStation 6 landing, because they're going to try and get more life out of the PS5. Now, some of that's because of the adoption rate. They're not getting everybody from PS4 to jump over, and GTA 6 coming out late next year. Think about that. And that's at the end of 2026. So just when they start to enjoy one of the biggest, no, not one of, the biggest game this gen that will increase their PS5 sales and their adoption rate from their PS4 people that are taking a long time to shift over, end of next year, you're suddenly going to have people deciding, hey, it's time to get a PS5 now. I don't think a year later you drop a new console. That just doesn't add up to me. Now, again, PlayStation could disagree with what I'm saying, but from where I sit, the fact that they've been keeping lockstep with the PS4, they say that these life cycles are going to last longer, and GTA 6 has still not landed as a driver to get people off of PS4 onto PS5. I think the last thing you would want to do is, in the wake of GTA 6, like in the 12 months after that game comes out, when you're banking on a lot of people finally getting off of PS4, I think the last thing you would want to do at that point in time is launch a PS6. I think the PS6 at the earliest comes out late 2028, so they can really benefit from GTA 6 as a driver of adoption of the PlayStation 5 hardware. But again, that's just something I've always felt in my gut. That's something I've always felt was pretty easy to see, that they were going to go longer this gen. Some of that's related to how it started in 2020 and 2021 with the chip shortage, and they had a hard time kind of spinning up distribution. Some of it's just related to the fact that the dev cycles take a really long time. Some of it's related to the fact of Project Amethyst, and Mark Cerny saying in the next few years you're going to see this implemented in consoles, as well as the PS5 Pros factoring in there as well. So those were some of the high points that I felt came out of the earnings call with Sony, and I'm happy to discuss it now with the audience. And something that you guys can do as subs and members is submit questions. We already have 2 questions on the Q&A form, so use the question command or the Q command. And I do have some people to thank. A Member Plus renewal from Dynamite Black says, good morning to you all vets in the chat. Yes, it is Veterans Day, and veterans, thank you for your service. Whether you're actively serving or you have served in the past, we do love and respect you, and I really continue to wish that you're treated better in this country by both, the way you're treated across a spectrum of things, mental health, physical health, and the rest. I've always said that is a glaring problem that we have, and we do appreciate and respect and honor you, and I hope you feel that, even if sometimes it might not feel that way in other contexts. So, and I have one more person to thank here, Junebug with a Prime. Thank you for your Prime 31 months over here. Thank you very much. While specific figures are not available, Ghost of Tsushima sold 2.4 million copies in its first 3 days, and it reached 5 million after 4 months. Oh, I had 2 months in the thing that I saw this morning on Twitter. That might have been incorrect. 21 years, Army retired. Thank you. Much love. Thanks, y'all. Yes, seriously. Make sure if you have relatives that are veterans, man, you send them a text message or you give them a phone call today, hand them a beer, do something. Make sure that they feel appreciated. It was 5 million for Tsushima in 4 months, which is more than achievable for Yote during the holiday season. So actually, the figure I was running, Yote's in an even stronger position potentially. If it took Tsushima longer than 2 months to get to the 5 million, if it took him 4 months to get to the 5 million, Yote's in a great position to get to that number. A great position. Seriously, like that's the number I ran with was not at all like. That's a short window, right, to go from 3.3. I was arguing that, like, they could, get close. I envisioned that Yote would trail behind Tsushima. I did. It's not 2020. Like, it's a smaller install base. I mean, watch them invoke both the attach rate arguments as well as it didn't sell as well for Tsushima, right? Like, if you're going to invoke that, the attachment rate argument, and then you're also going to invoke the argument that, Tsushima sold better. Well, Tsushima sold to a larger install base, so you got to choose which argument you think is worth making. You're going to undercut the comparison to Tsushima if you're going to argue attach rate, because Ghost of Tsushima had a larger potential attachment base, which would then make your argument null and void. It's a self-contradictory statement to be like, well, the attach rate's bad. Oh, yeah, also it didn't sell as well as Tsushima. Unless you're going to argue that Tsushima also sold poorly, which would be stupid to argue. So, again, I don't think there's any coherence to the idea that the game flopped or didn't do well. I think it's a forced narrative. It really is. None of this has to do with whether or not you like the game or want to play the game or whether or not you think it was a good game. It's about pushing false narratives about a game not doing well because you yelled about it in YouTube videos and on Twitter, being things that weren't true and lying about the game. Silent Spartan says, as an active duty sailor with 18 years in, happy Veterans Day to all the vets in chat. Thank you for your service. Can't wait to be one of you. That's right. That's right. You're not knee deep, right? And you're not on land, You can't wait for that civilian life, PlayStation's going to kill it on Black Friday. I feel like Yote is part of established IP, though, so it would stand to reason it'll sell better than a new IP. Not necessarily, though. Sometimes the sequel takes a longer time because what happens is with a brand new IP, it has virality. So, like, think about, like, what happened with, like, Helldivers 2, okay? That wasn't a new IP, but it had virality. And it was a new concept. Like, the original Helldivers played nothing like Helldivers 2. So it has this virality and it goes crazy. I would hazard a guess that a Helldivers 3 would not be as successful. It wouldn't be as huge. I don't think so, right? I wouldn't expect that. There's something like organic that happens when, like, the first Horizon came out and went crazy, and Tsushima came out and went crazy. I don't expect the sequels to match that energy. I don't think that that's a fair expectation. You know what I'm saying? Sterling Archer, thank you so much for 23 months over here on Twitch. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Yote isn't really a sequel? No, it's a sequel. No. Saros is a spiritual successor to Returnal. Ghost of Yote is a sequel, brother. It is. The name, the iconography, there's stuff in the game that references the first. Like, come on. Like, blatant references to the first. It's a sequel. I don't think it classifies as a spiritual successor. Tsushima was sold out in stores for weeks. Yeah, that game had virality. It went crazy. People went crazy for it. And a lot of people also were increasing their purchase of games during 2020. They're years apart. So, since when does that determine whether or not a game is a sequel? Like, it's a sequel. If something is years apart, that doesn't mean it's not a sequel. There are plenty of games that do passage of time. We don't use that as a measurement of a sequel. It's literally called Ghost of. I mean, come on. I would not say it's a sequel. You haven't played it if you say... I mean it. I don't think you have played Ghost of Yote if you don't think it's a sequel. It quite literally has direct references to the first game, and I don't want to spoil anything. It has direct, you know what? We're not wasting time on this. Call it whatever you want. Call it Susan if you'd like. It has nothing to do with the discussion. The point of the matter is the game sold well. I don't always anticipate sequels to sell as well as the first, right? I'm not interested in a pedantic discussion about what we call sequels because everybody's going to have their own definition, and that's always exhausting to me. I think that's exhausting. Your definition can be your own definition. You can call it a sequence standalone theology book. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The point is that I don't always expect the next game, let's just say that. I don't always expect the next game to outsell the first. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you come at the end of a generation, you're going to have a huge advantage. Huge advantage. Tsushima had a very big advantage. It comes at literally the last year of the gen. Everybody's excited because that's when the best games come out. Like, I want you to consider what Tsushima looked like on a PS4. Like, that was a huge selling point. It was like you're at the end of the gen, and that's when things start to really cook. It also had, more PlayStations in circulation. You also had everybody stuck at home. So I don't always expect, like, the next game to sell better than the first. I don't think that's an expectation that we can consistently track across the industry. There have been plenty of games where the next one comes out and does just as good, a little bit less. It doesn't have the momentum. It doesn't have the virality, right? I'm pretty sure that Horizon Zero Dawn had a stronger first couple of months than Forbidden West. Again, larger install base, more exciting to see this brand new IP. Sequels sometimes are not as exciting as a brand new IP, right? There's less novelty. It's like, oh yeah, we kind of know what to expect. I genuinely think that second games commonly are going to face some of those struggles. So I don't think that's any kind of an indictment. Like, if Yote trails behind Tsushima, I don't think that that's like a surprising thing. I don't. There's plenty of factors that would make sense of that. The overarching point is it was successful. Your boycott did nothing. A lot of the guys that said they were going to boycott it were never going to play it to begin with. Many of them clearly didn't play Tsushima because they took issue with, like, the bamboo cutting mini game. That was in the first game. They don't think it's realistic for a woman to be strong in winning sword fights. There are strong women in the first game that are considered considered one of the strongest warriors on the island. You didn't play the first game if you're taking issue with these things. You didn't. And if you did, you weren't paying attention. Because those are elements that are in the first game. Right? So, I think the lesson here is what I said in January of 2025. I said, all these people are going to pick really bad targets. The games are going to be successful anyway. And then they're going to scramble, and they're going to screech, and they're going to reel, and they're going to have to pivot to cultural and political commentary. Write it down. Write it down. 2026 will be the year of the pivot for a lot of these folks, because I think that it's going to run out of gas. I think the whole movement, the whole thing's just going to run out of gas. 2026 will be the year of the pivot. I told you in January they would pick bad targets and they would decry all these games and they would be successful anyway. And that has happened every single step of the way. It happened with Split Fiction. It happened with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It happened with Monster Hunter Wilds. It happened with AC Shadows. It's now happening with Ghost of Yote. They've missed basically every target they shot at. 2026, write it down. Another prediction I'm going to make is it'll be the year of the pivot. A bunch of them are going to pivot to non-gaming topics because they'll get more money there. They'll get more clicks there. They'll start talking political stuff, cultural stuff, religious stuff, whatever. Whatever gets them the most money is where they'll go next. That's where we're going to end up. So, Yote was part of the PlayStation earnings call. And clearly did perfectly well. All right. Now, the bigger question, I don't think anybody was in doubt about Yote, except for people that, believe grifting nonsense. But The bigger thing, I think, the bigger elephant in the room is, what do we do with Bungie? What do we do with Bungie? They've cost them how many millions? They've cost PlayStation how many millions of dollars? They'll continue to kick and scream about the smallest things and say, "Look, the hair is blue," or she has something. No, I think that the videos will start underperforming. They will. I don't think that kind of a content plan has a life, and I think they'll start underperforming. Yeah. I can see the headlines now. Sony cuts the cord on Bungie. Okay, here's why I don't think they're going to do that. Guys, very quickly, if you're enjoying the broadcast, hit the like button. We're only about 25 minutes in. Let me get the timer up here for you for the state of play, because the state of play is today at 5. Set, start, show timer. I don't know why it's not doing it. There we go. We're going to hang out and chill until the state of play happens. All right? So hit like, renew your memberships, give some memberships, right? Renew your primes, do all the things. Yes, I've seen the tweet, Infinity Nerd. I don't really have much commentary other than to say I don't think dark humor always has a place, and I think, while I understand not wanting to apologize to the internet because it's generally a waste of time, I just think that would have been the easiest and smartest route to take. Hey, sorry, this is in bad taste. My bad. I like Jaffe. He extended an invitation to join him and Gene Park on their podcast that they do, so I'm excited to one day work that out and pick a date. But I just think sometimes you got to be like, yeah, that's not a joke to make. Everybody's got subjective opinions on humor and what should be off or on limits, and I'm just like, yeah, I just don't think somebody's tweet about their dad passing away is a time to make an Xbox joke. That's my own personal opinion. I'm not going to try to torch him over it or cancel him over it. Just like, hey, man to man, I wouldn't have made the joke, and it probably would have just been better for him to be like, you know what, my bad. That was in poor form. But I get not wanting to apologize. I do. I understand that hesitancy to be like, I'm not going to apologize for this. I get it. Anyway, thank you, Haseo, for gifting a member over here on YouTube, and then a Prime renewal from Blind Darkness over here on Purple. Thank you so much, boys. It was a knockdown, drag-out fight between the two platforms yesterday. Let me go back to what Kula said. They're going to cut the cord. I don't think so. I think PlayStation views Bungie. I think PlayStation has demonstrated this, so I'm not pulling this out of thin air, okay? PlayStation has established that they view Bungie and its employees as valuable assets. It's evidenced by the fact that they've already spun up a studio, LFG, grabbed that project, grabbed those people, spun up that. They've absorbed over 200 employees into SIE from Bungie. Jack Garland, ignore that error from Nightbot. Your question got through. So to me, I don't think they're going to cut Bungie loose. I think they've demonstrated that they view Bungie as a valuable asset. I think, and again, this is a little less hard to demonstrate, but I think they view Destiny as a piece of property, as a valuable asset. It's one of the longest standing live service games in the market. When was the state of play announced? Yesterday. Lono, I think Bungie's problem is Destiny 2 at this point. They need to move on from that anchor. They need to do a D3. That is the convo that Truman needs to be having with Sony and his team. I 100% agree with you. which is why in my video that I released this week where I said that Destiny 2 needs to die with dignity, I have said for a very long time, I've said this, that they can no longer be... think about how big Bungie is right now. They have somewhere in the neighborhood of 800 employees. 8 to 900. They're somewhere in that ballpark. At their biggest, I think they had like 1,200 employees. All right? That's big. That's a big company. So right now, they're in the ballpark of 800 employees. I do not think at that size they can continue to be financially dependent on Destiny 2. I do not think at that size they can be financially dependent on Marathon. Marathon's a non-starter. I think it's dead on arrival. There is so much stink on Bungie right now, right? Whether it's any number of things they've said and done in the past couple of years. Some people started disliking them in 2020 for good reason. Some people started disliking them when they started using their platform to speak on socially, divisive issues. Instead of like using their blog post to talk about games, they're posting about, reproductive rights. Like that's really what I want to hear from my, the developer that I follow on Twitter. So they do that. That's divisive as frick. If there's not ever been a more divisive topic, I don't know. And then they start messing up with the game. And then, we find out we find out one of the guys working on Marathon was a predator. He liked that word so much when he could falsely label me as that. He was actually one, proven with actual receipts and data, evidence. Evidence is really inconvenient, isn't it? So that doesn't help. That sets the world on fire for a certain point of time because everyone's like, what the frick is going on with Marathon? Then Marathon comes out, debuts an alpha. Then Marathon's discovered to have stolen artwork. Then that brings up a whole other host of items that have been stolen from, fans and artists, that have made it into Destiny. And then the game falls to its lowest point ever. So all of those things are your railroad tracks to Marathon's launch. The anarchist in me, the sneering joker in me wants Marathon to come out and to fail and flop. It'd be really unfortunate to watch something you work so hard on just get burned up in the atmosphere, wouldn't it? That'd be really unfortunate to have everything you worked on just not exist rather quickly. I know what that's like. So there's a part of me that's like, yeah, just launch it and let it die. It'll be glorious. But there's also a part of me that's just like, why even waste everybody's time? It's a non-starter. It's just a non-starter as a game. It was an alpha, stolen artwork. Everyone, the consensus about your company is so bad right now. It's so bad. Come on. Just why waste everybody's time with this nonsense? Just cancel this thing. According to Sony, it's coming out. According to Sony, if it doesn't do well, it won't impact the entire gaming division. So I think they view it as low risk. They're like, yeah, that's fine, ship it. We might get some money back on it. Thank you, Barrett's Chosen, for a gifted member over here on YouTube, getting us to 317. We're well ahead on pace. I think we're going to have Madam and I play Arc Raiders again this week. Let's just do that. Let's just get Arc Raiders there. There they are. There they are. Well, I'll run that when the timer's not there. We talking about Marathon? Christopher Burnett, let me check. Your question got through. I don't know why Nightbot is saying it's got an error. It's your questions are getting through. It's very strange. It's mostly Bungie published, so it's only a win for Sony, really. Maybe this is a different conversation, but I don't think the remaining Bungie employees and leadership are capable of making a captivating D3. I think all the vision and the sauce makers that made Destiny special are long gone, and what is left that Bungie speaks for itself in current D2. I agree with some of what you're saying, but not all of it. A $5 super chat from Street Shadow says, Sony gives a lot of wiggle room with studios that they see value in. Look at Media Molecule or Bend. Bungie won't be shut down. Sony is definitely in the room. Yeah, that's my take, is that They're not going to shut them down, but they're certainly going to restructure leadership, which is related to the response I was going to give you, Nazriel, that I don't agree with everything that you're saying. I think a lot of the current state of Destiny right now has nothing to do with like a loss of people and vision. I think it has way more to do with the fact that they're barely giving it bandwidth. And they also have just run out of room. It's like, what do we do? What do we make? What do we create? It's over. It's over. Like, I think that's more of the cause of the situation than like, oh, all the good people left. I think new leadership, new vision would do the job. I really do. I think they could make an amazing Destiny 3. In previous months, I definitely thought Marathon was in a good place and it would be a fun thing to have, but after seeing where Arc Raiders is, there is no way that Marathon will be as successful at launch or even after launch. Yeah, I mean, think about we think about the debate we had this morning in Morning Coffee. I want you to think about that debate. Think about all the pieces and all the parts and all the elements, all the depth that we got to debate. Because Arc Raiders is like a feature complete game that's ready to go. I don't think Marathon's even close to that amount of depth and substance. I just think about the reason that we were able to have that debate. I don't want to have the debate again, but think about the reason we were able to have that debate. There's substance, there's depth, there's something there. People are putting hours and hours in. I don't think that's there for Marathon at all. I don't think that's there for them at all. There's nothing there. It's Apex Legends with an extract mechanic. Like, it you know what I mean? I don't think there's anything to it. I don't think there's any depth or substance to it. I don't think there's going to be any debates about the dadgum economy of Marathon 2 weeks in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we had a debate this morning about the economy of Arc Raiders. I don't see that happening with Marathon. Like, I don't think, like, 2 weeks in, people are going to be like, yeah, well, I mean, there's the economy and the grind and the long tail aspects of the game and the aspirational content and the low rungs of the behavior and what you can do if you're a hardcore, what you can do if you're a casual. No, I think we're going to be saying, holy cow, the player numbers are low. Like, holy cow, the player numbers are low. That's what we're going to be saying 2 weeks after the Marathon launch. A $40 extraction shooter in 2026. Arc Raiders pulled off the seemingly impossible. I don't think anybody else is going to pull that off. I don't think the average company is going to be able to walk out with an extraction shooter for $40 and pull that off. You want to know what's interesting about this conversation? It just hit me. It's related to Marathon. Do you remember how I said Concord didn't have a prayer because it brought nothing new to the table? It was just derivative. It was just another hero shooter. And I made a case by kind of going adjacent to that, and I looked at Battle Royale. And I said, Apex was able to bring something new to Battle Royale. They brought, like, the hero shooter to Battle Royale. Valorant did something similar. They basically made CSGO with, Overwatch characters. They brought something new to a pre-existing genre. And I remember telling people, I said, looking at Concord and looking at Marathon, I said, Marathon has more of a shot than Concord because Marathon could bring something new to extraction shooters. And it was almost like, I'm not taking credit for this, but it was almost like somebody at Arc Raiders heard that in the ether, and they said, we can bring something new to extraction shooters. And what do they bring? They basically brought a PvE game and just said, here you go. And they shoved it in. Some of the best AI I've ever played against. Truly terrifying. If the next game these guys made was a horror game, it would be one of the most terrifying games ever because of the sophistication of the AI. Like, being hunted by something in a scary game made by Embark would be truly terrifying. It would put it in VR and people would be wetting their pants. It would be so scary. So they kind of did that. They kind of did that. They brought something new to the extraction shooter. Do you want to know why I don't think Marathon has a shot anymore? It's not bringing anything new to the extraction shooter. It's doing exactly what Concord did. It's showing up and saying, hey guys, we made an extraction shooter too. Who the frick cares? Do you have anything new? Anything innovative, creative, anything novel? No? Okay. Terrifying until you hear the AI voices. Or maybe that would heighten how scary it is, Eugene. Maybe it's a little too close to the chest. It'd be like, we know you're in there, and you're like, this could happen. This is our future, being hunted by robots that try to talk like us. Maybe that's a little too on the nose, but I'd be scared. Did you recently, the Alien Isolation dev said the AI was so good that it actually caused delays in the game because they weren't expecting it to be as adaptable as it was? No, I've not seen that. Did you read the interview about the lead not wanting to call it an extraction shooter? Yes, Paul. I kind of agree with him. Like, basically, the argument. And guys, thank you for submitting your questions to Q&A. Make sure you're smashing the like button as well. Try to get us to 200 likes. There are already, in the question queue, there's already 8 questions. So thank you so much for contributing to that. That is something you can do as members and subs. So become a member or sub right now, and then submit your questions. And thank you guys so much. If you found this stream by searching for the State of Play, we will watch it together. So you can hang out with us today, listen to a highly interactive, talkative podcast. It'll help you pass the time. I do keep it safe for work, so, keep it here. But the not wanting to call it an extraction shooter thing with Marathon, I kind of resonate with what he's saying. He's like, it's just a mechanic, and calling it that, it's like, here's the problem, though. What else would you call it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Battle Royale, at one level, you're just describing the makeup of the game. What's a Battle Royale? Well, we all know. A bunch of people go into a game, one person or team wins. That's it. That's Battle Royale. Okay, cool. So, when you hear extraction shooter, you know, what's the point of the extraction shooter? You go in and get stuff and try to get out. The threat of losing your stuff is one of the primary means of tension in the game. Like, that's basically it. They're AI with very human voices. No, I was being exaggeratory. I know that. We were teasing because the AI voices in Arc Raiders are apparently so bad that Eurogamer wanted to virtue signal about it. And also, I still think that publication should post a retraction, given the review of Arc Raiders has statements in it that I believe are libelous and false about Arc Raiders. I believe that Eurogamer should publish a retraction as well as maybe even a formal apology to the developers. Like, we're sorry that click rates are so low that this is the only way we can have relevancy anymore in this market of attention, so sorry that we basically lied about your company. I agree with that. Talent has already left, says Galliant, or been laid off, and they had a lot of help with their best expansions from when they were with Activision. Yeah, Galliant, I've said this for a long time, that, like, Destiny's best times, they had a lot of parallel development. They had a lot of help. They had High Moon Studios and Vicarious Visions. And I think that their future only works if they stop working on Destiny 2. You go dark for 5 years and just make Destiny 3, and you got to make it in a new engine. You need an engine that's more agile. You need an engine that, like, if week 1 somebody says, hey, this thing's kind of broken and busted, they're not like, okay, cool, we'll get to that in 4 months. It's like, no, if you want a successful live service game, that problem needs to be addressed within 2 weeks. If you cannot address glaring problems, glitches, bugs, or whatever, exploits in your live service games, if it cannot be addressed within 7 to 14 days, I think you're cooked. You're absolutely cooked, because within that, if you get to the 3rd or the 4th week, one of two things is going to happen. people are going to abuse it, and then that's actually going to hurt their enjoyment of the game, or they're going to be abused by whatever this thing is, and they're going to leave. They're either going to be the abuser or the abused. Like, they're either going to abuse the mechanic and then be bored because it's like, well, that was fun for 3 weeks, but now I basically ruined the game for myself. Or they're going to be on the receiving end of it. Like, somebody's going to be doing some kind of an exploit or something. So, like, in a live service game, if you can't fix stuff like that within 7 to 14 days, I think you're in big, big trouble. Because 7 to 14 days, it's like it's just enough time for, like, it starts to take root, people start doing it word of mouth, and then you shut it down. You fix it months later, and it's like, and here's what Bungie had to start doing. They are so slow at fixing and changing things because of the Tiger engine. They just disable stuff. Tell me I'm wrong. They're like, oh, that's broken? Man, we got a raid coming up. Or, Trials is coming up. Yeah, sorry, that's just disabled now. They just shut it off. You just can't use it. Why? Because it's gonna take them too long to fix it. They have zero agility. Like, within the live service realm, if you look at what other live service games are able to do, Bungie remarkably has one of the longest tails in live service. Like, they've had very, very consistent. I wouldn't say consistent. They've had longevity. Some of the consistency's not been there. Good times, bad times, okay, mediocre times, everything in between. But, like, they've made it, right 10 years. What's remarkable about them is just the complete lack of agility. Like, they can't make changes quickly. They can't fix things or address things quickly. They've talked about this, and this compounded itself. That's right. There's their agility right there, the breakdancer from the Olympics. Listen, this all gets compounded by parallel development in the past, because you would have Team A working on the next thing, and they're baking things into it, and let's just say that's already baked in, and then you're getting negative feedback from the audience on those things. Like, you ship a DLC, and then Team A is working on the next season, and it's got things baked into the crust that people hate. It's too late. It's there. We can't take it out. Yeah, everybody's playing the DLC, and they hate A, B, and C. And they're like, well, I got bad news for you. We baked A, B, and C into the crust of the new content. Sorry, it's going to ship like this. If you have some agility, if you have an engine that's not so slow and arduous, well, then they could say, oh, wow, that people don't like that. Okay, we need to rework this. We need to rework the drop rate. We need to rework the content loop. We need to rework, how hard the enemies are, or how much health this boss has. Like, those are the types of things. Those are the types of things that Bungie has never been able to do. I think it's been to their detriment. It's been an albatross on their game all these years, is they can't make quick pivots. They can't make quick adjustments and changes. So 2 things need to happen. They need to no longer be financially dependent on Destiny 2. And then they need to get away from Tiger as an engine. I think those 2 things need to happen simultaneously. You got to do both. If you don't do those things, I think you're in trouble. They don't have a future. Sorry for the random, but YouTube wouldn't let me super chat on another stream, so this is a test. Everybody test your super chat right now. See how high the limit is, somebody told me that they would not let them super chat $1,000. So, you guys could always put that to the... I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I've set the super chat goal. Every 5 super chats, I gift a member back. Every 25 members, I gift a member back. So, do all the things. Let me get right on that. Yeah, guys, come on, put it to the test. It's we owe it to YouTube. We owe it to YouTube to test their features. Oh, that'll get clipped. Here's an e-bagger telling people to super chat $1,000. Oh, anyway. Just then Mr. Beast rolls through, Jimmy rolls through, and is like, oh, I can do that. You should have asked for more. And I'd be like, no. And then he leaves. Bungie has always had good story concepts, but their inability to fully realize that into the game has failed them so many times. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to try to rehash the last 10 years of Destiny, there's certainly plenty to be said. I'd prefer at this moment to just stay more zoomed out, because I don't want to get lost in the weeds of like, well, they really went wrong when they did it. Well, yeah, we all have thoughts on that, right? I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right. I'm saying I don't feel like doing that. Some of that is tough for me because I haven't been able to play the game in the last 4 years, right? What he says about the engine making quick changes is a thing. It's a significant problem. Yes. NetEase running circles around Bungie on Tiger. Is the mobile game in Tiger? Are you sure about that? Hangry Higgs with 9 months. Thank you so much over here on Purple. Let me add you to the total. So I guess my question is, what version of Tiger are they using? Is it like a stripped down version or something that makes it easier for them to make pivots built from the ground up? Huh. I don't know enough about Destiny Rising to comment how fast they've been able to make changes, updates, add content, fix things, patch things. I also think they have a unique advantage maybe that the scope of that game is probably quite a bit smaller, right? The scope of that game is probably quite a bit smaller. Like Destiny 2 got so large, it almost got too large for its own good. They have a roadmap. I mean, Bungie's had a roadmap for 10 years. Like, they've always had a roadmap of content coming. That doesn't mean that you're saying NetEase is running circles around Bungie. It's really easy to hit the ground running with a brand new game and to have a content plan. I mean, talk to me in 4 years. Not Tiger? Fuzzy's saying it's not the Tiger engine. Destiny Rising was developed by NetEase using its own engine, not Bungie's Tiger engine. While the game features many assets from the Destiny franchise, NetEase's engine is optimized for mobile and allows for features like cross-platform play between mobile and PC. I don't think it's in Tiger. Destiny Rising engine. I'm seeing conflicting reports here. I'm not seeing anybody say that it's on Tiger though. We're running. Why did it start a hype train on Twitch? We're not even doing anything. It's using NetEase proprietary. No timestamps for yesterday's stream. No. I mean, I don't know if you're watching the show open, Sean. I'm not doing timestamps because we've not been grabbing lots of different stories like we were. I was breaking my back and grabbing like 3 or 4 stories and writing scripts, and it didn't seem to matter. Like I was just, I don't know. When I feel like that's worth doing, I'll do it. But like the free flow live show seemingly does better than me trying to like pull the brakes and be like, okay, now I need to talk about Wolverine. You know, it was awkward. When I feel like it's worth doing, I'll do it. But the last couple times I've looked at the news, I'm like, I'm not stopping the show to do a segment on Wolverine. You know what I mean? My apologies. No, you don't need to apologize. If you listen to the show open, I'll make it clear when there's timestamps. Like if I have planned written things, I'll say that in the opening of the show. Thank you, Wired Rope, for 5 gifted members over here on YouTube. Over here on Twitch. We are 2 away from the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. Free money, says Rope. You get 250 bits every time you give 5. Thank you so much. Initially, I heard it was on Tiger. Yeah, it's not. Everybody here is saying that it's not. So at some level, FCAT, that speaks to my point. You inadvertently helped my argument because if that mobile game is updating, changing, adding, whatever. Alex with a 5-bomb over here for purple and secures the gifted member. I owe you guys each a member from yesterday. Now I owe 2 to Twitch. Thank you, Alex. We're at 328 already on the week. You can get my wife on to play Arc Raiders again this Friday night, and then we'll do a community game night on Saturday, and you guys can join us. Those are extra segments. We do not do those. My normal schedule is Monday through Friday during the day with uploads. Friday night and Saturday night are extra. Those are things you guys can unlock each week if you hit it. Behemoth says, "Yo, what's good, Behemoth? Never missing a stream. I appreciate you, brother." How can they have value to Sony for live service if they can't even keep a game like Destiny afloat with the player base desperate for them to do so? I'm not saying you're making this mistake, Galliant, but many people make this mistake. They act like Bungie is only who they are right now. Like they're not a company with 10 years of information and experience that they can draw on. Like they know when their game was at its best, when their game was at its worst. They know when gameplay and content loops became self-destructive. They know when player behavior spiked, dropped off. They know how long people will play a given activity before quitting. They know how long people will grind for a given piece of equipment before quitting. They know all of this. They've got 10 years of behavioral data that is literally worth gold. In the realm of gaming, these guys have a treasure trove of data and information. So sure, they're run out of gas and their game has gone the distance. Much of what's happening to Destiny right now has less to do with ineptitude and the fact that they ended the story and there's not a lot of reason to come back, and franchise fatigue. You take a 10-year saga and you bring it to an end and you throw in a dash of franchise fatigue, and that's a recipe for where we are right now. It's not all ineptitude. It's not like they're like, oh, we don't know what we're doing. We made it 10 years and now we just lost our way. No, a lot of it's just that they ran out of gas, man. That's just the natural course of things. You know? It's like at the end of the StarCraft game, and it's like, you do not have enough resources. And you're like, what the frick is going on? You must conduct additional pylons. And then you go to do it, and you have no gas. You have no, what were they called? The gems, the rocks. I can't even frickin' remember. I played StarCraft such a long time ago. Listen, they just ran out. They're running out. That doesn't mean that they can't inform a new live service game. Like, they could walk in the room right now and talk to anybody. They could talk to Arrowhead about Helldivers 2 and give them valuable information and insight. They could. They saved Naughty Dog from having to change their entire studio? No, I think you phrased that incorrectly. They didn't save Naughty Dog from having to change their entire studio. They saved Naughty Dog from wasting their time launching something that they wouldn't be able or be willing to support. That's what would have happened. They had to launch that Last of Us game, and then it had been like, wait, we don't want to do that. That's what's going to take to support it? We don't want to do that. We're working on Intergalactic. We're working on The Last of Us Part 3. We're working on whatever. We're working on, feeding people content that hate us by doing interviews. Neil Druckmann. But they weren't saved from changing their studio. They were saved from burning up the IP and being like, well, there's some more goodwill lost for The Last of Us, because they wouldn't have been willing to support it. And it would have just burned out after like 6 months or less. Internally at Bungie, really no one is blaming Sony for this, even management. Some employees were told that if the Sony buyout did not happen with the current Destiny 2 performance, the studio itself would have been in jeopardy if they were still independent. Yeah, a lot of people forget that PlayStation basically saved them from a financial situation that would have been dire. Lono, you will outlast me as always. I fall asleep on this debate and lurk. Cheers. Enjoy your sleep. Gunplay and lore probably are the top reason why folks still play Destiny now. Gunplay is the highest at this point. I don't think anybody's playing for the lore anymore. Hype train came to an end. Thank you, Alex and Wired Rope, for contributing to it. I'm going to go ahead and gift one now that I owe. It would have had a battle pass, and they'd have called it a day. I think so many studios think that that's what you do when you make a live service game. They're like, well, you just do a battle pass. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like watching like a really, really successful TV show and being like, you just have to make episodes. That's all you need. You know, looking at the structure and acting like that's all that's needed. You know, I mean, all you need is a plot. You want to have a really successful movie? I mean, just do what everybody else does. You just need a plot. That's all you need. You just need some actors and a soundtrack. That's it. I mean, again, they look at the structure of a live service game, and there's a lot of studios that are like, well, yeah, just do a battle pass. No, I've always said that the most difficult questions to answer as a content creator are somewhat similar to the most difficult questions that you have to answer as like a live service game. Like, why are people going to come back and play your game? The answer to that question is not one of technical, substance. Well, we're going to do a battle pass and we have a roadmap. Good for you. So does like literally every other game in existence. I mean, for frick's sake, there are mobile games with roadmaps and battle passes. You need more than that. The answer to why is somebody going to come back and play your game, that is a psychological question. And if you don't have psychological answers, your game will fail. Think about the way that I have spoken about Arc Raiders. I am not restoking the debates about free kits and PvP. So don't do it. Shroud, I love you. I don't care what Shroud's doing. All right, I'm not restoking those fires. I don't want to have that debate again. But I want you to think about the way people have talked about Arc Raiders. They use psychological language. There's drama. There's tension. Right? There's fear. There's risk. These are the language. These are the pieces of vocab that people are using. All of those are psychological indicators that when somebody has played that game, it's impacted them up here. It's doing something more than just, oh, but there's a grind, and there's a season pass, and there's a roadmap. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine and good. That's, did someone say free kit? I know someone's like, free kit? Free kit? Did you say free kit? Like, the nature of what's making that game successful is the psychological aspect of it. That's what's making people come back every day. That's what's making people farm clips. You got to switch that around, Nick. You have to put the exclamation point before Q. Yeah, Mighty Keith replied to my tweet, about the Yote situation. It has that just one more round addiction. Yes. So, if you haven't thought through the psychology of your live service game, you are not even beginning the real conversation. You're not. You're not. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Can you copy and paste it, Nick? Will it let you do that? You just have to put the exclamation point in front of the Q. Anytime you do a command in a chat, it's the exclamation point always has to be first. You're calling the command with that. If you haven't done that you are failing to do the fundamentals of like just basic live service game design. Because I'm trying to think. It's like, why is your team going to win the game? Well, we're going to put on our jerseys and our cleats, and we're going to show up on time. The frick? What? That's not what... Huh? Everybody does that. Yeah. Good for you. You're going to do what everybody else does. You're going to put on your jerseys, your cleats, and you're going to show up on time? Yeah, okay. Every other team in the league does that. The frick? Like, Why are people gonna play your live service game long term? We have a battle pass and a roadmap. Okay, great. Everybody else does that. That's not the question. The question is more psychological than technical. And if live service games can start to catch that vision, you're going to have more compelling marketing. Got some typos, but I got there. It's all right. It wouldn't be the first time I had to read a question and deduce my way through some typos. Although there was almost some beef between Doc Dark and King Thrash over the word gawk. And that's the real drama of the week, y'all. Okay? I don't want to come between two of my buds, but I love both of those guys. I was watching that video this morning. I was like, this is hysterical. A typo causing some, oh my gosh. Anyway, what was I saying? Frick, I distracted myself. You can have more effective marketing for your live service game if you stop talking about the technical and start talking about the psychological. Right? Well, keep your nose out of this. It's very personal. I do. I think you could have far more effective marketing for your live service game. You know, and I don't charge by the hour, but I'm happy to offer my services to any of these companies that want to think through this. It comes back to this. There's sort of like a famous quote about Steve Jobs where he was like, you don't tell people the size of the hard drive of an iPod. You tell people it's 1,000 songs in your pocket, because the consumer doesn't give a frick about gigabytes. Like gigabyte, what? What did you say? Gigawatts? Huh? Oil? You talking about oil? Are you cooking? Like the consumer doesn't care about those things. And when you're packaging your live service game, I think people need to start thinking like that. Companies need to start thinking about that. Like, what's the psychological hook of your game? What is it? With Arc Raiders, it's tension. They're selling you tension. They're selling you like your own controllable drama. Like, that is it. It's this and here's what's crazy is they didn't even market it that way. They really didn't. You know what they marketed? They marketed vibes, which is risky. I'll be honest. I think their marketing was very risky. They marketed vibes. It had this cinematic feel and vibe. It had this tone. It had this retro synthwave infused vibe. They marketed vibes, which is risky because people might be like, yeah, I don't know. It's not really my thing. I think if they would have marketed the tension, if they would have marketed that part of the game, I think it would have been just as effective, because I think that's something that is unique to their game. It's very, very potent as an experience. Would you ever work for Bungie if the price was right as a consultant? I mean, they'd have to make me sign one heck of an NDA, because I don't think they'd ever want anybody to know that I'm working with them, unless they decide to, like, I don't know, publicly apologize and, oust the bad actors and, I don't know, expose the content creators. But that's never going to happen. We're an hour in, so I'm going to start doing the questions. Try to get us to 200 likes, y'all. If you're a member or a sub, you can use the question command and you can take part in this segment. Okay? And we're getting a really, really good turnout. I'm checking on the back end here. A lot of you guys are clicking on this video. You can stay with us. I've got the countdown right here. We will watch the State of Play together. I will schedule a separate stream for that. We'll go over about 30 minutes early or so, and we'll kind of hang out and wait for it to start. You can watch it here. You can hang out with us for the next 5 hours and 44 minutes and pass the time with us. Discussions, debates, back and forth, and we're about to start Q&A. Now, this is something you can do as a member or a sub. So you can sub to me on Purple, you can become a member on YouTube, and then your question pops up like this. Do you have any predictions on what we will see at the State of Play today? Anything that you would like to see there comes from the OA. The only real prediction I could make is probably Phantom Blade Zero, given their targeting of the Asian market here. They just started really pushing hard into China with the PlayStation 5 and the Pro and Astrobot and other marketing efforts. So I would say that Phantom Blade Zero could be there. I mean, there could also be surprises. I mean, I saw somebody make an interesting observation on Twitter, and I don't think there's anything to this. So when I'm saying this, I want you to hear me say, I don't think there's anything to this. Dynamite J was 16 months. Thank you so much. So before this gets clipped and turned into port begging, like he's port begging Zelda. No, I think this is incredibly unlikely, right? YouTube just featured your page for me. Don't you usually have issues with that? Yes, we've been having a very difficult time showing up on people's homepages on YouTube, which is why I continue to tell people, check your subscriber page. I will always be there with daily streams as well as uploads about every other day. Also, get into my Discord. If you're a member, the Discord's there and you will never miss a show because I always ping the Discord when I'm going live. Those are great ways to not miss out on content. The YouTube homepage is really, really unreliable because if you spend an afternoon watching videos about stuff that I'm not talking about, YouTube might think that that's what you want to watch, and then the next day I'm not there because you watched 4 videos in a row about, chess champions or something. Well, I'm not going to show up if that's what they think that you want to watch. Does that make sense? Your homepage is about as reliable as, like, the recommend on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not. You're literally the first thumbnail. Well, that's great. That's encouraging. We've not had the greatest year because of changes that they've made, and we're hoping that some of those things turn around. Okay, anyways, let me get back to what I was saying. So this is absolutely not something that I think is going to happen, but I didn't notice any of this. Apparently, the company, what was it? The company behind the Zelda movie is following Sony and PlayStation and nobody else on Twitter. It made people theorize that they could do something with Zelda on PlayStation in conjunction with the movie. I do not think that is the case, but I saw that predicted on Twitter. I think that is one of the most highly unlikely things to ever happen. That's more significant than Halo on PlayStation. So I don't, if that starts to circulate as like a potential reality, I'm here to tell you I do not think that is happening. Especially with the Switch 2 selling the way that it's selling and the upgrade packs being sold for tiers in Breath of the Wild. I'm very doubtful that Nintendo would do anything with a crown jewel IP like Zelda and put it on PlayStation. Yeah, Sony's publishing, or they're part of the publishing behind the movie. I don't think there's anything to this, boys. I don't. But I saw that one thrown out there and I thought, that would be one of the most crazy developments that I've ever seen in gaming. Like, that would be way out of left field if that one ended up happening. Outside of China Hero efforts, like Phantom Blade Zero is not China Hero Project, by the way, but I still think its market would align with a Japan, with a PlayStation State of Play Japan. I think Phantom Blade Zero would align with that as well as align well in the Asian market. But it's not a China Hero Project game. It isn't. So, yeah, I don't have any strong predictions about the PlayStation State of Play Japan 2025 that's happening this evening that we will be watching together. So if you're looking for the State of Play, we will be co-streaming it together, and you can just hang out here for the rest of the day with us. I keep it safe for work. You can throw me on in the background of your day while you're, answering emails, slamming out spreadsheets, loading up a forklift, whatever you're doing throughout your day. I'm going to help you get through your day. All right. So they need to do better. Yeah, Lost Soul Aside was bad. There have been people that have tried to act like it was. I watched a video where the guy tried to act like it was people's expectations. that were unfair. He said there were legitimate criticisms, but a lot of the video was basically saying that like people's expectations weren't fair, and I'm like what? No. My expectations were reasonable. And a gifted member from Stone Spire. Okay, Stone Spire is trying to bait a 20 bomb to 350. He does this often, and he's super generous. So somebody could slam it home right now. Remote nurse here. Love having you in the background. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for lurking every day. Do you have any not safe for work content? No, but, you know, you can always send it to me if you have your own. I'm just kidding. No, I don't have any not safe for work content. Do you think today's State of Play will be a conventional one or more of a roundtable interview style, given there's an announced host? It's a 40-minute State of Play. I don't think it will be like a roundtable. I think it's going to be a bunch of games, is it not? Let's look at what the blog post says. If the economy gets bad enough. Yeah, I mean, I'll spin up an OnlyFans if I have to. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that. Where's their tweet about it? Give me a second. Here it is. All right, here's their blog post. What was that sound? Did you guys hear any fuzz or like crackling? Or was that just like my imagination? I swore I heard something from my headphones. I was like, what the frick? Okay. Focus on games created in Japan and across Asia alongside a few other exciting updates. From beloved series to distinctive indie creations, the show, hosted by voice actor Yuki Kaji, will be packed with great games, interviews, and new looks at anticipated titles. So no, I don't think this is going to be any kind of like a round table anything. No, I don't get that impression from that. That sounds like a pretty standard State of Play. It sounds to me like they grabbed somebody with some pull, you know. Let's see. I'm not familiar with Yuki Kaji. Perhaps I should be. Japanese actor, voice actor, and singer, 40 years old, and known for like a ton of stuff, it looks like. So yeah. Sounds like they grabbed somebody that the Japanese audience is going to recognize and be excited about, similarly to when we've watched like a future game show and they grab, you know, like a Troy Baker or something. So, because Future Game Show has done a very good job, like grabbing, you know, pretty big names. It's kind of like grabbing like Ben Starr or somebody. Not grabbing Ben Starr, although I would grab Ben Starr. What I mean is like grabbing him to like have him host. But you know, I've made it pretty well known that offer is there if Ben, you know, is okay with that. Let's take the next question. Bumblepan says, with Wolverine having Japan as a known location for the game, any chance they tease a new clip from that part in the State of Play today? I mean, it does say other exciting updates. I don't know. I'm not going to put a whole lot of stock into that, being that, well, I mean, they did just sort of double down on saying that the Wolverine game release date is next year fall. They did that after GTA 6 delayed their game. So it sort of stands to reason that they're like, hey, our game is still coming. We're not going to delay it. I still think they're going to try to avoid GTA 6. I still think they're going to shoot for an early October release. I stand by that. I still feel that even though they're sticking to their guns and coming out in the fall of 2026, I don't think they're going to go like right next to GTA 6. I think they're going to shoot for early October for Wolverine. In light of that, now would be a really, really great time to do a little bit of marketing for the game. You know, hey, we got a brand new look at some gameplay of Wolverine featuring one of Japan's best looking cities or something. check it out. Like, I could see some kind of a marketing package like that, yes, that would be helpful right now in drawing attention back to Wolverine. Outside of that, I don't have a whole lot of predictions about this. It's probably going to be a lot of games and IPs that we're just like less familiar with, as well as less interested in, which is totally fine. Like, I don't expect, you know, people who are more Western in their culture, upbringing, living, gaming preferences. I don't expect a lot of those folks to be super interested in, you know, what people consider to be like the weeb stuff. I think there's a chance Asobi could be there. It wouldn't surprise me at all, Nick, if there is a package for Astrobot there, because I think Astrobot as a character and as a game could do very well for them in Asian settings, like whether it is their push into China. They've always wanted to have a better saturation rate in Japan. You know what they might show? They might show the Portal. The PlayStation Portal just got that cloud functionality, and buddy, it's nice. Like, I've been playing ball pit on it, and I'm like, okay, this device just really changed. Same device I got for $200 all that time ago, and it's better now than it ever has been. I still think cloud is very infrastructure dependent, and I wouldn't play like Sekiro on this or something, but you might see a spot for the Portal, because Asian market, Japan, China, Korea, they're very much more about gaming on the go than we are over here in America and in Europe, which is where PlayStation already has a pretty good saturation rate. Yo, Sora, thank you for the $2 super chat. Kingdom Hearts 4, please. I have no idea, brother. PC launcher announcement? I don't know. I mean, there's theories about the PC launcher for PlayStation because of the cross-buy icon that showed up. You know, maybe. They might show Bloodborne. If they show Bloodborne, I'll give 50 members to YouTube, Pathalon. If they frickin' show Bloodborne at a PlayStation Japan State of Play. I just don't. I don't think so. I think, didn't Mighty Keith tweet that? I was like, man, you out here playing with fire, Keith. What are you doing? I am Mighty Keith. Yeah, you are going to get hate. Like, people are going to be really angry. I saw Mighty Keith say it was going to be there. He should do a skit on that. You know what I'm saying? Every State of Play. Like Bloodborne fans, every State of Play. It's this time, boys. It's this time. A guy on Reddit said that he heard from somebody over there at 4chan that it's coming. You could do a whole skit on that. Remember I got timed out for lying to y'all? I don't remember. What did we time you out for? What would you lie about? I feel like a PlayStation PC storefront would make a lot of sense and would help get ahead of the new Xbox strategy. Don't see them announcing that today, though. I don't think they're trying to get ahead of an Xbox strategy. I don't think they really care about the Xbox strategy, if you want my honest opinion. I don't think they consider Xbox in almost any capacity anymore. I think if they put a launcher on PC, it has more to do with Steam than Xbox. It has more to do with Steam. They're trying to take away that. If they do a launcher, like, let's say they do it, and then, like, Yote shows up on PC in, like, a year and a half, I think they would say, hey, if you want to play Yote, you know, it's on our launcher for the first 3 months exclusive. And then they get 100% of the sales, you know? They get 100% of the sales. You think the launcher is 100% because of Xbox? What would make you think that? Why would they care what Xbox is doing on PC when Steam is the primary reason I think they would do a launcher? Why does it make any sense if they already sell PlayStation games on Steam? So think of it this way, Hoodrich. I want you to think about the entirety of the gaming user base on PC. It's enormous. They only need a percentage of that user base to be willing to buy Yote in their launcher, and they make more money. If for 3 months you can only get it in the launcher, let's say out of the entirety of the user base on PC, they get like 1 million people who don't care, and they're like, I want to play Yote. Let's say 500,000. They get 500,000 people. Out of the entirety of the PC user base, that is a tiny percentage. 500,000 people's nothing out of the grand scheme. But if you get 500,000 people to buy Yote in your launcher, you get 100% instead of 70%. Then you kick it to Steam. All the Steam boys buy it. They've been waiting. They're not going to open up another launcher. And then you get 70% on all those guys. The cost of port is virtually nothing in comparison to the entire budget. Shuhei Yoshida talked about this. Like, porting games to PC, according to him, is like printing money because the bulk of your production cost has already been shouldered when the game was initially developed. Porting is like a fraction of that. So that's why I think it has more to do with Steam than Xbox. The launcher will be on the Xbox to keep 100%. Oh, I see what you're saying. I think the primary driver, if PlayStation does a PC launcher, I still think the primary driver is Steam. It's a bigger platform. And I don't think this Xbox is going to be even in that category. Like, as far as like saturation, right? I know there's that clip floating around of Jez Corden saying like 20 million units in the first year or whatever for the PC hybrid. I haven't seen if he's qualified that or corrected that. I felt like maybe he was talking lifetime. Like, I can't imagine looking at the Series S and the X at 30 million and being like, oh, in the first year, an Xbox hybrid that's going to be like 2 to 3 times as expensive is going to sell 20 million units. I don't think he thinks that. Did he correct himself? He couldn't have meant first year. He had to have been thinking lifetime, right? Like, lifetime sales of this PC hybrid he thinks could hit 20 million. Even that, I think, is really, really ambitious. 20 million in the first year is kind of bonkers. Like, that's faster. Isn't that faster than Switch and PlayStation have ever hit? Like, I don't think a device at that price threshold can sell that fast. I think you naturally price people out, which means you can't sell that quick. I just don't think so. Now, if he meant lifetime, I still think that's a stretch. A lot of us still here will upgrade. 187, you got to think about it. There's roughly 30 million of you. 20 million people buying the PC hybrid in the first year? I just don't see it. That's insane. 20 million lifetime would be impressive given the price threshold that this thing's going to land at. It's going to be like $1,200. It's going to be expensive. Like, he said hypothetically. I would need the full context then of why. I assumed he misspoke and he meant lifetime. I just assumed that. I'm like, 20 million in the first year? That would be like record breaking. Switch 2 is on pace for 20 million year one, which will be a record. Yeah, and that's insane. That's insane. It better be a monster. Even if it's a monster, I don't think the market responds to something that's expensive that strongly. There's just no way. 1,200 to 1,500? I just don't think so. That's a very expensive device. I think lifetime, it could land in the 10 to 15 million range. Tops. 20 million is just ambitious because Xbox has just slid every gen and they're at like 30 million right now. I mean, they're a fraction of what PlayStation has, and they're going to be a fraction of the Nintendo Switch 2. I mean, they're a fraction of the Switch 1. I don't know. The only thing over 1,000 that you're selling that many of is a phone. Even if the next Xbox is more powerful than the PlayStation 6, the price point will turn a lot of the console players off. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a device that I'm interested in. I just don't think it's not going to be a chart-topping device. It just isn't. It's going to be too expensive. That alone is the main reason. Most of the audience are on Series S, trained to play everywhere cheaply. $1,500 or more isn't a natural progression. I think that's well stated, Brian. If you bought a Series S for $300, I can't imagine a large portion of that audience wanting to buy something for $1,500. They're just going to say, oh gosh, no. they'll buy a Switch or something. I think that's too much. Not that they can't afford it. I don't think they align with that. They're just like, I don't buy stuff like that. Like they look at tech differently. I think sometimes we need to remember that there are consumers that look at tech very differently, and they're never going to buy that top of the line. They're going to buy the low just to get in the door because that's all that matters to them, and that is totally fine. But that consumer isn't dropping over $1,000 on a console PC hybrid. I just don't think so. If I'm spending $1,500, I'd rather do a custom PC. That's the thing. That's the real stickler with that device, isn't it? Is that like, if you're more of a console person and that the simplicity of the device has like magnetism, are you going to want to spend that much? Like the people that kind of understand what it offers might already have a decent PC, and that I think hurts its demand. You know what I mean? Like the people that are going to want this thing, I think are going to get stuck on that price because they're going to be like, man, I love the convenience of putting that in my living room, but that's a steep asking price. Like sticker shock will be a reality. I mean, people lost their minds over the $700 Pro. I mean, it doubled that, and you're talking about this PC hybrid price range. I don't know. GTA 6 day one. I don't know because if it's Windows running PC versions of games and there's no dev kit for it, this situation gets very complicated because I don't know. That's a very good question. The going theory is it'll be Windows running PC versions of games and that there won't be dev kits anymore because it'll be a PC essentially. And they're going to strip down the operating system of Windows to look more like a console. I'm not making any predictions, boys, but that sounds like that could be an interesting development. That could be an interesting development. We'll just say that. And a 5 bomb of gifted members comes in from Neo Reaper and gets us to 335. Stone Spire set up the 20 bomb dunker. And Joker Quinn didn't ruin it. We are now 15 away from the next milestone. Thank you so much, Neo Reaper. A custom PC is harder to get set up comfortably on a living room PC. I see an Xbox hybrid being a good alternative, something I could turn on with a controller, so I'm the target market. Galliant, you and I are both the target market. I would say we're not a very large market. Not a lot of me though in the market, I'd say. We're in agreement. Yeah, I just don't think there's a lot of us. I think this device sounds good. It sounds like it's going to solve some problems for those of us that don't like the idea of putting a PC in the living room. And the PC guys are like, it's not that hard. I don't think it's hard. I just don't want to do it. Yeah. That's gonna be an interesting experiment of demand, quantity, like how many are they gonna make, how many are they gonna sell. As for the year end sales season, says Matt Piscatella here, quoting CFO Lin Tao from Sony, and thinking about customer lifetime value and also thinking about profitability, we want to promote so that we will expand the install base. She did say promote, but did not specifically about lowering pricing. Holiday discounts have not been the norm recently. That's why I didn't want to put that up on the screen earlier. Yesterday, the speculation about like sales from PlayStation for Black Friday, I didn't want to put that up on the screen because I feel like that's a very, very big question mark right now. They probably don't feel the need to do any heavy discounts. They just probably don't. Maybe game discounts, but I don't know about hardware discounts. We'll see. I wouldn't hold my breath, boys. That's why I didn't want to put that on the screen and give anybody false hope about sales coming, because PlayStation's about to take that Nintendo strategy, man. You get to that level of strength, you get to that level of dominance in the market, and you're like, wow, why would we lower the price? Why? What? Buy it or don't. My wife always says it to the kiddos. She's like, do it or don't. She's like, make a decision. I think that's where a lot of people are going to land. I'm sorry, not a lot of people. I could see PlayStation landing in that lane of thinking. You buy it or don't. We're king in this market right now. Sorry, you know what I mean? Like, you want a console? They're the console, you know? And Nintendo. Nintendo, for many people, they don't think of it that way, but those are the two consoles right now. And both of them typically don't do that. They're just like, they're not typically doing discounts. I'm sorry, PlayStation has historically, Nintendo is the one that just typically doesn't do discounts. And I think PlayStation's going to take on that mentality more and more. Gifted member from Dylan. Thank you so much. Bumping the line to 336. Thank you so much for doing that. Here we go. Christopher Burnett with a question. Continuing our Q&A to pass the time. Can someone please explain to me how the 2026 Grammys nominated 5 games for their Best Video Game Soundtrack category, and 4 of the 5 games didn't even release in 2025? One game is from 2023. I would say the most intellectual response I can have to that is that the Grammys are stupid. That's what I got. I think that they're stupid. I don't know. Was Expedition 33 up there for like a bunch of it? Because it probably, in my mind, should have been, but I don't. They're stupid. Why are you? I don't know why you're nominating stuff from 2023, but it sounds pretty stupid to me. Should I add Grammys to the list? Listen, all I'm gonna say is, when the Foo Fighters made Sonic Highways, it was a brilliant exercise in artistic innovation, courage, as well as honoring the past. And it was ignored so that weirdo Sam Smith could win a Grammy for a stolen song. Like, okay, I don't hold grudges, but that one's always kind of stuck in my craw, okay? Anyways, yeah, they're stupid, would be my guess. Kind of wild. Expedition 33 got snubbed when its music is S tier. Yeah. What are you going to do? Maybe it's on the launch date of the record? Huh? Well, the record comes out when the game comes out. What do you mean? In congruence with this question. Incongruence with this question, Jack Garland says, when are the VGA noms going to be announced? They're usually announced, it's like second half of November, isn't it? Like the thing closes on like the 18th or something, and then like 2 days later the noms come out, I think. Have they officially announced the date? I don't know. Would you listen to Expedition 33 music in your car every day? I mean, that question's not relevant to the fact that it trended, so people were. I mean, you're asking me in the chat personally what we would do with our music selection in our car. That's irrelevant to how the soundtrack was received, consumed, talked about, as well as just reviewed by people. I don't know. The soundtrack did incredibly well. It trended. Like, that's not an easy thing to do in this day and age with music. I mean, a gaming soundtrack. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? A gaming soundtrack trended. Some singles coming in from my man Broken Earth. Boom, boom, 338. Thank you so much, Broken Earth, for doing that. He might be trying to walk this to 340, hoping for somebody to dunk it home with a 10 bomb. We'll see. He is. Somebody get ready. Get your fingers ready. 339. We haven't had a dunker today. Somebody get ready. Whoever hits 350 gets the gifted. I owe each of you guys one from yesterday. I'm just kind of waiting to see if one platform gets to 5. I can just drop the 5 bomb. And there it is. Broken Earth slams it home. We are now at 340. Exactly 10 away. Oh, it's also tied 15-15. Twitch versus YouTube. Okay, listen. I want you to listen very careful to me, Hood Rich. Okay? I want you to listen. You can't type something like that. You just can't. We can't go there. You can't type Kendrick is overrated. Okay? You can't do that. You just need to stop right now. We don't have time for that today. I don't have time for your shenanigans. All right? You publish a retraction and an apology, and we'll all move on with our day. Okay? And a 10 bomb comes in from Neo Reaper, and then a 20 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix, and we're now 5 away from the next milestone. Sorry, Twitch, you just got dusted. It's 45-15. All right, stop it. Stop it. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not. You guys, no, we're not doing this. I don't want any of your what you think are hot takes that really are the temperature of a TV dinner, okay, about Kendrick. Just stop it. Holy cow. Flyers comes in with the 20 bomb and steals the next milestone. Before Broken Earth did the 5 bomb, but we're at 395. We are now 5 away from 400, and Neo Reaper secures it. Boom. All right, I'm just going to do a 5 bomb for YouTube, and then I'm going to do a single for Twitch because Flyers secured the 75. I'm going to do that right now. Thank you, Flyers. Let me do that. And I'm just going to do, because I owe you guys like 4 or something on YouTube. I'm just going to round it up to a 5 bomb right now. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Flyers. Thank you, Pathalon. Thank you, Neo Reaper. Thank you, Broken Earth. You guys are freaking dadgum crazy. All right, here we go. We flush all this Kendrick stuff out of the Kendrick hot takes. Sounds like he's not one of us. I'm not allowed to say that. That's in my contract. I'm not allowed to say anything about being not like us. That's against the rules. That is. Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that. So. But I can say that I don't think you should say that the man's overrated. I think you need to just stop it. All right? Just stop it. Quit the shenanigans. The man had Serena Williams. I'm just kidding. Come on, dude. Shut the frick up. All right, what is this? This is huge. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you again, Flyers, for the 20 bomb, making sure that Twitch is still in the fight. It's 55-35. They're still in the fight. Proceeds to not let it go. Yeah, let it go, chat. Stop it. I just need you to admit that you're wrong. 400 on a Tuesday, nice. I will be gone the week of Thanksgiving, so it is genuinely and greatly appreciated when you guys go a little crazy in the weeks leading up to me leaving. It is, as a live streamer, let me tell you, that is just such a blessing, so thank you for that. That is very kind to me and the fam, and it makes taking the break a little bit easier. It's never fun as a live streamer taking those breaks. Like the content creators will tell you, like it's such a unique thing to be like, oh, I don't know if I could take a break. It's like you need to take a break for your mental health. Like you got to do the things, right? You got to live a normal life. You can't just give everything to this. I did that for 5 years, and I'm not doing it again, right? I gave everything I had to content creation for 5 years, and it was terrible. It's bad, and it leads to bad things. So I greatly appreciate it. Any predictions for the state of play? I already answered some questions about that. So, yeah. Okay, let's take the next question. Christopher Burnett. Sony should take over Bungie. Fire vast majority of their workforce, hire talented and competent game designers, and put them on the reboot of Killzone and Resistance IPs. Problem solved. I try to seek common ground when people say stuff. There's nothing here that I can agree with except for maybe the first couple of words, because they've already kind of done that. Like, they should take over Bungie. Okay, cool. After that, I'm getting off of this crazy train. Like, no to all of this. Fire the vast majority of their workforce? Absolutely not. They have so much. You can't understate or undervalue institutional knowledge. You can't. You can't just be like, you just get rid of all of the people. Dude, they've been there for some of these people have been there for so long. They know the tricks, they know the shortcuts. They have so many things that they understand about different ways of, like, designing a gun, designing a level, designing an enemy. Like, you can't do that. That would be so bad. You say hire talented and competent game designers. That's to assume that Destiny got all the way where it is today on incompetence and no talent. Listen, we need to stop this notion that where they are today is an indictment of everywhere that they've been. It's not true. It's not true. If you are watching us, and I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to talk sports ball very, very vaguely here. If you had a coaching staff that took your team for like 8 years, all the way to the end, all the way to the playoffs, all the way to the big game, the championship game, maybe even won one or two of them across 8 years, and if that coaching team suddenly was having a hard time for a couple of years, you wouldn't be like, I wouldn't talk to those guys about sports or plays or nothing. They don't know what they're doing. Like, what? Like, huh? They suddenly don't know anything? What? They suddenly are talentless, incompetent hacks? I don't... what? It's not the best analogy, but you get what I'm saying. Like, the knowledge, the experience, it's all there. You can't just throw that in the bin and start over. I don't agree with that. I just don't. Now, yes, coaching's not a perfect analogy because some guys lose their way, that maybe they're just old, maybe they're not as sharp mentally as they once were, so they make bad calls. You know, their mental acuteness goes away, and it's time to retire. It's not a perfect analogy, but you get what I'm saying. It's like if somebody is proven to know what they're doing for year, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, now it's not going so hot. You've got to really dig down deep and to figure out what's going on. And a lot of times in sports, the owners are stupid. You know, the coaching staff's fine. The owners are stupid. We all know this. The other thing you got to consider, too, with Bungie is how much of what's going on was bad leadership decisions. Like with what happened with, like, you know, Pete Parsons basically saying, yeah, we spun up too many incubation projects and it drove the company into the red. Does that mean everybody at the company doesn't know what they're doing and they're not competent and they have no talent? No, that sounds like a misallocation of bandwidth and funds that led to things going into the red and harming your cash cow. I'm telling you, the root problem here is twofold. Bungie leadership and being financially dependent upon the existing game. I think that's been a terrible recipe for the company all these years. Instead of just being able to, like, dig in and build something amazing over the course of 5 years, they can't. They've got to maintain the existing game. They're financially dependent upon it. So look at what happened with Destiny 1. They were financially dependent upon Destiny 1. They had to ride Destiny 1 all the way to the end. They had the live team. They had Age of Triumph. They had all those things all the way up to the bitter end. And then guess what? Destiny 2 could not be at that caliber of quality because Destiny 2 was a start over. Destiny 2 had too many things baked into the crust. They could not implement any of the things that came out of the end of Destiny 1 that was good. So, like, you essentially start over. Why? You were dependent on Destiny 1, and you couldn't just snap your fingers and have a Destiny 2 that was essentially building on all those systems. That's just not how it works. A lot of the decisions that they made building Destiny 2 were made 2 or 3 years before Rise of Iron even hit. So obviously then Rise of Iron is doing things and Age of Triumph is doing things within Destiny 1 that's in response to player ethos at the time. And then you have all these bad trajectories set by decisions made for Destiny 2 years before that. The solution is to stop being financially dependent on D2 and just build Destiny 3. Nothing else. Don't work on anything else. Just cancel. Just put a fork in Marathon. We already know it's not going to do anything. That's the answer. Stop being tied. You got your wagon hitched to a corpse. It isn't going to work. You can't get any momentum. You can't get any velocity. How are they supposed to get development velocity or like project velocity if they're constantly having the wagon of their company hitched to the previous game? You've got to have that clean break. Just level with the audience and say, listen, it's the only way our studio can move forward. We've got to stop supporting the old game. We've got to dig down, go dark, and build something great. That's what they have to do. And the only way you do that is with new leadership, and then obviously PlayStation has to fund it. Because where's the money going to come from? I was being hyperbolic, but okay. They need to restructure their management. Bungie has been in a negative spotlight for a long time now. No, I agree with you on that, Christopher Burnett. I agree with you. You got so hyperbolic. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're talking about gutting an 800-person studio. That's more than tectonic. That's like nuclear. You might as well just shut the whole thing down and then, like, I don't know, sell the property at that point. At that level, it's over. You're going nuclear. You're nuking the site from orbit. You can't just be like, yeah, let's just get rid of everybody. Leadership, yes, 100% agree with you. Leadership's been a problem for a very, very long time. Get them out. Get the old uniforms out. Hang on. I gotta delete these receipts from gifting members. I thought maybe I was getting... Okay. I thought I was getting text messages. They were just emails. Point of order, we don't know that. We are making an educated prediction. Games often surprise us. It's not out of the bounds of reality. I'm just going to continue to speak about that game in that way. I'm not going to like verbally check myself every time I speak about Marathon. We're about as confident as we can be that game is not going to make it. There's nothing that points to it being a success. Almost nothing. It's got nothing in its corner. Come on. I'm not verbally checking myself every time I talk about that game. It's cooked, boys. It's about as cooked as Concord was. And I had people that insisted Concord had a chance. And I was like, I don't know what you're looking at, and I don't know what you played, but there was nothing there. Trey Gaming, right on time. Here's your question. Lono, what Bungie did to you was disgraceful and disgusting. That's one of their mottos, to be disgraceful and disgusting. But as the gamer in you want to see them make a great game that people can get behind and be successful? Yes. This is something that I feel like I deserve a little bit of credit given what that company did to me privately and publicly. I think I deserve a little bit of credit because I'm like, they making a good Destiny and Bungie continuing to exist as a company, I think is important. I think it's good for the future of live service games. I think their input's invaluable. I think they can help live service games be successful. I don't think live service games are the devil. I think bad games are a problem. Bad live service games are a problem. It's amazing how people talk about like live service slop and gaming is dead, and then they all flock to Arc Raiders. Gaming is dead and everything sucks. Live service is ruining the industry. And yet all of those same people, all those same content funnels are now playing and praising Arc Raiders. It's funny how that works. As I've always said, the issue is not live service games. The issue is bad live service games. The issue is not AAA games. The issue is bad AAA games, right? Like, you will never, ever find that consistent funnel. You will never find consistency in that content funnel. Gaming sucks. Gaming is terrible. Gaming is dead. Live service games are the problem. And then those same people are like, Arc Raiders is amazing. It's like, I thought live service game was the devil. They also probably played Marvel Rivals. In any case, I think Bungie sticking around is good. I think having a successful Destiny is good. I think having like a good Destiny 3 is a good thing. You know? I think it'd be easy to be emotional and to sort of be like, I can't wait for that company to be destroyed and to go under or whatever. I think the number of people who had something to do with what happened to me is less than 10. There's like less than 10 people who were significantly involved. And one of them already had their head chopped off by the guillotine. Many more are probably, shaking as they stand in line, hoping that the guillotine doesn't fall, right? Their skeletons are rattling, okay? There's maybe 10 people that were involved in what happened with me. The rest of the people at that company, the rest of the people who play Destiny, the rest of the people who stream Destiny had nothing to do with it. They were either bystanders that got tricked or bystanders that had no idea what was going on, or they knew the truth and couldn't speak out and were terrified. I had a lot of people come to me privately, okay? So it's irrational for me to be like, well, it'd be great for Bungie to go under and for Destiny to fail. And it's like, why? Because like 8 or 9, pathetic people that are, dishonest and corrupt did something to me. Like, who gives? Those 8 people will get what's coming to them, and the company doesn't need to suffer the brunt of that. Do you see what I'm saying? This isn't some like myth or some biblical story where like everybody gets destroyed because like one person does something bad. So I've never looked at Bungie and Destiny and thought, I'm like rubbing my hands together, like, oh, I can't wait. Now, what I did say for the longest time is if you run your company like that, there will be consequences. There will be. I've said the same thing about Twitch. It's great to be back on Twitch, and I'm grateful that Dan Clancy looked into my ban and reversed it in April. But I'm here to tell you, when you run a company the way that these companies have been run, the consequences will come. It's inevitable. It always happens. The cracks always form in the surface. The stories always come out. It's just a matter of time. The longer you wait, the harder the pendulum snaps back. That's the facts. The longer you wait for all this to happen, the worse it's going to be. So it's like, whatever happens to Bungie, whatever happens right now, whatever is currently happening and people getting fired and laid off or whatever, it has nothing to do with the company's like behavior in 2020. What happened in 2020 was symptomatic of a very unhealthy and corrupt environment that I always said, this will snap back on these people. You can't run a company like this. You can't run your life or your career like this. It will always snap back. I don't have to do anything to any of the people who did me wrong. A lot of them have already gotten their just desserts, and the rest of them are just waiting. So it's like, I don't have to sit here and wish ill on the company to be like, yeah, dude, or Bungie or Destiny as a franchise. And again, there's maybe less than 10 people that had anything to do with what happened to me. There's hundreds of people working at Bungie. Hundreds. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't sit here and think, like, I really hope the company goes under and all these people lose their jobs. Why? Some guy working in the art department deserves to not have a job because some insecure douche in leadership came for my career? Like, what the frick? No, those things are not related, and I don't think they're connected. I think it'd be childish and petulant and Honestly, I think it'd be wrong for me to wish that in my heart. And I think it's hard not to long for that. But I think what that does is that turns Bungie into an entity that I then personalize as like part of some vendetta. And I just don't think there's anything good to come from that. I want truth and justice to win. I believe it always does. So I can just wait. I don't think that means a company goes under or disappears and a bunch of people lose their jobs. I think there are natural repercussions to bad leadership that tends to have that happen, which is unfortunate. A lot of people that have nothing to do with the bad leadership and the bad decisions end up losing their jobs, which again is unfortunate. But it's not something that I wish for. Even though I got clipped way back when, because people were berating me, not talking about people who had been laid off. And we had no official news and no official confirmation. So I was dismissive and said, I'm not going to cover a bunch of people crying on Twitter about losing their jobs. And people clipped it to try to make it seem like I didn't care that people had lost their jobs. And right on time, the hubris of people who work at Bungie capitalized on it to make me look bad again. That was, I don't even know when that was. That was a year or two ago. Like right on time, they will come for a pound of flesh from me any chance they get, even when they don't even work at the dadgum company anymore, because they've drank the Kool-Aid. Lono's the devil and Bungie is the angel. So he's the evil one. And it's like they won't look at the stinking company that just fired them. Let's wail on Lono. But that's convenient, right? It's convenient behavior from that crowd to distract from the real stuff and to wail on somebody who's like, worst offense is making a joke. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I do not wish ill on the people and the company and the employees, even though they do that to me any chance they've gotten over the years. Every clip they could find, every instance they could find where they could leverage to make me look bad, Bungie employees were quick to jump on it, and so was the blogger from Forbes. They got no problem trying to paint me like I'm some kind of a villain. Meanwhile, the guy from Forbes writes an article where he tries to blame the state of Bungie on PlayStation, which is so laughably, horribly written. None of the things going on at Bungie right now has anything to do with PlayStation. And this isn't a defend PlayStation diatribe. This is don't lie to the public. Like, why would you make it seem like everything going on at Bungie and with Destiny right now has anything to do with PlayStation? That's ridiculous. It's not true. My issue with that wasn't, well, we got to defend PlayStation. But PlayStation doesn't need defending against your lies, like, and your false framing of the situation. Like 2 seconds of research into what's happened here, and you will clearly see, even people at Bungie don't see PlayStation as the problem. Before the buyout, they basically saved us. Even the people that work at the dadgum company don't blame PlayStation, because PlayStation's not the cause of anything here. If anything, PlayStation has saved people from losing their jobs. They absorbed like somewhere between 200 and 300 people? Like, they minimized the number of people that got laid off by doing that? What tells you he's lying? He might just be that stupid. I think dishonest people continue to be dishonest until they start telling the truth. It gets baked into the crust of their character. I believe that. I don't just believe that. I know that to be true. I know that to be true. Once you start lying, you stay a liar until you tell the truth. You're never free of that. It gets baked into the crust of your character. Have you ever known anybody to do that? Tell a bunch of lies, never fess up to the truth, and then what, just become suddenly like a very trustworthy, upstanding person? No. That's not how it works. It's not how it works. There are many people today still just living in that the wake of their lies. They will never be free of it until they tell the truth. They're liars until they tell the truth. That's not a prison you want to live in. There's a reason the statement exists that the truth will set you free, because that's what happens when you don't tell the truth. You imprison yourself. It's perpetual. It's perpetual. It's poison. Spend an afternoon. Just spend an afternoon looking at the people that told a lot of the lies. They're not doing very well. Do you want to know why? Because it's a poisonous prison to tell lies and to have to maintain them. It is not a good way to live. It's terrible. It is destructive. It is poison. That's why you can be free of like needing to like enact justice on somebody. It's like, well, your current life and your future is not one that I would want to live. Because there was a time where I lived a duplicitous life and a dishonest life. And let me tell you, it is hell. And if that's the way you want to live, that's its own form of justice. Like, you don't have to go after people like that. You don't. You can totally be free of it. So, yeah. I that's how I look at the situation. I can look at the situation and I can disconnect myself from like the anger and the frustration that I feel of like what happened to me and all of the loss. Like, I can disconnect from that and say it has nothing to do with Bungie as a company. It has nothing to do with Destiny as a game. You know, it was less than 10 people, that many of which have really had their own comeuppance, and the rest are just praying it never happens, but it will. I believe that. I trust that. That's why I was able to let a lot of it go and not campaign for it or go after people. It's just like being liberated from it and freed from it is so much better than to not. A bunch of Destiny creators went on vacation last week. No, he's not talking about developers, Hoodrich. He's talking about content creators. Yeah. Yeah. There was something at Bungie recently with creators that new content or something. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, Chalice, I forgot to thank you for this one. Chalice with 18 months. My daughter's birthday is today. Happy B-Day, Maya. She's 9 today. Shout outs. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you still here? I like to read those birthday wishes to kiddos. My daughter just turned 12. So that's the last birthday before she's a teenager. And this is your last birthday before she's double digits. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. I hope you're still here. I'm sorry I missed that. That was a while ago. I was in like full-on tangent mode. November birthdays for the win. That's right. That's right. I hope Chalice is still here. Chalice DJ, are you still here? I hate when I miss messages like that. I saw it and I kept telling myself to read it and I just... Oh, you're here. Okay, good. Good. I always feel bad when I miss those. All right. Let's take the next question. Wolf Saint says, do you think they'll rebrand Bungie? I mean, if they need to rebrand, I could certainly help them with that. I know what it's like. I mean, I can help. I don't think they will. Wired Rope says, will Eurogamer give Marathon a better score than Arc Raiders? I don't know. I mean, maybe as long as they don't use AI. Yeah. As long as they don't use AI, yeah, Eurogamer will probably give Marathon a better score. I don't advocate or wish for anyone to lose their jobs, but I just don't care what happens to them at this point. I tried Destiny and Destiny 2 multiple times and couldn't get into them. Well, here's the thing, Christopher Burnett. I think wishing for leadership to be gutted and fired based on what we've heard and what we know, I would say that is for the good of the company. So I think you can I'm not even speaking for you. I'm speaking for myself right now. I think I can say rather confidently and with conviction that leadership needs to go. And I'm not campaigning for somebody's firing. I'm saying this is for the good of the company. If you want this company to thrive and flourish and to build great things again, you got to get the leadership out. The Game Awards are going to stream on Prime on December 11th. It will also be live streamed. Hang on. It will also be live streamed on, it cuts off the sample, Twitch worldwide for the first. It'll be in 2K. I'm assuming it will also be on YouTube. I don't think Keeley doesn't seem to be the sort to limit where you can watch it. He's more about expanding where you can watch it. We're making the same show. We're not changing anything about the show to accommodate a new platform, says Keeley. As long as he's not pulling from other platforms, I think that's a totally solid move. Part of it is leadership, but the other part is Bungie not knowing how to evolve Destiny. Their newest portal feature is bad. That I agree with. Here's what I'll say. I think you get to a point where you can't keep reinventing anything or adding. And I think Portal is evidence of that. Does that make sense? I think the Portal thing that they did in Destiny is evidence that, like, eventually there's just nothing you can do. It's just kind of over. It's like, yeah, you don't have a lot of room. You don't have a lot of vertical or lateral movement within the game for power, activities, anything. I just think and a lot of what they were trying to do with Portal is I think they were trying to make the game more approachable to new players. I think that's what they were trying to do. I don't think that they were successful in doing that, but I think that's what they were hoping to achieve. If you didn't see it before, the Game Award noms always come out days before the deadline. What? Really? The Game Award nominations come out days before the deadline? That doesn't make any sense. How is that possible? How would that work? I've never picked up on that fact. That's how they do it. Nick with a question says, is it me or there's not a lot of buzz around this state of play? Is it because it was never mentioned or talked about by insiders and leakers? Yeah, it's also because it's going to be in Japanese and targeting the Japanese and the Asian audience. And I think a lot of the people who have sources and like insider information, they probably do not have a whole lot of contacts within Japan or Japanese speaking people. Like, I don't think like Tommy Hendy or Special Nick or Jeff Grubb, I don't think they're like, reaching out to their Japanese speaking contacts to be like, hey, what's going on? This seems like a very, very specific thing. I don't know if we've ever even seen this before. I've not been covering Variety for more than 5 years. So in the last 5 years, I don't think we've ever seen a State of Play Japan before. I don't know if they've done this prior to my coverage, because I was Destiny coverage for the first 5 years of my career. So in the last 5 years, I've been doing more of the coverage of like State of Plays and Nintendo Directs and stuff. I don't know if we've seen this before, and that might be why there's no buzz, because all the insiders are kind of like, yeah, I didn't know this was happening. It's kind of like outside. It's probably outside of their little black book of contacts, would be my guess. We had a lengthy discussion about this months ago. I don't remember that. Nominations were the 18th. Cutoff was the 22nd. I wonder if they're able to do that because of embargoes. Like, did they have enough time for, like, every game to be played? Like, sure, there were games coming out on the 22nd or the 21st, but by then the review outlets had enough time to play them, I guess. So the nominations were announced on the 18th. Deadline was the 22nd. Okay. So this year, we'll likely be able to cover the noms, I'm assuming, next week. What's the deadline this year? Do we know? Because I would love to be able to cover that. Dante coming in with a member plus renewal. Hey, Lono, 8 months of quality content, always appreciated. Thank you so much, Dante, for hitting that renewal and pushing us past 400. We are now on the runway for the first goal of the week. When you guys get 500, we do a Friday night stream. Madam and I will play more Arc Raiders. You guys seem to really enjoy that. We had a really good time with it. We could then do a community game night on Saturday with Arc Raiders and let you guys join us if we hit the stretch goal. I am going to need a break, though. I've been sitting in the chair for 3 hours. I will be right back, and we'll continue this discussion as we wait for the state of play in 4.5 hours. Smash the like button on YouTube, get the members going, all those things. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. It hasn't been announced, but I think the cutoff is the 21st, with the nominees coming early next week. Okay, cool. Okay, so if the cutoff is the 21st, we'll get noms before I go out of town. That's good. That's encouraging. I like covering that. It's fun. I would be bummed if I missed out. Here we go. Broken Earth with a question. Do you think we haven't heard anything about the Bungie roadmap because we might hear about it during the state of play? No. I don't think we hear anything from Bungie today. This is a specific state of play for the Asian market in Japanese. It's literally called State of Play Japan. Bungie won't be within, 1,000 yards of this event, I wouldn't think. It wouldn't make much sense, I don't think. Destiny Rising, maybe. Given the audience and the propensity for, like, mobile, but I don't know. So, Stonespire says, last year was my first time watching the DICE Awards. Is there something you think PlayStation would show off there versus the one happening today? No, I don't really see those two as being in conjunction with like what they would be planning within marketing. I don't really have I have nothing. I don't have a response. I'm not even making a connection between the two events. So, JC says, have you heard the rumors about PlayStation doing what Nintendo has done in Japan, releasing a cheaper region-locked console? What's your opinion on this? I haven't heard anything about that either. That would be... I would think that's less likely. Their attach rate and saturation in Japan hasn't been great with their console. I would expect, if I'm placing bets, it's more likely that the PlayStation Portal is at the event with the announcement and the now that they've unveiled cloud. I don't think the cloud functionality got added to the Portal by accident. Like, they got that added the week before this event. I would expect that to be there more than like a region-locked PlayStation. I think you're far more likely to get like Japanese consumers to purchase a Portal and pay for cloud and buy games they can then play on it over the internet. You're probably more likely to get them to do that than to buy a region-locked console. I don't think the price point of the console is the issue that PlayStation doesn't get the best saturation in Japan. I think it's a cultural thing. I just think they game on the go more. They're not home as much. I also think Nintendo is a difficulty for them. Nintendo is sort of like part of Japanese culture. Like 1 in 4 people in Japan have a Nintendo Switch. So, it's real. What's real? Christopher Burnett says, I love this YouTube channel, and what I find interesting is I do agree with just everything you say, Lono, but I have widely different taste in games than you or most of the people in this chat. I mean, I think that's one of the things that I've always enjoyed about doing this, especially with pivoting to variety coverage, is a lot of us can sort of come up for air out of all the games we love and the games that we play, and we can sort of look at the industry and we have agreements on certain issues because we just see things from probably the business perspective of things. And it doesn't really matter what games you like. Like, you could adore games that I'm never going to touch. Like, you could just live in sports games. But you can kind of come up for air from playing those games, look at the industry, and just agree with me on, a lot of the things going on or the trends or, what have you. Even if we don't, play the same games. Are you going to cover the Game Awards this year? Yeah, I cover it every year. If it's an event, we cover it. The only thing we might not cover going forward are Nintendo Directs. The audience responds really poorly when we do it. It's like there's a very, very strong lack of interest. I was hoping the Nintendo Switch 2 would change that. What's interesting is the Nintendo Switch 2 seemingly does have better adoption with the demographic that I appeal to, but their events just seemingly still do not appeal to my demographic and to my audience. So, I don't always make decisions based off of that. Sometimes I'm just like, I want to cover it, so I'm going to cover it. But it feels like the last couple times we've tried to do things with a Nintendo Direct, it's just gone so poorly that it seems like our time is very valuable as a community, as well as like I'm a two-man team. Our time is very valuable, and taking 2 hours to do something with Nintendo that doesn't really do anything, it doesn't result in anything. It's like we don't meet new people. The audience doesn't seem to really like it. It's like we could spend that 2 hours maybe doing something else. That's kind of how I have to look at it some days, is I've got a set amount of time where I can do stuff. People give me grief about like I don't play enough games on stream, and it's like a lot of that is a logistical decision. Like, I've been playing a lot of Borderlands with my wife as well as Ball Pit, and that's intentional. I want to be able to talk about those games at the end of the year. I've got 22 hours in Ball Pit, 7 hours in Lego Party, 15 hours in Ark Raiders, 60-something hours in Borderlands. You know, that's intentional. Now, most of those hours I'm not clocking on stream because the production hours of the day have to be allocated for certain things. So it's a bummer that that's the reality. Like, a lot of people think that that's what streaming is, that like you can just do the Twitch thing where you click the go live button and can just hang out and talk and play games and then go have dinner. And it's like, I can't do that. I used to do that. I used to just play Destiny and then whatever other game I wanted almost all the way right up until dinner. But that was also back when I didn't do anything other than that. I wasn't like creating shows. I wasn't creating uploads. I wasn't doing any of that. So it's a simpler time. And a lot of streamers, a lot of people who don't stream think they understand like what it takes. They might as well walk onto like a construction site and start telling the foreman how to run the show. Like, I just don't think they know at all what it takes in this environment. And so I don't like that that's the reality. Like, sometimes the Nintendo stuff, it just absolutely, it just seems like a non-starter. Even though I love Nintendo and I like my Switch too, and I played a bunch of Mario Kart with my kids, and I played a bunch of Donkey Kong with my wife. I've been meaning to go back and finish Donkey Kong by myself. I feel like the co-op in that game kind of fell off the rails. It wasn't very fun. So, have you heard rumors about PlayStation doing... Oh, I already read that. Sorry. I'm trying to find the next question. I lost my place here. Okay. Anything Nintendo related, I go somewhere else, so I'm not tempted to be negative. Yeah. Frank Last, thank you for renewing your Member Plus. I enjoy the morning show. It's great content for sure. Thank you very much. Let me bump the line. Thank you, sir. Nintendo Directs aren't exciting in general. I feel like the presentation is stale. It's kind of like getting together to watch like a montage of trailers. Yeah. Mitch says, whoever has started doing the Miyazaki thumbnails, holy smokes, yes, all the way. What are you talking about, Mitch? Are people baiting with Miyazaki for today and saying that he's going to be there? That would be very interesting. State of Play Japan. I'm not seeing it. What are you referring to, Mitch? Are you talking about something else? No. Okay, you're talking about something else. I was like, huh? I've seen some wild theories about this event. Your anime style thumbnails total reference. Oh, you're talking about the thumbnails with my wife and I. Oh, yeah, Barrier makes those. We only do those for Friday night. Yeah. Some people don't like them. There are people that are very much like anti-AI, but it's like, we only do it for those streams. I don't do it for the day-to-day. So yeah. Sorry. Damien with a question. This is a personal question. What's your favorite song from any game? Mine is Shortchange Hero, the Heavy from Borderlands 2. Mine is all of the songs from Ori and the Will of the Wisps that deal with Quolok's melody. So you first get to his area and you can hear like the subtle melody, and then when you meet Quolok, there's like this soaring execution of the melody, and then later in the game when you fight him, there's a thunderous version. I think it's called like Quolok's Malaise, or is it Malaise? How do you pronounce that word? I never know how to pronounce that word. It's like Nish. I always feel like there's two pronunciations. And then when Quolock is dead or dying, you get like a very soft piano version of his melody. I think that is one of the best executions of a soundtrack, as well as whatever they call it, like a leitmotif. Is that what they call it? Where like you reuse the same melody, but it shows up in different versions. Like the song, the melody's there, but the execution's different every time. I adore the execution of that in Ori and the Will of the Wisps. I think it's magnificent. Like when you're fighting him and you can hear it. There's like this da 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 da. It's like thunderous and very like punctuated. When you first meet him, it's not like that. It's like this soaring sort of like, there's like this grand nature to his appearance. No, it's like, it's called, I think it's pronounced leitmotif, isn't it? Leitmotif is a recurring melodic phrase or musical theme used to represent a character, object, emotion, or idea, most famously popularized by Richard Wagner. So this shows up with like the melodic theme of the Empire in Star Wars, right? So that's, yes, it's I believe it's pronounced leitmotif, or it looks like leitmotif. But yes, the execution of that in Ori and the Will of the Wisps, I think is magnificent. I think it's some of the most memorable music I have ever heard. Leitmotif. Okay, so it's pronounced leitmotif. Yeah. I've never forgotten it. I can hear the music right now. I can hear the music when you meet him. I can hear the music when you fight him. I can hear the music when you die. Like, it just stuck with me in a way that most music in most games just have not. The only other song I will say that competes with it is the boss fight music in Returnal Biome 4. So again, there's something about it that is, there's almost something spiritual about it, or mystical. It's you're hearing this eerie 5-note melody. Da, 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 da. You're hearing that all throughout the biome. And then you cross the threshold into this room, and you can hear, just on the edges, you can hear this organ sort of like starting to piece together something that now feels so familiar to you. You're like, I know this, right? And you've also heard her say, "Don't fear the Reaper." So you know, maybe you don't know the reference at this point. I can't remember in the actual flow of things if you know the reference yet or not. I think you do. If you go to the house, I think you piece it together. So when this happens and you get into this room, as you climb the room to get to the boss fight, layers of the song get added, and it hits this wall of sound almost crescendo when you get to the top of the fight, that before even getting into the fight, if you don't stop and just listen, I would be worried that you're not a human being. Like, I don't think you can do it. Like, you get to the top and there's this sense of spectacle, and there's this grandiose, almost sort of, I don't even know what to call it. There's this presentation that you just sort of have to take in before you even go into the fight. And the thing about Returnal that I think so many games, miss, is they're so willing to create very, very sharp juxtapositions where there's something beautiful yet haunting. There is something brilliant and yet grotesque. They sort of put those things in a blender in Returnal, and it's hard to even put into words how immaculate Returnal is as a game. It's one of, I think, the most underrated games I've ever played or covered. I don't think it got near the attention that it deserved it's never been given the praise and the recognition that it deserves. Outside of the BAFTAs, I don't think it has been adequately praised for its achievements in design, creativity, innovation, artistic vision, all of it, the soundtrack, the voice acting, the writing. It's at a level of brilliance that I think many games dream of achieving. I don't know if Saros is going to be able to achieve that, because I think the dilemma with Saros is we kind of already know the stakes and we already know the rules going in. And one of the brilliant things about Returnal, and again, I think this was ambitious, this was courageous, and very, very, I think, worthy of praise and admiration from a developer. They did something only up to that point I felt like Hellblade 1 did, which was they wove mechanics into the game's lore in a way that I think is both creative but also very courageous, because you could get mental rejection from the players and it would then harm the reception of your game. So like Hellblade lies to you, which is just absolutely brilliant. The genius of Hellblade 1, I can't stand what they did with the second game. It's so disappointing. The genius of Hellblade 1 is that they give you the same sort of experience that Senua is having, in that they lie to you and it creates fear and anxiety. And if you want to talk about layers of brilliance in game design, buddy, that's creative as frick. They do to you what Senua was experiencing. Like, yes, they did this cool stuff with sound design and 3D audio and creating an experience of psychosis. But more than that, they're like, we're going to lie to the player and give them a sense of fear and anxiety, because that is the experience of Senua's life, is that lies come from outside. Like, she has this psychosis of voices that lie to her and foster and grow in her this sense of fear and anxiety. Absolutely brilliant. Like, I don't know if that's ever been talked about enough. Like, what they did with Hellblade 1 was it's worthy of so much praise, that they had the creativity and the foresight to do that. Not since Hellblade 1 have I seen a game do this. Like with Returnal, within the lore of the game, they create this terrifying reality where Celine can't be free of this cycle, and the cycle is connected to all these things. It could be connected to guilt, it could be connected to grief, it could be connected to shame, it could be connected to all these things that she's experienced. Umbrella term would be, I guess, trauma, some type of trauma. Whether it's guilt or grief or a cocktail of both, they like to come together, and it can be debilitating, and it can be enslaving. And the fact that they decided, like, we're going to create a rogue where the character in the game is aware of that reality, that she's dying and coming back. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The recordings that you find, the writings that the writing in Returnal and the voice acting, I'm telling you, it doesn't get enough praise. It really, really doesn't. As an artistic exercise, there's so much about that game that I think is absolutely brilliant. It's stunning that they had the foresight to think that, we're going to have her finding recordings, and it's versions of her that she doesn't recognize. Paranoid versions, angry versions, wrathful versions, despondent versions of her. So yeah, I think that what my favorite song is from any game, I answered Ori and then Returnal. Those are two of the games that I think have achieved levels of greatness with music that I'll never forget. Never. So, I don't know if Saros is going to be able to achieve some of this. He's aware of the cycle as well. We know that from the first trailer. He understands he's coming back stronger. I wonder if it's going to be technologically driven. Like, he seemingly knows and is able to harness the ability to die and come back, similarly to like the Tom Cruise movie, using that information to his advantage. That wasn't technological. That was like a sci-fi thing, right? The DNA of the aliens, whatever, got mixed with theirs. In this, it seems like he's aware and perhaps even part of the initiation of it. Like, they know that they can do this. They know they're trying to beat this eclipse or whatever's happening on the planet. So, Alexander Smith with 36 months. Hellblade 1 was so impressive with its psychosis that I just couldn't play it. I started to have legitimate mental health flashbacks. Thank you so much for the gifted. Yeah, you got to be careful with a game like that. Minority Report? No, not Minority Report. It was the one about the war. Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow is the one I was thinking of. He's aware that he's dying and coming back. Nobody else is. Well, there is a character that is, and that's who he ends up working with. So, yeah, it's Groundhog's Day. That's right. Yeah, Bill Murray did it first. Bill Murray did it first. So yeah, that's my favorite. Those are some of my favorite songs. Question from Perfect Image. Bungie has 800, maybe needs 100 to 200 more members for uniformity. Hang on, you have another question here. This question doesn't make much sense. 20 top whip Bungie up to shape, but they have to have Sony principles. I don't think you're solving a problem here by rounding out the employment number. Like, that's not typically how organizations like this operate. Well, if we could really turn things around if we rounded out our number to 1,000, that's not solving a problem. You're almost satisfying a data sheet at that point, which doesn't necessarily fix any issues. The main issues that need to be solved at Bungie is leadership. And then once you do that, you've got to solve the PR problem. It's not a matter of like, Bungie's PR problems are so far reaching. It's not just about like, oh, nobody's going to want to play their games. Nobody is going to want to work at Bungie. Like, I can't imagine looking at headlines and developments and things that have been going on. Excuse me. I can't imagine looking at all that and being like, yeah, I'd love to go work there. That sounds like a great time. I think they've got a PR problem that extends beyond what consumers think. You're not going to be able to get talent at the studio if you don't fix this. You can clean up you can fund Destiny 3, you can cancel Marathon. I mean, you can do any number of things. It ain't going to really matter if you can't adjust leadership and get better direction and vision and then get talent on board. Talent inside the company and outside the company needs to be on board. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I don't think you can get people to build a great game if you can't do those things. So, Frank Last said, I thank you for your 12-month Member Plus renewal. Hey, Lono, I enjoy the morning shows. Great content for sure. Did I thank Frank for his renewal? I can't remember. I'm excited for Kojima's next game, Fizzant, which could have Robert Pattinson in the game and maybe even Keanu Reeves. I think one of the best things that have come out of Death Stranding 1 and 2 is that Kojima's going to get a lot of big names that want to be involved in his stuff. I think actors, not all of them, but I think a lot of actors will look at something like Death Stranding 2 and they'll say, "Oh, I'd love to be a part of something like that." It's another thing to put on their resume. It's another piece of the art. It's another thing for them to experience. So I think Death Stranding 1 and 2 will likely, open up more and more actors thinking about like, oh, I'd love to be in a Kojima game. So that I think could be a a good development. Because I liked Death Stranding 1 more than 2, but I did really like Death Stranding 2 and where he went with some things. I thought it was a little bit too see-through, but apparently that was on purpose. He's already had meetings with Robert Pattinson and Keanu Reeves. Yeah, OD is his next project, the one that I believe Xbox is publishing that one. Or they've secured some type of a deal, like an exclusivity deal or something. Yeah. Oh, I believe OD is next, and then after that, Fizzin. I think Fizzin's like years away. I don't think that one will be that. I feel like that's probably going to be like a next gen game. You know what I mean? Like that feels like that might end up being like a PS6 game. You're missing out on Death Stranding 2. Oh, you're missing out on Pete Kojima. I thought Death Stranding 2 was technically magnificent. Graphics, the use of the music. There was so much about it that I thought was so well done. Content loop was well evolved. It was well evolved. I thought they did a really good job with that. I thought the story was unfortunately just a little bit too see-through for my taste. It was like every major development I kind of saw, I basically saw coming. Beyond that, I think the other major dilemma was he burned a lot of the really cool scenes on presentations. Like that kind of frustrated me. It was like he took some of the cooler moments and like I knew they were coming. Like there's a moment where like your character's in trouble and something happens to help you, and it's like I knew it was coming because I'd already seen it. Now if you haven't seen it, I'm staying generic for your sake. But it was like the scene had no punch because I knew it was coming. I'd already seen it. I was like, yeah, I know what's going to happen. So, like, I think he got a little too excited and overindulgent, because I think he does. I think he gets really excited about his stuff, which is totally fine. But I think because he gets really excited about his stuff, he can get a little overindulgent and be like, well, I want to show you guys basically, everything I've got. I think Death Stranding 1 and 2 are Pete Kojima and 2 of the best games ever made. I absolutely loved everything about those games. There's nobody out there like Kojima. Yeah, I mean, Death Stranding 1 really, really sold me and pulled me in. My issues with Death Stranding 2 was it was just a little too see-through. So, what do you think of... Who is this person? Hang on a second. Let's see. Okay, well, your account's not brand new, but it's the first time you've ever spoken in here. It seems like you're trying to stoke fires. What do you think of anti-PlayStation Pro Xbox channels switching and covering PlayStation Now? I don't really have an opinion other than that's sort of what happens in this environment. If you're covering brand A and you're sort of against brand B, and if brand A pivots in a way that makes it difficult for you to be narrow and niche and you need to broaden your coverage, I think that's totally normal. I'm not interested in casting judgment on others' content. I've always just asked and encouraged people to be honest in their coverage and to be factual and to not mislead the public. You know, a lot of my frustration over the years didn't come from brand allegiance. It came from an allegiance to the truth. And a lot of what happened over the years in the coverage of these situations, it felt like people were being intentional in obfuscating, hiding things, slanting things, you know, whatever. Doesn't seem disingenuous. Well, I mean, in order for it to be disingenuous would be like when positions change. My question is, why did their position change? So my position on things change all the time. It's based off of research and information. And I can give you an example with ray tracing. I was always critical of ray tracing, and I thought it was a gimmick and a resource hog, and I hated that it kept showing up in video games. Somebody educated me, sent me down a rabbit trail of research, and I changed my tune about ray tracing and said, this is going to be a significant component of development going forward in games going forward, and it's actually very important as a feature. It's not a gimmick and a resource hog. It is an excellent tool for visual lift of games, making them look better and more realistic, and it's also a very good tool for developers to utilize when making their game. Narwaffle with 41 months, thank you, welcome back. So I change my positions all of the time in light of new information. If a position changes in a way that feels opportunistic and not genuine, it's like forced, then I think you can use that word. I always have a difficult time doing that because I can't see a person's heart. I can't see their motivations. But there have been some of like the anti-woke channels that have been caught in this snafu where they went from praising certain games and certain things to now attacking those things. They've never once talked about information that changed their mind, research that changed their mind. Seemingly they had videos start performing well and they're just chasing that. They're like, well, now I'm going to hate on all of these things. I mean, there was a clip circulating recently of a guy defending The Last of Us Part 2 and dismissing criticisms and acting like it was a great game, and is now very much critical of games like that, and wouldn't be caught dead defending a game like that, right? So I think then you can say, well, this seems inconsistent, this seems disingenuous. I'm not out here policing YouTube and saying, well, this person covered this brand for X number of years and now they're trying to pivot, or now they're saying this or they're saying that. And that's disingenuous, right? I think I would just rather have conversations about games and what's exciting about games than worry about brand allegiances and slants and biases. And it's like, I don't know. Like I would much rather see people just start to focus on those things instead of like purity testing somebody. Thank you, Stone Spire. He's trying to bait a 20 bomb to 425. We are at 405. Whoever hits the next milestone, I owe your platform a member. Thank you so much, Stone Spire. So yeah, I'm just not interested in that. Like, you know, if people are going and changing their views on things, you know, I think that's acceptable if it's done through like research and facts. If it feels opportunistic, I'm not going to be critical of that. I certainly would draw attention to it. Like I retweeted something that I thought really showed one of these guys to be, you know, inconsistent. And I also think some of these guys have shown themselves to be not trustworthy. Like there's been a pattern of dishonesty and misleading people. In particular, I'm talking about the folks who are very much like anti-woke. They've run a lot of videos and narratives that are literal just fabrications, and I take great offense to that. I don't think misleading the public is acceptable. Willful misleading of the public is just not acceptable at all. But I just don't feel like playing policeman of YouTube, you know. It just doesn't interest me. Cancel culture was rife back then. It was judge, jury, and executioner even before adequate reasoning was done. It was accusations and immediate cancellation, no questions asked. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Deadeye Survivor. Are you behind on the live stream? You were not wrong about ray tracing. It was a resource hog at the start and it being used. Yeah, no, for sure. When it first showed up, Evidence, I think it was fair to be critical of the execution of ray tracing. Right? You're still against ray tracing at the moment? I don't know if you can be against ray tracing now. As long as it's implemented in a way where you can opt out, I think that's fine. And Silent Spartan steals it with a 20 bomb. Man, oh man, YouTube running away with it today. Thank you so much, Silent Spartan. 425. I owe you guys a member over here on YouTube. A banner week. You guys are so ahead of the curve. I don't even know. This might be one of those weeks where I'm like making up incentives at the end of the week to I like to give back when you guys go crazy like this. I like to do extra segments and stuff. There's the one that I owe. Thank you, Silent Spartan. Will you support Colin Moriarty's newest game, Saint Slayer, a 2D Castlevania-inspired game? Demo dropped on Steam. I'm happy to support stuff that Colin does. I like Colin. I like their podcast. I applaud his willingness to engage with people that I think are bad faith actors and dishonest. I applaud his willingness to do that. I'm not willing to do that. I don't think that's. I think there are times where it's a worthy endeavor and there are times where it's not a worthy endeavor. And I think the time that he did it, it worked and was good and worth his time. But I think there's a point where you stop, and that's why I never want to even start, engaging with those folks. I just, mute them and move on. The guy that he interacted with, put me in one of his videos and, completely misrepresented me. And basically it was very dishonest. And I didn't respond. I didn't even, talk about it. I had a bunch of people coming to my comments and I knew. I was like, oh, somebody put me in their video because I've got people coming to my comments saying that I've said things I never said. And it's like, that's the React meta. If you're a YouTuber and you suddenly get a bunch of comments and it's people saying things about you and your positions that aren't accurate, dollars to donuts, a bad faith person has reacted to your content and misframed you. That's just you can bet on it if you suddenly get those comments on your channel. It can be a bit tiresome to constantly feel like you're saying, I never said that, I didn't say that, that's not what I meant. But, willfully dishonest people are legion on the internet. They're everywhere. So, yeah, I like Colin Moriarty, and I would gladly support his game, their podcast, their efforts. I like what he and the boys at Sacred Symbols are doing, So, yeah, that's not surprising, MTO. People like that tend to eventually get seen for what they are. What's Colin saying to Jez? Jez says gaming isn't fun anymore. Gaming isn't fun anymore. This is a good exchange here. I can already tell. Jez says, bro, branch out and try something new. There's so much good stuff out there if you look beyond the mega publishers. Colin says, the more loudly people complain about the contemporary game space, the more readily it becomes obvious they don't actually like or play games. We are essentially in a perpetual golden age with insurmountable backlogs that suggest games should cease being made altogether. I mean, I really, really agree that the backlog just won't stop at this point. I love that phrase too, like a perpetual golden age. There's so many games I do not have time for. If I stopped streaming for the next month and just dedicated every day to playing through my backlog, I would still struggle to get ahead. I would still struggle to do it all. It would be very, very difficult. So, it's such a good time to be a gamer. The fact that I can sit down and play an hour of Ball Pit and then play Lego Party with my wife, or Borderlands, with my wife. And then we were also playing through Donkey Kong, and we didn't even finish it because, again, the co-op veneer faded, but we had a lot of fun with it. Right now, my wife and I are like basically in a holding pattern. There's all these co-op games we're like waiting to play, like Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. I'm even talking to Madam about playing Arc Raiders with her off stream. It was just fun to play that with her. I don't know what folks are doing if they're like, nothing's fun right now, no games are good. I'm like, I don't know what you're playing. I just don't. I rolled credits on Yote. Before that, I was playing Death Stranding 2 and First Berserker Kazan. Before that, I was working through my backlog. I played through like Space Marine 2. I played that co-op with my wife. We loved it. I finished Kena Bridge of Spirits, Plague Tale Requiem, Knight's Tale. What is it? Knight's Tale? No. What's it called? Tales of Iron 1 and 2. Did you finish Borderlands? We're like 60-something% through. We haven't had a good evening to play lately. We'll get to the end of the day and we're both kind of tired and there's not a lot of time. So I think we might play some more tonight. I want to finish the story with her. Completing the open world just became annoying. We didn't like it. We loved it in the beginning, and then it just became a nuisance. I don't think they designed the open world well beyond the opening area. They did a good job with the opening area, and then after that, I think their open world design falls apart. I think Gearbox got in a little... I think they got in over their head. Because they did a really good job in that first area, and then after that, it just kind of falls off. It just kind of falls off the rails. It becomes unenjoyable. Like, their activities are not conducive to it. So, Joe Max says, anybody giving out memberships? Homie, people have already been really, really generous with their gifting. You might get one. There's 80s already happened today. I myself have gifted some. How much of this golden age of gaming is cause of 2020 that snowballed and continues to snowball? I don't necessarily think that's the only cause, Haseo. It is a cause, but I don't think it's the only one. I think that we'll continue to benefit from dev cycles. There's so many games, so many studios. I also think that the tools are getting a little bit better. So like your AA's and your indies are showing up to play because the tools and the engines and stuff are getting better. They're getting more accessible. So I think 2020 and the snowball effect certainly played a role this year, and next. But I don't think that's going to run out of gas. I think we're just going to continue to see good games come out. Zero connections with 21 months. Probably should have watched the stream intro. Do you think the state of play will be exclusively third party? No. I think there's some potential first party being there. Or at the very least, first party publishing efforts will be there. Whether it's, Astrobot. Wait, is Asobi's a first party studio, isn't it? Do they own that studio or they just publish with them? I actually can't remember. They own them, don't they? They're first party. Yeah, Team Asobi might be there with Astrobot, with the push into China Hero. Their publishing efforts with Phantom Blade Zero might be there. So, yeah. The tools have finally arrived. Lono confirmed. Shut up. Yeah, you guys don't ever need to prop me up against other creators. You don't need to take shots at MBG or anybody. I really don't have beef with anybody. I try my best not to have beef. I am really trying to not even get into that nonsense anymore. I know people will do that. They're going to put, it's just a constant on the internet. They're going to put you in your content. They're going to be uncharitable and they're going to, do bad faith and they're going to make fun of you. And it's I don't care. I don't like that content. I don't really respect it. I don't think it's good, but I'm just not going to respond to it and I'm not going to, just not going to do that. They need way more fast travel in Borderlands 4. Nobody wants to run for 5 minutes to get a 30-second boss fight. Yeah, I did feel like the fast travel in Borderlands 4, it's frustrating for the wrong reasons. Yo, Smooth Jazz with 30 months. We don't need to trash other creators. Just watch who you like and shut up about the rest. Yeah, agreed. We don't need to be out here, trashing other creators. I think that the fast travel in Borderlands, I'll tell you what the problem is. They make it a pain point, and I don't get that. Does that make sense? Like, let me give you an example. And this, I think, comes from experience in open world design. So Ghost of Yotei, you would go to a section, and as long as you got to that place, point of interest, town, whatever, you could then fast travel to it later. Right? In Borderlands, you're like, oh, I've got to go to that specific location and then do a thing. If I don't do the thing, then I can't fast travel there. But it's not consistent. There are locations in Borderlands 4, you go and you do the thing, but then you can't fast travel to the location. Do you see? It's it's weird. It's why wouldn't you just make it to hey, you got to this spot. This is a fast travel spot. Congratulations. You can now come here later if you would like. Do you get what I'm saying? You can come back here if you'd like. You can just fast travel here. Yeah, I feel like my spidey sense is tingling on this guy. I think you're just here to cause trouble. I don't think that guy was here in good faith. Thank you. Already thanks, Smooth Jazz. My only gripe with Yotei is climbing the mountains. I liked how they let you get down from the mountain. They created a mechanic to get down. I thought that was really good. I thought that was pretty good. But this is the point with open world. I don't think open world games need friction in if I got here, just let me come back here. Does that make sense? To me, I feel like it's a simple equation. Maybe I'm oversimplifying it. Feel free to disagree and argue against what I'm saying. But I don't get why you would put friction in your open world, especially in a game like Borderlands. I got to this place. Just let me come back here later if I need to. I don't want to drive all the way here again. You see what I'm saying? To me, they have the same thing in Tsushima. What are you talking about? What thing did they have in Tsushima? I feel like Borderlands 4 put friction in the open world. It doesn't serve the game. It doesn't serve the content loop. It's pointless. It's there's only particular areas you can fast travel to. And in order to do that, you need to be able to, find a data pad and climb up and go into a room and press a button. And I'm like, my question is why? What are you achieving by making the player do that? What are you achieving? It doesn't make any sense to me. That, I honestly think that's one of the things with Borderlands open world that has frustrated me. It's you've created all this friction and tension. The fast travel down the mountain from shrines. I feel like I'm dreaming here. That's not in Tsushima. That's not a thing. There's a whole new thing in Yotei. You go up. It's a particular. It's like somebody chopped down a tree and it's got yellow ropes around it, and you hit it and it does a cutscene, and then you're at the base of the mountain. That was not in Tsushima. Now they might have one of those ones where you can throw your thing at it and rappel down. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Did they add that later? I never did that in Tsushima, ever. I never climbed to the top of the mountain and triggered a cutscene where then I was at the bottom. It is. I did every square inch of that game. I never remember doing that ever. I'm not talking about the one where you like throw the thing at it and you manually rappel down. It wasn't an animation. You just had to start to walk down. By the first Torii gate, you could press a button to go down. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the thing in Yote where you're so high up that you would go up to the yellow stump and it would trigger a cutscene and like fast travel you to the bottom. They have a quick travel for shrines that puts you at the bottom. I never did that in Tsushima. I didn't know you could do that. It wasn't a stump. You're telling me you would walk and it would like ask you if you wanted to go to the bottom? I think I would literally just fast travel out of there. I would be like, I'm not going to climb back down. I think I always just fast traveled. It's not a cutscene, it's a fade to black. In Tsushima, it was for the shrines. You go back to the bottom by pressing R2. I never did that. I never did that in Tsushima. I didn't even know that you could. I was thinking of the tree stump. I thought if the tree stump is in Tsushima, they added that later because that was not in the game when I played it. You couldn't like go up to a tree stump and like hit a button and then like throw out your thing and then it like fast traveled you to the bottom. The Torii gate by the shrine. I never did it. I did not know you could go up to a gate and hit R2 and go to the bottom. I would always just fast travel to a place nearby. Or sometimes you could just find one of those spots and just like rappel down and get close enough, and then you had the perk where like you could hit the ground and roll. I would just do that. I would just kind of like find the place where I could like jump down and take the least amount of pain. That sounds added. I don't remember that either. Did they add that with the director's cut? Are you telling me that was in the vanilla version? Because I wonder if maybe that's why. It's basically the same thing. In Yote, it's used to load different zones at times. Yeah, sometimes you're going in and out of a zone. That's true. Like especially when you go up the mountain, that's like its own place. Yeah, for sure. Did they add that in the director's cut? Let's see. Tsushima Shrine Fast Travel added director's cut. I can't find a good answer here. What's the best way to support you? Somewhat new and just wondering, is it memberships or something else? The absolute best way to support is to sub, hit like, and be here as often as possible. Like, that's the lifeblood of what I do, is like an audience that shows up daily, okay? If you're talking about monetarily supporting me, the best is like a member plus, because you're in the bucket of people that is the most important to what I do from a monetary perspective, is the folks paying for their own membership. We have a disproportionate amount of people on Gifted, and we're always trying to kind of like, the one bucket just needs to be fuller for what I do. That's just kind of the business principle of a small full-time channel, a small full-time live streaming channel. So, but if you can't support monetarily, the best thing to do is you sub, you hit like, you show up every day. That's it. You don't even have to chat. Chatting helps too, but like liking, lurking, those are the two things. If you're liking and lurking every day, I can't ask for more, because I know everybody's busy. I know sometimes it's not in the books to support somebody. That is the absolute best way to support a live streamer. Like, That's what I think. That's what we lost the most this year, is we lost that momentum of like people tuning in because we drove people off with YouTube and how it was treating members' content. We drove a lot of new folks off because they didn't understand what was going on. YouTube was trying to help us by pushing our members' content in front of people that couldn't watch it, and it just irritated people. It took us it's taken us months to like rebalance the ship. We just constantly were losing new subscribers because they didn't understand what was happening. We didn't know it was happening either. So that's why that daily tuning in is so pivotal, because of stuff like that. When that happens, you know, that's why I tell people don't rely on the homepage on YouTube, because it's very unreliable. Your sub page is more reliable. I'll always be there if I'm streaming or I've uploaded something. They're just going to give it to you. That's like, hey, you subscribe to this guy, here's his content. And my Discord, you won't miss shows because I ping the Discord whenever I go live. If you're reliant on like opening up the YouTube app and seeing me, or opening up youtube.com and just seeing me, sometimes it's going to be great and you'll see me 5 days in a row. Sometimes you'll go 2 weeks and not see me in that funnel. You've got to come and find me. That's why we try to tell people, don't rely on that. It's very unreliable. The homepage is driven by the platform trends and your behavior, and that stuff changes every other day. So I can disappear from your homepage, and neither of us have done anything wrong, but the data is thinking that that's what you want. What are you guys debating? I see you guys debating Jin Sakai. Imagine the money they would have made if Sucker Punch did Ghost of Tsushima 2 instead. So, can you think you can make a compelling argument that they would have sold more than 3.3 million copies in a month if they would have done Tsushima 2 instead of Yote? Like, how many more copies do you think? Like, I'm in agreement as somebody who played the snot out of Tsushima and the DLC. I think Jin's story was done. So doing a Ghost of Tsushima 2 wouldn't have made sense if you're not going to continue with Jin, and it would have been really, really hard to make a compelling value offer for staying on the same island. Like, if you call it Ghost of Tsushima 2, it's either Jin Sakai, that's why you're calling it Ghost of Tsushima 2, since that's his moniker, or he's passed on the moniker to somebody else, like the Dread Pirate Roberts, okay? If you know, you know. You know, he's passed on the moniker of the Ghost of Tsushima, which I think would cheapen the first story if it just becomes some moniker that he passes on. I would not have liked that, personally. It's great that he sort of vanishes and becomes a myth. They treat that very well in Yote. So it's either him or the moniker gets passed on. If the moniker gets passed on, why is he passing on the moniker of Ghost of Tsushima if they're not staying on the island of Tsushima? So if they stay on the island of Tsushima, you're going to have that question of like, well, why are we here again? How do you reinvigorate a game here again in the same location? So you either have him as the Ghost of Tsushima go somewhere else and continue being the Ghost and continue being Ghost of Tsushima, which I thought would have been a mistreatment of the character. I think his character was adequately treated in the first game. Story comes to a complete and very satisfying end. Second, if you're passing on the moniker of Ghost of Tsushima and doing another character who's not on Tsushima, with all due respect, that sounds stupid. It's Ghost of Tsushima 2. Where are we? Some other place. Is it Jin? No. Why is it called Ghost of Tsushima 2 then? Do you see what I'm saying? It creates an incoherence within the product. It's like, it's not Jin, and we're not on Tsushima. Why the frick is it called Ghost of Tsushima 2? You know what I'm saying? I think when I've looked at this from every angle that I could look at it, I think that they made the right call. Undeniably. It's like, it's successful. It's been highly praised technically. It's been highly praised critically. And it's got great commercial success. It's checking a lot of boxes for you to be like, well, I really think they'd have made more money if they'd called it Tsushima 2. And again, done what with it, though? I don't know what you would have done with it. Because again, you're either continuing with Jin that many people think would have been a bad idea because his story comes to such a satisfying conclusion. And if you're not continuing with Jin, are you staying on the island? I don't think that's compelling. If you leave the island, then it's like, why in the world is this called Ghost of Tsushima? I feel like that's the absolute best case I could make in disagreement with your position. And you've gone kind of quiet, so I'm not sure if you were wanting a genuine exchange or not. Mr. Gaming, what's up? Are you talking to me? Am I Mr. Gaming? What's the membership goal for? Oh, so if you're new here, you've never been here. When we hit 500 members on a given week, and renewals count, as long as you're at like a Member Plus or a VIP, or you're doing the thing on Twitch with Primes and stuff, those all add to the same bucket. We hit 500, I do a Friday night stream with my wife. We either have her reacting to gaming news or playing a game with me. We're going to be doing Arc Raiders again this week. People seem to really like it last week. My wife and I played Arc Raiders together, and it was awesome. State of Play timer's right next to me. Then there are stretch goals beyond that. We don't stream on Saturdays and Sundays, but if you guys go crazy, I have opened up and done like community game nights on Saturday with y'all, and we do like Jackbox or something. Or in this case, we would do some Arc Raiders with you guys. So that's what the goals are for. There's always a stretch goal. Like if you hit 500, then if you hit 750, we'll do something else. If you hit 1,000, we'll do something else. Like I try to give back when folks support to that degree. Now, many have been disingenuous and misrepresent this and call it e-begging or something like, oh, he'll only do stuff if you give him money. No. There are uploads consistently hitting the channel. There's a live show every single day that I do. I'm constantly gifting members, which gives you access to my Discord. It gives you access to morning coffee. That gives you access to the green room. You get access to all this extra content, and a lot of the times I'm the one, or other members here are paying for that. So this is not something where I'm like, I'm not going to stream if you don't give me money. No, it's like, here is the main offer Monday through Friday. I'll go over and above that when you guys bring that level of support, because I think that that's fair. I think that that's a good value add to say, man, when you guys go nuts, I want to give back. So really, really disingenuous and dishonest people have consistently misrepresented what we do here, and that's just kind of par for the course. We do not foster something here where I'm like, I'm going to shut the stream down if I don't get money. Now, some days I'll say, hey guys, we're done. We're going to go to green room unless you guys want to extend the stream, and people have fun extending the stream. It's like a mini subathon where when people are subbing, it extends the timer. That again is not me doing this thing where like, I'm not going to stream if you're not supporting. That's not what we do here. Yeah, I've seen clips circulating of a creator who gets a lot of criticism and a bad rap for that. We absolutely do not do that here. Monday through Friday from 9 in the morning until noon or 1 sometimes, you're getting content either for free because it's a free public stream, or you're getting gifted into it. You get gifted into morning coffee, or you get gifted into our Discord. So I'm constantly giving back and gifting and trying to do extra segments for the people that support me, because that's how I've always operated as a creator. So from what I've seen, you definitely give a lot of value for what you do in terms of your own time. That's the posture I've always tried to maintain, is that, listen, if you give me $6 a month, I'm going to give you more content than you can possibly consume in a given week. Many people that support me for the $6 a month for Member Plus, they're watching a lot of the content as a backlog. They can't keep up with it all. It's like a lot of people that criticize me and how I run my business, they create a fraction of the content that I create. They're not live as often as I am. They're not interacting with their communities as often as I am. I think my interaction and my value offer to the people that support me is unmatched. I don't think there's a person on any of these platforms that gives to the folks that support the way that I do. I don't think anybody comes close. You give me $6 a month, and I'm going to give you a ridiculous amount of content and value. More than I've been told that I give too much. And that's my view of it. I'm always going to give more than is probably expected, so that you feel like you're on the better end of the deal. You know, you can subscribe to Netflix, you can subscribe to Disney Plus, there's a host of places that you can spend your time and money. I want you to feel like when you come here, you're getting an absolute steal of value. That's what I want you to feel like, you know? You could spend 10 or 20 bucks on, you know, Netflix, Peacock, Disney, all these places. You give me $6 and I'm going to give you so much stuff that you're like, man, he gives me way more than I want you to feel like you're getting a bargain. That's how I've always approached it. Now, back in the day when I only covered Destiny, we didn't have to do goals. We didn't have to do incentives. It's part of our culture now because we kind of had to transplant to YouTube, and YouTube's just a very different animal. So, you know, it is part of it in a way that it'd be nice if this didn't have to be such a focus. I will say that. But it's where we are. It's sort of where we landed as a community. You know. If the member plus and above number was, you know, double where it is now, this would get a much significantly less focus because I wouldn't feel like, oh man, we have to have incentives and I have to do extra streams. Like I wouldn't feel that pressure. That's just the nature of doing full-time live streaming is you have to live off of direct support from viewers because ad revenue is not. It just doesn't. Ad revenue in the live environment's terrible. It is terrible. It's not, that's why we try to minimize it as much as we can. Lona, you're right. My argument, I guess, is what did Yote hurt the Sucker Punch's handling of the Ghost franchise? That sentence doesn't make any sense. You got to try again. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I've been charged for this month's membership, but I'm not getting the prompt to celebrate. Did YouTube change where it is on the app? Pimptastical, hit the $, and it should give you the option to celebrate. It should give you the option to celebrate when you hit the $. So. Yeah, if you're asking when the state of play is, maybe you might have missed my answer. I mean, there's a timer right next to me. I'm not going to tell you every time you ask. I'm going to refer to the timer. I don't know where you live, so that right there tells you. You could be in Japan, or you could be a block away from me. This is going to tell you when it is, because I don't know what time it is where you are. If you stay strong enough, you'll get a cult robe. A cult, like a cult robe. Yes. What if we can't read time? If you can't read time, I think you have bigger problems than figuring out when the state of play is. That's where you normally do it, but it's not there? Huh. Are you, Pimp, where are you watching? Are you watching on like a browser or an app or something? It's been like that for me for a few months. My celebration hasn't shown up for a few days after. Alex just did one. 3.5 years is crazy. Thank you for 38 months. Let me bump the line. Wait, hang on a second. Are you saying that it makes you wait, Scotty B, and then you can? Or are you saying it's not letting you do it at all? The billing cycle and the celebrations are off on YouTube, says Rygen. How long is this waiting room going to be? Right here. Look right here. All the information you need is right here. You're on a phone. Stone Spire's going to bump this. I know what he's doing. He is a menace. Stone Spire wants a 20 bomb dunker. If you're going to do one, get ready because he's going to do 2 more signals. He's going to bump this to 430. He wants that 450. Stone Spire wants this to hit. He wants us to hit the goal 2 days in. And Hellfire's going to accidentally mess it up. 37 months from Hellfire, he says, frick. No, he hasn't messed it up as Stone Spire stops. And then another one comes in from Stone Spire and gets us to 430. I vote that we blow people's minds and we start using an analog clock. Yes. Yes. Top reply says, when I'm on YouTube, I have to wait a few days after being charged. Huh. Scotty B says, I can. It has been like a week or so after I renew. No, you didn't ruin it, Hellfire. As long as Stone Spire stops, it's a tee-up. Yeah, the 20 tee-up is ready. Yep, Stone Spire stopped. All right, we'll see who takes the glory. I should be able to celebrate now, but I can't yet. So it sounds like maybe you just have to wait. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of a... Maybe they made some kind of a change. I don't know. Are big games going to be announced or more of an indie thing? I think it's going to be a mixed bag. I think some of the bigger games are going to be games that we're less familiar with, though. Sorry, my previous comment was sloppy. Did Sucker Punch hurt the Ghost franchise with Yote? No. But I will say this. This might sound surprising coming from me. Dirge is trying to summon a farty bomb. That's hilarious, Dirge. This might sound surprising. I actually don't want them to make another Ghost game. For a while. I actually don't. My biggest concern is that the next game would feel very formulaic and maybe even somewhat forced. And I think they should do something new next. If they do another Ghost game, I think they should wait. I don't know. I got to the end of Yote and I thought, that was so awesome. Don't do another one next. I think they should wait. I think they should do something else next. And if they want to come back and round it out as a trilogy, they can. But given that they've kind of turned it into a franchise, I'm like, there's no impetus for them to just do another Ghost game right now. They could wait. What's a while? 10 years? Yeah, just do something else next. And then do a Ghost game. The next one they could do during the middle of the PS6 gen. See, that's Pathalon is thinking along the lines that I'm thinking. They could do a late gen PlayStation 6 Ghost game and make it just for the PlayStation 6 and blow our frickin' minds. I don't know if they could do that right now. If they just immediately start working on a Ghost game and it's a cross-gen PlayStation 5, PlayStation 6 game, I think it would be good, but I don't think it would be... I think they would struggle to make it excellent. I think it would feel like... It would run the risk of feeling formulaic and maybe kind of forced. Because I can't think of where they would go. I can't think of where they would go. It's like they did such a good job with Yote. I'm like, you guys made it really hard on yourself to make a third game. I'm going to be real with y'all. Like, they made it really hard. Because the next game would be, okay, 4 weapons. Those are the stances. Some new range weapons, and then some skill trees and an open world, and new threats or something. New character, new threats. I disagree. Formulaic is just a definition for the franchise that it's a part of, like Assassin's Creed or COD, for example. Ghost 3 needs to happen. PS5 needs games. I want you to read what you wrote, and I want you to really think about what you just said. Formulaic is just a definition for the franchise that it's a part of, like Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty. Is that what you want for Tsushima and Yote? You want the third game to feel like a franchise? I don't want that. Like, you just listed 2 of the games that are commonly cited as like that's the complaint, is it's just following a formula. I don't want that for Ghost. Like, I would be happy if they never make another Ghost game. I think they did such a great job. Like, don't force it. Don't force it. Unless you guys are confident, you got a vision, you got an idea, you got some kind of a divergence that you can do, and you're like, we can nail this in the third game. Okay, go for it. I worry that they won't be able to do that. I think it'd be very, very difficult. I'm saying it's pertaining to the franchise's gameplay style. I'm struggling to understand your point now. You're going to have to try to rephrase. They could keep the Ghost franchise, but don't set it in Japan. Go for a different country or culture. This is why I got stuck in thinking about what they could do, old school gamer. If they diverge from katana-based, like sword-based, I don't know. I would really, really worry that you would lose too much in the identity. It would be like, let's do a Gears of War game without guns. You'd be like, huh? Like, doing a Ghost game where, like, the base level feel and vibe is not Japanese, katana-based. I'm like, dude, you're going to lose too much. It wouldn't, I don't know. It would be like, huh, what's happening? You know, yeah, in this game, your main melee weapon is an axe. Oh, frick, that's God of War. Your main melee weapon is a Morning Star. Like, I don't know. I think it would be very, very difficult. I think they have to stay within Japanese setting. I think they have to start with a katana. If you don't do that, I think you lose too much. I think the vibe and the feel would get lost in that. Personally, this is the one place I feel like they could go. I think you would have to go to a samurai. Like a samurai who stays a samurai. But then the struggle would be, why is he a ghost? And I'm not sure I've thought that way. I've thought that far ahead. But the best way to do a divergence in the formula would be that you are a samurai. And your fighting abilities, your strengths, you know, your use of the sword would have to be the focal point. They'd have to do something with stances, like really evolve stances from the first game. But the minute you do that, the concern would be, well, how is he a ghost? Because if he follows the way of the samurai, you can't have him forsake the way of the samurai. You can't. That's going to be the same story as the first game. You can't do that. People like those formulaic games for a reason. Assassin's Creed should have ended a few games ago, but still doesn't stop. Formulaic isn't necessarily a bad thing. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing. I'm saying I don't want that for the Ghost franchise. That's not. I'm saying I don't want that. I don't want it to turn into like a formulaic thing where, like, yep, here's the third one and it's predictable. Inverted, it's a criminal becoming a samurai. Maybe a ghost who becomes a samurai. He could be a Ronin. Thank you, V-Game Veteran, with 29 months. Yeah, you run into a lot of Ronin in Yotei. I mean, you could certainly spawn off from that. And, like, the stories of Jin and the stories of Atsu could inspire a Ronin to be pretty dadgum awesome. Like, ruthless and, you know, I don't know. What if they went back to Tsushima and you played through as a Mongol hunting Jin? No, that wouldn't work. No, I don't think anybody would want to do that. Like, who wants to go back and be the villain in the first game? The Mongols were... And what are you going to do? Canonically change the story? Like, you win? I don't know. A samurai that was dishonored and thrown out? The only way I could see you doing it is if you really wanted to inject the samurai back into it and have that sense of skill and prowess and honor, but you'd have to have somebody basically being like trained by a samurai that then you're free from the way of the samurai. You can still kill like a ghost. Predator with a $5 super chat. Without spoilers, do you like how they integrated Jin in Yote? I loved it. I mean, that is a spoiler, but we are pretty far from the release of the game. I mean, we're more than a month out. Without spoilers, I will say I thought it was one of the coolest things in the game. As an enormous fan of Tsushima and having just done a deep dive into that story, it was wonderful. I loved every minute of it. The most significant thing was, I'm trying not to spoil, the most significant thing was when you were going through a location and like looking at items. I'll just say that. There was a particular item that blew my dadgum mind that what they did with that was so stinking cool. Was so stinking cool. Like, so yeah, I'll just say that. Having done the deep dive into Tsushima, some of the items had stronger, you know, like I felt more potent because I was like, oh, I just did this. I just walked through this story again for that video. So, I don't want to say anything more than that, though. I want people to go. I mean, I think people by now know there are references to Jin. There are references to things from Tsushima. But I don't want to say anything more. I want you to experience it and be like, holy crap, I can't. This is cool that they did this. Maybe The Last Samurai during the time where they're getting rid of katanas. Yeah, you could certainly do that where, like, the samurai get destroyed or the way of the samurai is easily forsaken because he would say, listen, the samurai are finished. I must become something else entirely. And then he becomes a ghost. Like, that could certainly be freaking awesome. And then that would justify more modern weaponry. Like, if you want to give him ranged weapons like Atsu was using, but maybe even slightly better, you know, that could be cool. Yeah. Medieval times could be a nice point to move on to, but the Japanese aesthetic is far too marketable these days. It's not even about marketable. It's like the identity. The identity. You would lose so much. What were your thoughts on the Infamous Easter eggs? I didn't play Infamous, so I didn't pick up on them. Isn't that Rise of the Ronin? I'll be honest with you. I don't really remember the story in Rise of the Ronin. I loved it for its combat, and I loved my friends and my various like allegiances and alliances that I formed. Was that literally them getting rid of the samurai in Rise of the Ronin? I honestly don't remember that story element. Oh, the weapons? The weapons in Rise of the Ronin were like the centerpiece. You could invest in so many different play styles. The only thing I remember about Ronin was that effing horse animation. It was bad. That horse animation was bad. It was bad, boys. Introduction to the West and guns. Yeah, I mean that's a historical thing. Like if you're going to a time and place where that's happening, like I don't think you could be like, oh, this is just like Rise of the Ronin. Like I think you could differentiate significantly from that. So, you think the builds in Ghost of Yote will get better when the multiplayer drops? No, the multiplayer is not going to have any bearing on builds in the single player game because they're completely separate entities. Can we talk about some Yote spoilers for a sec? Cover your ears. We got a couple of questions here. I don't want to go into Yote spoilers. What are your thoughts on Sony saying PS5's in the middle of its life cycle? When do you think the PS6 will come? I'm personally fine with the extended life cycle. Well, I mean, everything in me wanted to shout, I told you so, but we need to be careful not to read too much into what was stated. So my instinct was to say, I told you so. Like, I kept telling people, I was like, this gen's going to be longer. They're going to extend this gen. If you think the PlayStation 6 is coming out in 2027, I think that's too fast. I've been saying that for a while, to try to prepare people. But we don't want to read too much into what was said, because it again, we're getting translations, and that we don't want to get lost in translation. So it did seem, though, like she was saying, Lin Tao was saying, that the life cycle of the consoles are lasting longer, and like reference how the PS4 is still very active today. I don't know if when she says that and then says like, yeah, we're in like the middle, is she saying support and the life cycle and the consumer behavior is going to last longer? Or is she literally saying, yeah, PS6 is going to take longer to come out? I feel like it's kind of both. I feel like I feel like it's not intended to be, but it's sort of double meaning. It's like, yeah, I think the PlayStation 6 is like 2028, 2029. I think it's longer. And I also think what she's saying is true as well, that like they're looking at player behavior and they're looking at like, oh yeah, we don't need to end support. And also there's not impetus to push to the next console, as fast. A console's life cycle doesn't end when a new console drops. Right. If she was speaking to support, I still think it adds credence to my prediction. If you're going to support the PS5 for a longer period of time, I think that weakens the impetus to push out the PlayStation 6 as soon as possible. And I'm going to reference GTA 6 again. I did this morning. GTA 6 is going to come out late 2026. Okay? That means the following year, PlayStation gets to enjoy an increase in demand for the PlayStation 5 de facto. Like, by default, their PlayStation 5 is more in demand on those stubborn PS4 owners that are just happy to live in Warzone, okay? So the following year, which is 2027, okay, November and December are really great months for selling, but like if I'm PlayStation, I'm thinking, brother, 2027 is going to be really good for our market saturation of the PS5 because of Grand Theft Auto 6. You're going to have a bunch of people who were really slow to get off PS4. They suddenly have a very strong motivation to get off of the PS4. You might even, finally, in that year, have Call of Duty only be next gen. Now, track with me here. I would not be surprised at all if Call of Duty next year takes one more ride on the merry-go-round of the PS4. Why? It's a really, really great way to offset their diminished sales because of the GTA 6, situation. You're going to have a lot of people that are hesitant to buy. They don't want to upgrade. Consoles are expensive. It's easy to stay comfortable. It's easy to stay where you are. That'd be a great way to offset their diminished sales because of GTA to still be on old gen. Because PS4 at that point is still going to have a lot of active users and a lot of people that are going to be willing to buy a Call of Duty. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Call of Duty takes one more ride on the old gen merry-go-round next year because of GTA 6. They know they're going to get diminished sales because of GTA 6. It's undeniable that GTA will eat some of Call of Duty's sales and market share next year. It just will. It's so big, and there's lots of overlap between the communities. They'll take one more ride. What that means is that I would think then 2027 is when Call of Duty finally says we are only available on the PS5. Now, if you're PlayStation and that happens, I cannot imagine walking out in 2027 and marketing the PlayStation 6 and talking about, yeah, PlayStation 6 this holiday. What the frick? That sounds crazy to me. You would ride that year and be like, this is great. 2 games that we didn't make are helping us sell our hardware. And who knows? By then, maybe they can lower production costs and start making better money per sales of the hardware. I mean, who knows by then what their production costs are going to look like, what the tariffs are going to look like. But you got 2 games that you didn't make that could potentially, in 2027, be driving demand for the PS5. It sounds nuts to me that they would walk out and say, yeah, let's start marketing the PlayStation 6. I'm telling you, I think all of that points to a late 2028 release is when I think the PlayStation 6 shows up. That's what I think. I think they don't want to say a word about a new console next year and the year after. They don't want to say a freaking word. Why? Because of GTA 6. It has to be factoring in their decision making. It has to be. We got a countdown on screen, Hernandez, of when the state of play is. It just has to. There are so many people still on PS4. Because here's the real dilemma. What you would be doing is you'd be going to people on the PS4 and trying to sell them a PlayStation 6. And I think you're back to square one. That's hard. It's like, because we know PlayStation 6 is likely going to be, it ain't going to be cheap. It's going to be like a $600 device. So it ain't going to be $450. It ain't going to be $500. It's going to be $600. The PlayStation handheld's coming out for PS6 surely 1 year before. Yeah, I think the PlayStation handheld, this is what I think is going to happen. I think there's going to be a better version of the PlayStation Portal that comes out, potentially with an OLED. It will still be a cloud remote play device. So I think that's next year. I think the actual PlayStation handheld comes out the following year in 2027. I think it'll be a genuine handheld that plays games natively in their low power mode that developers are right now experimenting with. And then I think 2028, late 2028 is when the PlayStation 6 comes out. What if PlayStation 6 is the only console to play GTA 6 at 60? Again, you have to think about it from this perspective, because I think that's a fair question. But consider this. Let's add this to the discussion. Okay, they've done a lot of discussion and highlighting of their MAUs, their monthly active users. I have it on very good authority that internally they circulated this. Monthly active users reached 119 million in September, up 2% year over year, and total playtime also increased by 1%. PlayStation Plus revenue increased, driven by higher adoption of the premium tier. Okay? So, MAUs, they've shifted in focus to that. So, they're looking at the 50-something million people chilling on PS4, and in their mind, that's great that they're a monthly active user. But what's going to happen is you're going to see a diminished amount of activity, revenue, and playtime from those people because they're going to have less and less to play. So you want them to adopt into your new hardware. You want all those PS4 guys on the PS5, not because you're trying to make money on the console itself. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. It's not like, yeah, we need those 50 million, PlayStation 4 users to buy PlayStation 5s because we make money off the hardware. No. The hardware is a catalyst into the user behavior that leads to revenue from purchases and buying stuff. That's basically what they're looking for. So that, I think, is something that you don't want to disrupt. If all next year you are able, especially if we know if the GTA release date, if the GTA 6 release dates become, if it becomes more concrete as the year goes on, if we get to the summer and they're doubling down on the release date, then buckle the frick up. It's coming. If we get to the summer and Rockstar's like, nope, November's locked in, once you get within that 6-month period, ain't no way they're delaying again. Once we get there, you're going to see PlayStation probably really push the floor, the pedal to the floor to be like, get a PS5, bundles, sales, who knows? They're going to use that as a way of like, we got to create movement on that audience. Get people off the PS4. They're going to be more likely to play and spend money if you get them on the new console, which it's not new anymore at that point, but the PS5, it's new to the PS4 users. I just really, really, really don't think you're going to disrupt that and walk into 2027 and have to start marketing a new console. They can spend all of 2027 just, again, by pure default of how the industry has gone. They're just going to get people buying PlayStations because of GTA. They just are. They're just going to, oh yeah, that's the place to play. Now, yes, you got the Xbox PC hybrid, potentially in the mix. But I don't think it's going to be a disruption at all when you can go to the store and buy, a PlayStation for $450. I don't think anything for $1,200 or $1,500 is going to cause any disruption there. If they're still losing money on the PS5 console, in my opinion, you totally build and push out the PS6 ASAP when the technology is ready. What are the next Xbox early 2027 and is the only place to play GTA 6 at 60? Number one, I don't think that's the timeline. Number two, I don't think the focal point of the new Xbox is going to be that. Number three, I'd be concerned about GTA on that device if it's a PC. If that's basically a PC, you might want to be careful in your presumption about it. I've seen a lot of presumption about that device in GTA. I'd just be very careful with that. From everything we've heard, it's a PC. If it doesn't have a dev kit and it's Windows, I don't know. Game's been in development for a really long time. It stands to reason that right now there is not a version of GTA 6 being built for Windows. That's coming later. A PC version's coming later. We know that. Now, I've speculated that Strauss-Zelnick made it clear it's going to come to PC faster than in years past because they know how big that audience is. I've said maybe 6 months. So if they have a version being built right now for Series X, PS5, PS5 Pro, Series S, are you confident that version's going to run on this PC? Because if it's going to run on the PC, why wouldn't it run on other PCs at the time? Have you running the Series X version boosted? Game boost? Why? Why are you confident the version's going to run as an executable in what is being described as a Windows machine? From everything we've heard, all signs point to this device being a Windows machine, Paul. Think about what you're saying. Like, if the game is playable on this, why wouldn't it be playable on PC day one? Why? I don't understand. If it can run on this device, that's going to be a Windows device. If that's the case, you have a game that can run on a PC. Why would that would mean it's very likely to be day and date then on PC? I don't know. This gets really, really complicated, Paul, because if you think about the timeline here, GTA 6 was targeting fall of this year, then May of next year, now November of next year. None of that has that new hardware in its purview, brother. None of it. It's basically able to load a console environment virtual machine. So, okay, so you think it would be playable through the backwards compatibility, essentially. You would basically be buying the Series X version of the game and then play it through back compat. And you're confident in the performance? I don't know. It's just very interesting to think about. Because this hardware was not in the equation until very recently. It's not even, we don't even know if it's in development right now. We know it's been greenlit, but we don't even know if it's in development. So how could Rockstar have anything built around it? Like how? Like, this hardware wasn't even a conception a year or two ago. It saved some emails and some potential projects that they were considering as a company. So there's Microsoft was considering this, right? Pathalon with a $5 super chat says 2026 leaks of the PS6 are everywhere. 2027 they start making the PS6 for a 2028 release, maybe 2029 if they want to milk the PS5. Yeah, I think I 100% think they're motivated to stagger. Game Boost, the devs don't do any work. Okay, let's just say for the sake of the discussion, whatever this is can play it and play it better. I do not think that impacts PlayStation's strategy at all. Not one iota. Because they know, think about the target we've been talking about. They're trying to get these people off of a PS4. So I want you to imagine a consumer that is still on a PS4 in 2026. Number one, you think they're going to hold out and not buy a PS5 to play GTA 6 at launch. Like, let's say GTA 6 hits its release date in November. They're just going to buy a PS5. They're just going to do it. I want to play. I'm just going to go from my PS4 to a PS5. The idea that, like, PS4 users in 2026 are going to be like, I'm going to wait and buy a $1,200 Xbox PC hybrid. So they're going to switch ecosystems. They're going to spend 3 times the amount of money for better performance in a game, and they've been hanging out on a PS4 all this time? I don't think so. You're describing a customer that doesn't exist. They've been living on PS4 all the way into 2026, and instead of buying something for, $450 so they can play GTA 6 day one, they're going to wait and spend 2 to 3 times that amount of money, and they've been living on a PS4 this entire time. I just don't think that consumer exists. They're just gonna double down on their existing ecosystem. It's where their friends are. It's where their games are. It's where they've been playing. Likely, a lot of the people that are hanging out on PS4 still today, they're just playing Warzone or Fortnite or something. Like they're not probably buying a lot of games because now a lot of the games are coming out and they can't even get them. So they're likely living in something like Warzone. If that's the case, then I don't think they would prioritize. But the Xbox hybrid that's coming later next year, I'm going to wait and buy that because it's going to be more performant. I don't think so. Like, not at all. Not in great numbers. No way. I think the average PS4 user that's holding out has been waiting for Call of Duty to force them to do it or GTA 6 to motivate them to do it. I think the vast majority of people who are still booting up a PS4 would never consider a $1,200 to $1,500 Xbox PC hybrid. I don't think it's even in their purview. They've been waiting to buy the next PlayStation when Call of Duty forces them or when GTA 6 motivates them. That's what they've been waiting for. I would guess, based on the user reports and things we saw from the one thing with PlayStation. So if the Xbox PC hybrid is the best place to play GTA 6, I think that'll be compelling to a subset of the market. I think that's compelling to a subset of the market. It's compelling to folks that like PC but don't want to wait. It's compelling to people that like console and they want a solution for PC in the living room. Everybody else ain't going to care. Hardcore PC boys will wait, and PlayStation owners will be happy to play it on the PlayStation. Series X owners will be happy to play it on the Series X. Everybody else will just wait. No, I'm sorry, not wait. Everybody else is just going to be like, no, that's fine. The subset of the gaming audience that will be like, oh, that $1,500 PC hybrid gets better performance in GTA 6. I'm going to buy and play there. I think that's a very small slice of the market because your PC boys are not going to do that. They're just going to wait. You ain't dumping high amounts of money and tweaking and tinkering into a PC to buy a hybrid that you can't do that with, because I highly doubt this hybrid's going to let you pop it open and swap your GPU and stuff in the future. Highly doubtful that they're going to let you do that. So to me, I don't think that's a compelling offer to most of the consumer base that's out there. How will be the best place to play GTA 6? It's not going to be to 5090 as a PC. Well, it'll be the best place to play a PC AOZ because GTA 6 won't be on PC at launch unless plans have significantly changed. So until it's on PC, the Xbox PC hybrid is potentially going to be the best place to play the game because it will be the strongest device in the market able to play GTA 6. So. The 590 is not even selling. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay much attention to that stuff. How much time is left on this? Oh, the timer ended before reaching the goal. Hang on, let me reset the super chat goal so you guys get credit. I didn't realize that it stopped. I will gift a member. I wish I didn't have to put a timer on it. Just like when you guys hit it, I'll do it. This guy just said, we can talk this gen, but you would lose Pony. You don't have a single exclusive? Really? Demon Souls Remake's not an exclusive. Gran Turismo 7's not an exclusive. Ghost of Yote's not an exclusive. Death Stranding 2's not an exclusive. Astrobot's not an exclusive. Wait, I'm sorry. Do those not... Let me guess. Those don't count? Are you going to explain to us why those don't count? Those are some exclusives right there. Demon Souls Remake, Gran Turismo 7, Yote, Death Stranding 2, Astrobot. I know you're going to say, well, you know, Yote and Death Stranding will eventually come to PC. Sure. No, Returnal's on PC now. If you list anything that has gone to PC, folks like this will tell you that's no longer an exclusive. Now, I would hazard a guess folks like this claimed Starfield was an exclusive, even though it landed on PC day and date. But now they will say that's not an exclusive because they're really inconsistent in their argumentation. Pony Watch PS5 Pro versus 5090. You can't be serious with that tablet graphics. So you think the PS5 Pro has tablet graphics? Okay. We're obviously dealing with someone who is a very, very intelligent person. So I hope you all can hang with someone with an IQ of this degree. So PlayStation has no exclusives. We list the exclusives, and instead of admitting that what you said isn't true, now you're saying that the PS5 Pro has tablet graphics. Okay, got it. You tell your friends and your mom that you won. I want you to. I feel bad. Like, you go ahead and tell them you won. Be like, I went into this stream and I won. I really showed them. Because I feel bad. At this point. You tell them you won. You give the iPhone back to mom and you say, I did it. I won. I won the argument. Tell him you bested those ponies. Oh, wow. Excellent question. Strong. What's wrong with tablet graphics? I don't even know what they mean by tablet graphics. I mean, apparently I don't know. They think the Pro has tablet graphics. I don't know what that means, but sure, it has tablet graphics, you know. PlayStation doesn't have exclusives except for all the ones we listed. Any games that have gone to PC don't count as exclusives, even though Starfield was touted as an exclusive and it hit PC day and date. These games came to PC later, but they're not exclusive. Okay. All right. The argumentation is just dizzying. It's just dizzying. I get the most random friend requests on Discord now. Like, you used to be able to spot the bots because, like, Jiminy Christmas, the account was like a day old. But now they're like old accounts. I want that tablet now. I mean, a tablet that could run games at the Pro. Wow, yeah. Yeah. I think the thing that's always interesting in these discussions, and welcome everybody who just piled in because someone came and tried to bait. What I think is always interesting in the discussions is they're so dishonest. Like, I don't. It's like somebody using an aimbot and being like, "Yeah, I won." Like, where is the enjoyment in cheating in a video game and winning? Also, I think very adjacent behavior. Like, where's the enjoyment in debating, arguing, or whatever, being like, you know, critical of a brand, but you have to lie to do it? Like, I just don't get it. Like, where, like, yeah, I really won that debate by lying and being in bad faith, and I just don't understand. It's not even like, so I was watching Thrash react to Doc, and Doc Dark is like in it for the love of the game. He just likes to do the bits and the jokes, and he likes to trigger folks and do the tweets. Like, that's why I like Doc. Like, there's no malice in it. He's just having fun, right? But the people that do, like what the guy that just came in and did that, like, I just don't understand it. I'm like, I don't understand, like, what it is that you think you're achieving. Like, what's the goal? You're not winning a debate or a discussion. You're just saying things that aren't true in the hopes that, like, I guess, like, you upset people, like, and then they get, you know, frustrated and angry or whatever. I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's like cheating in a video game and being like, yeah, I got a bunch of kills and I won. Him and P-Rocker like that? Yeah. Like, if people are just having a laugh and, you know, sort of lovingly, you know, trolling or whatever, like, I get it. To get a reaction is the goal. I mean, I guess. That's why I'm just kind of like, I don't even give him, like, the reaction anymore. I'm just, like, calmly like, I don't, okay. Like, sure. They're probably trying to trigger you to create a clip. And then they'll be like, that was me. Meanwhile, doing nothing significant. Yeah, I mean, I get it. If you get somebody to take the bait, even if you know what you, and this is something I've noticed, and this is really, really hard to navigate in this space. A lot of the anti-woke grifters, like, somebody did a tweet this morning, like, the one guy created, I don't even know, it was between 20 and 30 videos about how Yote flopped. And, you know, someone's like, yeah, these videos aged like milk. And I'm like, you think that they care about how they've aged? They know their content is sewage and that it doesn't age well. They know that. Like, by design, it's not designed to age well. Because it's not rooted in facts like in integrity and truth. It's literally just spewing refuse on the internet, it gets everybody's attention, and like you make money off of the attention. You're not making money off the value or the integrity. Like from a business perspective, like what they're selling, what they're making money off of, it is quite literally vapor. They're making money off of vapor. It is here and gone, like that. Because you'll never be able to go back and do like a montage of like, well, here's everything I said about this game and it all turned out to be true. You can't do that. You've just got to move on to the next thing. You got to move on to the next cloud of vapor that people care about for however short amount of time they care about it. And then you got to jump to the next thing. It's like those platformers, you know, those Mario games where like the screen is moving forward. And you're like, oh, frick. And you can't fall. Like that's the content funnel that you're in when you do that. Like it's just always moving like this. Next thing, next thing, next thing. Yeah, look at all your videos. You were wrong. Those videos age like milk. They're like, why the frick do I care about that? They're not trying to have anything aged like wine. They're just spewing sewage onto the internet. They don't care. Yeah, what's good, Erica? They got their views and money. They don't care. That's exactly right. 100 bits from Wired Rope. I have a 5090 and a 9800 X3D. Your Xbox is garbage and you are poor. Feel bad. Shut up, Rope. I don't think a lot of them know that. I think a lot of them are so deeply rooted in politics, they think they have the win. It's maybe. I think sometimes it's just simpler than that. I think it's quite literally their new... I think it's their new dopamine hit. Yo, it's good feed. I think it's their new dopamine hit. Like, I think they get a dopamine hit from the green arrows. Obviously, the money's probably not bad. You know, hitting 100,000 subscribers and every video clocking 20 to 50,000 views. That ain't bad, okay? That ain't bad for your ego. That ain't bad for your, you know, your dopamine hit of like, look at that video go and look at those green arrows and look at the money. And they open up Twitter and they see their alerts are at, you know, 72 on notifications. They're like, oh yeah, I did something right. Like, I think a lot of it's just that. It's just like, yeah, I'm getting attention. It's difficult, I think, to break from that cycle because it feels really good to get attention. It feels really good to get that dopamine rush of attention. And I think that's why if you're like, yeah, but this is bad faith, made up, dishonest, this is distorted, they don't care because it's like, but yeah, but it's like the guy stealing money from his mom's purse for drugs. He needs the hit, right? He'll compromise his morals and ethics because he's I gotta get my fix. It's similar, right? It's like I gotta get my fix. I gotta get the dopamine hit of the clicks. I gotta get the dopamine hit of the interaction. So they'll compromise on their ethics and their morals in order to get those things. It's not a great place to be, I don't think. I think it's a very unhealthy cycle. Yeah, I mean, there were some that said that Neo Reaper, but they weren't going to buy the game to begin with. The era of misinformation has led people to think it's okay to lie and that integrity doesn't mean anything. It feels that way. Yeah. Yo, Optimized Nordic, thank you so much for 27 months of memberships, man. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Yeah. And then listen, I'll say it as a creator, it's hard. It's extremely hard not to chase it's hard not to chase results. You know? I think I probably have the ability. I could lean into a handful of things and get a lot of results really quickly, right? Lean into React meta, lean into politics, culture, religion, anti-woke, whatever, all of that. I could lean into that very heavily, do a lot of React, do a lot of, sort of chopping people up verbally, and get a lot of results. But to me, it's not worth it. It's like, well, why would I do that? Why would I compromise on my beliefs and my ethics and my morals just to get a number to go up? You'd be the best at grifting because you're actually a smart person. I think it's tough. I think the problem with like that though is I think once you hit, I don't know. I think it'd be really, really difficult for like I look at like a guy like Colin Moriarty, and I feel like he's really, really intelligent, really smart, really quick on his feet. And you feel like, yeah, what could he do if he grifted, right? Man, he could go crazy if he went full grift mode. But I feel like when you get to where he is, you don't get there without the diligence and the character to get there. Does that make sense? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, to get to where he is, you almost can't get there. Like, if you're willing to compromise on those things, you're probably not going to be at his level of intelligence and observation. Does that make sense? Like, you wouldn't. Because it's like he knows he can rely on his skill set, his background, his intelligence. He's a veteran, right? He's been around for a long time. So he knows he can kind of rely on that for value and success, as opposed to needing to grift. I feel like grifting comes from insecurity. It's like I don't think they feel like they can make it, so they've got to kind of chase the results, do the thing, because they don't have that. They've not gotten to that place where like they're confident in their talent, their gifts, their education. It's like, yeah, I wonder if that's primarily what drives it. It's like there's just like a fear of like, well, I'm not going to stay. There's only one way to be relevant. I've got to kind of chase this thing because I don't have inherent value in what I have to offer. And because I lack that inherent value and voice and, intelligence, competence, whatever, I'm going to rely on these other things. I don't know. Yeah, what's good, Street Shadow? We're not arguing with any trolls in chat. The one guy tried to come in and troll, and we've just kind of started laughing at them, and then they kind of leave because it's like, well, that didn't work. Everybody's just laughing at me and pointing at me. So, Infinity Nerd says, you guys are arguing like little girls, acting like there are 20 consoles on the market when there's only 2. You can literally turn the Switches into handhelds and buy both consoles. I don't know who you're talking to, Infinity Nerd. The Xbox and PS arguing is stupid. I mean, nobody's doing that. Nobody's arguing Xbox and PlayStation. We were arguing potential futures where like the PC hybrid, could offer higher performant results in GTA 6. What could that potentially do to the market and consumer reception? I don't think that's like pitting PlayStation and Xbox and arguing against like one is better than the other. I think those are potential realities that are coming where Xbox has a higher end device in the market, but I think the price point's going to be a factor that really changes the equation. Walking into a market where consoles have been sold as like a value, ease of use, affordable, like these are words you would use for consoles traditionally. Walking into that market with something that's like over $1,000 is just it's going to be an interesting experiment to say the least. So, and I do have 2 more questions here to answer. I'm sorry. We got one here from Christopher Burnett. My predictions for the Game Awards: Expedition 33 will win Game of the Year, Art Direction, and RPG. Death Stranding will win Best Game Direction, Voice Acting, and Soundtrack. I don't think there is a way that Death Stranding gets voice acting and soundtrack, because Expedition 33 is going to be like every nom in voice acting is going to be Expedition 33. You know what I'm saying? I don't think there were any performances in Death Stranding 2 that could potentially get nominated. I mean, Expedition 33, you're going to have, I think every category. I also think soundtrack, Death Stranding 2 soundtrack doesn't come close to Expedition 33's. It's just not even, it's not. I'm telling you, it is going to be, it's just like the year where I told people that they really thought there's no way in heck that Astrobot's going to win. I told people, I said, he's going to really surprise some folks. Little homie's going to show up and people are going to be blown away. And Astrobot cleaned up. And I've been saying the same thing about Expedition 33. Same thing. You are 100% going to just see just sweep it up. Only one that has a chance is probably Troy Baker. That's true. So Troy probably gets one for Higgs in Death Stranding 2. Same as it ever was. He was so good. He was arguably the highest level of talent in Death Stranding's cast of like performance and acting and his voice. He is the highest level of talent in that game. All right. Even the guy who plays Jesus in The Chosen, you know, being the little doll, even he can't compete with Troy Baker, you know. So yeah, Troy will be up there, but I don't think Troy's going to stand a chance. I mean, Expedition 33 is just got such a deep roster. If it's like last year when Donkey Kong Bonanza comes out and beats Expedition 33, you'll know how we all felt. Oh, that isn't going to happen. No. No. And bro, there was nothing at the caliber of Expedition 33 or Yote or Death Stranding 2 last year that lost to Astrobot. Like, come on. Astrobot certainly struck at the right time. Because if Astrobot came out this year, it wouldn't have touched the dadgum podium. I mean, I'll say it. If Astrobot would have come out this year, it wouldn't have even touched the Game of the Year podium. It wouldn't have gotten anywhere near it. This year is crazy. It is crazy. The competition this year is way harder. Astrobot won, and Lil Homie deserved it. But it was a much thinner year. Boys. You got it. No shade to Astrobot, but come on now. This year is crazy. It's bonkers. The quality. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Split Fiction's obviously got a chance because of, It Takes Two. And then you got Death Stranding 2. And then you got Yote. And then you got friggin' Expedition 33. And then you got Hades 2. And then you got Silk Song. And then you got the surprises that are going to come out of nowhere, maybe, like a Blueprints or something. This year is nuts. Astrobot wouldn't have touched the podium last year. It wouldn't have. It would have maybe won like Family Game or something. Like, and even that's going to be tough this year because Mario Kart and Donkey Kong are standing there being like, this is our neighborhood, sucker. Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and Kirby is coming. They're like, this is our neighborhood, sucker. Astrobot, you better watch, because Astrobot came out in a year where Nintendo didn't have any tent poles, and I think that really helped Astrobot win. It did. Big time. Yeah. I know that doesn't really fit the they claim I'm a pony. That doesn't really fit the pony mold, but I'm here to tell you, Astrobot won because the year was thin. It was a much thinner year. It was a great year, don't get me wrong. Last year was awesome, but It was a thinner year, boys. Wukong had difficulty against it. Wukong had difficulty against it. It had performance against it. You know, outlets were potentially swayed by the garbage hit piece written by IGN about it. That whole situation was stupid. But, you know, it would have gotten nominated before Yote. Oh, I don't know about that, Trill. I don't know about that. I think... No, overall score, you're probably right. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm forgetting the score. Astrobot's score was a monster. Its score was a monster. But I think it would have gotten bumped. I think it would have gotten bumped this year. Because it would have been at loggerheads with, like... It potentially would have gotten cannibalized by people who like games like that, because it would have gotten cannibalized in the vote by like Donkey Kong Bonanza and Mario Kart, as well as like it's not in the hemisphere of these games, but I feel like in people's minds it's probably adjacent to like a Hades 2 and a Silk Song. Black Myth was robbed. You won't change my mind. If you're convinced it was robbed, then I can't change your mind, because that's not even a factual. That's not a factual position. That's an emotional position. I will never convince you that it got robbed. It wasn't even in the top 100 games last year as far as score goes. It shouldn't even have gotten nominated. If you believe it got robbed, no one's changing your mind, because you are convinced by something else. An angel visited you in the night, or you're tripping shrooms, or I don't know. Nobody factually looking at patterns and scores and trends would think that Black Myth got robbed. If you look at OpenCritic, it's not even in the top 100 games from that year as far as reception and score goes. Got robbed. Balatro is the real winner. Black Myth stood no chance at winning Game of the Year. It ran like crap. No way it deserved a nom. That's revisionist history. Wait, who's revisionist history? Black Myth 100% should have been Game of the Year. I can't even remember what beat it. No, revisionist history. The irony of saying that that's revisionist history. If you look at the history of games that have been nominated and have won, Black Myth didn't stand a chance. It wasn't even in the top 100 score-wise. It got slammed by Western journalists and therefore got bad reviews. The irony of saying that I'm doing revisionist history, the irony, and then you're saying it got slammed by Western journalists and therefore got bad reviews. Good golly, you're a fish that doesn't know it's wet, brother. You're the one doing revisionist history. One outlet wrote a hit piece. Rebecca Valentine of IGN wrote a hit piece on Black Myth. The vast majority of the review outlets didn't bring up any of that crap. They didn't bring up any of that crap. All they talked about was the performance, the technical issues, and it wasn't that innovative of a game. It launched in terrible state, brother. You want to talk about revisionist history? I think you'll find that they did. I think you'll find that I heavily research positions before I take a stand. And I heavily researched this, my man. Listen to me. You bought into a narrative about that game from creators who overreacted to one dumb hit piece from one person at IGN and bought into this idea that you made it a cultural battleground and people were out to get Black Myth and deny its greatness. And it's like, no, it had a massive amount of performance problems. It did not get tons of critical reception and praise because there wasn't much to it other than a really, really good, combat-based game with great graphical style. I thought it was a Game of the Year contender before I played it. I followed that game for 5 years and told people it was a Game of the Year contender, and then it came out. And I was like, no. It lacked polish. It was fine. It was serviceable. There was no innovation. Come on. Didn't it get like an 86 or something? No, I think on OpenCritic it's like Here's the problem with this theory as well. It's got an 82, okay? That's 100 reviews, by the way. All right, 100 reviews. Now, we are supposed to believe that Black Myth Wukong got torpedoed by an IGN article, and that's why it didn't get good scores, and that's why it didn't win Game of the Year, right? I have an incredibly hard time believing one article from IGN swayed all of these results, all of these reviews that gave it like an 8. A lot of people gave it an 8. A lot of people gave it like a 7.5. Okay, that you think that's because of the IGN article? Like they were tepid to the game, there were performance issues, there were problems at launch. Oh, also there was the thought that it wasn't coming to Xbox because of some secret exclusivity deal. Like, you talk about a game mired in nonsense and conspiracy theories. It was a fine game. It was a good game. Nobody's saying it was a bad game. But if you look at the history of Game Awards, you look at the history of nominations and the patterns, there is absolutely no merit to this idea that game got propagandized out of Game of the Year or something. There was a single hit piece written by IGN, and that hit piece did not sway all those review outlets to like lowball the score for Black Myth. I just don't believe that. I've never seen that before. There have been plenty of games that have that happen. Like, for example, look at Eurogamer and Arc Raiders. Nobody's like taking like one bad review, one stupid stance and being like, yep, well, Arc Raiders is screwed now. It's going to get a bad score and it's not going to get awards. You need a tinfoil hat to see the conspiracies. What's your prediction today? I don't understand what you're asking me about. Prediction about what? Aren't those kind of scores swayed by the really bad scoring systems of some of those outlets, though? Just correct me if I'm wrong. But okay, so Tenor Dude, how do all the other games get good scores then? Like, wasn't IGN France? No, it was Rebecca Valentine. She's also the one who wrote the puff piece about Bungie trying to help them sweep their treatment of misconduct under the rug. Her reporting and her writing is abysmal. It's terrible. Her stuff's awful. Her puff piece for Bungie is a joke. It's embarrassing. Like, the stuff that went on at Bungie, like, as a woman, like, I feel like she should be embarrassed by what she wrote and what she did for Bungie. And then her hit piece on Black Myth was a joke. It was so poorly written. It was so presumptuous and inaccurate. It was terrible. And everybody acted like, yep, Western journalists hate Black Myth, and they turned it into this culture war, and Black Myth suddenly became the champion of, like, the anti-woke. Like, yeah, you know, anybody who said anything about Black Myth that wasn't just showering it with praise was attacked. It became a fight. I remember Forbes also going after Black Myth. I don't remember that. Black Myth won Player's Voice Award, and rightfully so. And if you want to win a popularity contest, go ahead, right? That game's reception within its country of origin was incredible. That doesn't take away from its success. That's wonderful that they made something in that culture, from that culture, and then it was celebrated by that culture. That doesn't take away from it. If you mention that, people will claim all sorts of terrible things about you. I'm here to tell you that doesn't mean it's the game of the year. Like, the voting process for game of the year is not some cultural fight. It wasn't, like, really, like, Astrobot, you think, like, they voted, so, like, Astrobot is what, there was some kind of a conspiracy theory? They did just say it's mainly? I do remember that narrative being pushed. I think people pointed to the sales trends and said, this game is maybe not quite as globally popular as you think it is. If you sell a game and 90% of your game sales are in America, and then you try to claim that your game is a global hit, I'm going to question that claim. I'm going to be like, are you sure it's a global hit? That'd be like trying to claim that like NFL games are a global hit. 90% of the viewership probably happens in America? Like, no. There's nothing wrong with pointing that out. I don't think that's hateful or mean or diminishing of the game's success. But the 10% that weren't in China were still more than Astrobot sold. Do you think that we should determine Game of the Year by sales and just give it to Call of Duty almost every year? Like, is that what we should determine is Game of the Year? Do you think that sales is how we should determine it? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think a lot of the argumentation about Black Myth really missed the forest for the trees because it became a cultural battleground. And it was like, this has nothing to do with what people were making it out to be. Like, a dying breed is in its death rattles, okay? And because it's in its death rattles, you're getting crap like we got yesterday from Eurogamer. You're getting really, really bad hit pieces like the one from IGN on Black Myth. What that doesn't represent is some kind of a culture war against your favorite game. What I think it represents is the death rattles of an industry that won't be here in 10 years. Okay, just that's gone in 10 years. These outlets are gone. Their blogs, their articles, just almost none of these outlets are around in a decade. They're just not. They're burning their relevancy like kindling right now. Like, who's going to come to you and trust you when you write crap like what we read yesterday about Arc Raiders? No. What are you doing? So when I look at those situations, that's what I see. I see a failure of a gaming press to do due diligence and good reporting. They're really bad at it. They're not good. They're not reliable. Many of these outlets have unhealthy relationships with publishers where they can't say what they really want to say. So there's a significant lack of health there. I don't think people were making the correct diagnosis when, like, I can be severely critical of the IGN hit piece on Black Myth. I don't think there was some kind of an agenda against Black Myth, and that's why it didn't win Game of the Year, and it was snubbed. Do you see? Like, I'll go the distance with you. I will eviscerate that article that she wrote because it was bad. Just like the Arc Raiders article yesterday that I shredded up on stream. I was like, this is terrible. Why did you write this? I got no problem doing that. I just don't go all the way down the line with you and think that there's some kind of an agenda and like, yeah, they robbed Black Myth and they were all in on it. I don't think so. I think the people selling you that are selling all kinds of things, and the vast majority of it's not true. The same source for those conspiracy theories are the same people who lied about the ending of Yote. False in one thing, false in everything. I apply that legal Latin jargon pretty consistently here. False in one thing, false in everything. These people are consistently saying things that are false. So they wanted to co-opt this whole thing with Black Myth into a culture war? No. It was somebody riding their cultural hobby horse and grasping at relevancy and taking a swing at one of the biggest games that year. Black Myth was one of the biggest games that year, one of the most successful games that year. It was not the game of the year. It wasn't. It didn't score well enough. It had issues. It had performance issues. It was not this triumph of innovation. It was a very cool game, and I wish it didn't have the performance issues, and I wish it would have ran better on PlayStation because I was in their corner for many years. I'm a huge Wukong fan. I wasn't expecting it to win. What frustrates me about that game is I was in its corner for literally like 5 years. I think I have a video on this channel saying it's a Game of the Year contender, and then it came out and I was like, oh gosh, this has not been designed at an excellent level. This is not a game that would be worthy of that moniker. Yeah. Oh, Hollow Judgment with 40 months in their plans just came in. Did we talk Bungie and Sony yet? Yes, a lot. Don't add this to the total. It was added yesterday. Well, I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you. I hate when a game gets weaponized by the anti-wokers. It's constant, Nick. And the thing that frustrates me is I would probably agree with him on a lot of things. I really would. It's like, yeah, her article was garbage. But we don't need to create some kind of conspiracy theory. Like, there's a war against this game. Like, huh? Like, what the frick? Like, it was a game where you played as a monkey and killed big, scary creatures? Like, I don't think there was an agenda against the game. Like, it was like when they tried to claim there was an agenda against Stellar Blade. Because, like, one outlet complained about the main character, and then they claimed game journalists hate this game. No, they didn't. There was zero consistency in the gaming press making those claims about Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade scored perfectly fine and sold perfectly fine. There was no agenda against Stellar Blade. But one person had like a sentence where they said some stupid stuff about Stellar Blade, and then it becomes game journalists hate Stellar Blade. And it's like, oh, okay. There's an agenda against, you being able to look at booba. Believe me, no one on the internet's trying to keep you away from that. Can we get 300 likes on the video? We're about 2 hours away from the state of play. Thank you guys for tuning in today and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. If Death Stranding had won Game of the Year in 2019, I'd be perfectly fine with the sequel losing this year. What did it lose to in 2019? I can't even remember. The Great Booba Conspiracy. That's what I'm saying. There's an agenda against booba. Somebody let the internet know. Are you going to check out Where Winds Meet? I think so, yes. I'm obviously a little bit concerned about monetization structure in that game. Free to play comes from a publisher that doesn't have a great track record, so I'm a little hesitant. Looks like it, could be good, but I'm always a little skeptical of anything free to play from some of those publishers, right? Like you go, so you got a NetEase piece of property, right? Oh, it lost to Sekiro. Well, Sekiro is the king of melee-based games, so sorry, Death Stranding. Sekiro is a work of art. They saw that the game had some Gunnar-approved female characters, Chapter 4, and since that, they turned it into a poster child for their narrative. I mean, yeah, you just need a little bit of cleavage, and boy, oh boy. I've been saying for a long time, Nick, the best thing that somebody could do is make a game with just copious amounts of that. Like, everybody's, like, hot and scantily clad, but make the narrative woke as frick. And these guys would be like, what do I do? Just absolutely, the meme of the guy sweating and he doesn't know which button to press. It's like, goon or grift? What do I do? I mean, just make it really tough. Really break them. Agenda against booba. Meanwhile, Marvel Rivals. I mean, Marvel Rivals is just like, listen, no matter what, we've got something for you. Do you like cake? And we have a lot of cake. How about thighs? Are you a thigh guy? We have that. I mean, we got it all, boys. Marvel Rivals. Frickin' unbelievable. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. The cosmetics in that game, like, I know my son would want to play it, but I'm like, yeah, I can't let you play that freaking game, dude. I can't have you seeing that. Like, man, there's a lot of booty cheeks in this game. Yes, there is, son. Freaking Marvel rivals. They're like, well, we're already making a lot of money, but if we put Sue Storm out there, you know, we can sell a lot of cake out here. Sekiro's my least favorite From Software game. I like Dark Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Demon Souls better than Sekiro. Like you said, Christopher Burnett, we do not agree on games, because I think Sekiro is king. Sekiro is king. Melee-based games, Sekiro's God. Nobody touches Sekiro. I don't think. People are Neo, Bloodborne. Stop it. Just stop it. Sekiro is king. I get it. And no, there will never be agreement on this because people are going to go to Bloodborne, and people are going to go to like there's a Neo in particular that people I think typically cite. I think Sekiro is king, but you know, actual Sue bathing suit. I mean, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there, boys. You'd put Kazan there with it? I think Kazan and Liza P are in orbit. You know, they're hanging out. They're hanging out in the orbit of Sekiro. Sekiro's a good game, but it's not better than Bloodborne. And if I can't play Bloodborne at 60 FPS, I could never make an assessment here. I could never play a game like that and have it at 30. I just couldn't do it. There's no way. I can't go from First Berserker Kazan and Sekiro and even like Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. You know, Liza P. Yeah, I couldn't. It's like it would feel really, really weird. Liza doesn't touch Kazan. Its perfect block feels fantastic, Trill. I'll just say that. The perfect block in Lies feels fabulous. Kazan felt... Yeah, I feel like Kazan's the whole package. It just is. Like, the art style was awesome. Setting was awesome. Enemy design was awesome. You know, the variety in the weapons is awesome. You know, I also liked being able to lower the difficulty because it literally just made it feel like an action game with a heavy focus on parry instead of like a punishing game. Like, I'm not always in the mood to like fight a boss 17 times. Near the end of Kazan, I would fight the more challenging bosses like 2 or 3 times. Most of the time, bosses that gave me trouble were the ones that would like go up in the air and like circle and spam range. I got a little tired of that. There was at least 2 or 3 bosses near the end where I was like, really? We're doing this again? You're just going to like circle the arena and like they get like a machine gun out almost, like, you know, and all these projectiles are flying at me. I was not a fan of that. But I did like the fights near the end being like, okay, it might take me a couple of tries. Did you end up finishing Yote? Yes. Yep. I loved it. I did not like the final fight. I did not like how they paced it. I did not like Takizo until I changed my outfit. Once I wasn't getting hurt by the snow, that was my favorite fight. Homie up on the top of the mountain. That fight is awesome. As soon as you wear the armor where you can't take damage from the storm. I would get him down to nothing, but then the storm shrunk my health bar. I'd make a single mistake and he'd kill me in one hit. And I'm like, what the frick, man? So I switched my armor and one of my charms, and then the storm couldn't hurt me. I beat him on my 3rd try after I did that. I almost had him on my 1st try, and I just made a dumb mistake. Kazan needs to best action or we riot. Best action game this year. I do think Kazan's lead. Right? There's nothing else. I don't know. What else could take it? I feel like Kazan's lead on that right now in action game. It's so good. Kirby Air Riders. Man, shut. If I have to hear one more of you frickin' people talk about Kirby Air Riders, I'm gonna frickin' blow a dadgum gasket. It's like that day people kept super chatting Tim the Tap Man and saying they saw some guy pulled over. It was wonderful. Now we've got our own. We're like Kirby Air Riders. Like every time we're talking, we're like, a Kirby Air Riders is gonna win that. It's a fantastic game. Wu Chang is good too. Oh, I thought Kazan was superior to Wu Chang. Wu Chang had some real janky crap in the combat that drove me crazy. The inconsistency of a full charged hit on the back of a character. There was at least 2 boss fights where it just didn't behave right. It frustrated the fire out of me. Wu Chang was so inconsistent. It drove me nuts. I would dodge this one character and I'd get behind her, full charge, wham, I'd hit her back and she wouldn't go down. I'm like, what the frick? And then other times I'd do a full charge. I'd like nick her from like the side. I'd hit like her shoulder and it would count it. The hitboxes on some of those bosses drove me nuts. To be honest, they fixed most of the issues I had with Wu Chang. I mean, I was playing a review copy before they had done any of that. And it made me mad. I finally beat the one boss where I was having trouble with that. But then the last couple times I booted it up, the performance issues are still very noticeable. The frame rate's just not good. In the area that I ended up in, it was like there's all these trees and leaves everywhere. It's kind of like fall. And I was like, I don't have the endurance to go the distance with this game right now. The combat started to frustrate me, and the performance was real inconsistent in the open areas. I was like, yeah. You just spread out and they jump across the map and you land a heavy. There was definitely some aggro manipulation you could do in some of the fights, Rope, and then do the heavy because it's so devastating. Yeah. Yeah. The dual swords were OP. I couldn't get the hang of the dual swords. There was a fight where I was using the dual swords. And, what am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? Oh, I see. Okay. We might be in for some good surprises tonight, boys. I'm seeing something that looks genuine about some of the studios that'll be there tonight. I couldn't get the hang of the dual swords, though, Jazster. The thing where and I did not like this in Wu Chang. The thing where you have to swing your sword and intersect with their sword. What was that called? Clash? Need the skill to clash up? I hated that. I couldn't get the hang of it to save my dadgum life. If somebody's like, you need to beat this boss with Clash and we'll give you $1 million, I'd have been like, I can't freaking do it. I couldn't see it. My brain was never like, oh, that's what I need to do. I was like, I would get it. There was a boss where I put the boss down to like no health really quickly, and I was healing off of Clash, and I felt invincible, and then I made some mistakes and died, and I never could replicate it. I'm like, I don't know what I did. I was just spamming. I was just, oh, I'm healing, and they're dying. This is great. And then the very next time, it was like I could not replicate the results. Clash is OP with dual swords because you're constantly attacking. I couldn't replicate it, Jaster. I was like, there was a rhythm to it that didn't. It's like it didn't. I couldn't get into rhythm. I couldn't figure out the rhythm. I was like, I'm doing something wrong, and because I was doing something wrong, it was like I could not figure it out. Couldn't get into gear. It also didn't help that I've been playing the game up to that point with like the one sword. It was just, it just clicked in my brain. I was good at the deflect. I was good at the heavy attack. I was good at like getting behind them and using the heavy attack. You were in flow. There were people, Jaster, I saw footage of people doing that with the dual swords and Clash, and they were healing off of Clash. And because I think Fighting Cowboy was really big on that. He's like, this build is broken. I think he was one of the ones that talked about that. And I think I might have watched his fight. And I'm like, I don't know what the frick you're doing, but you look like Neo in the Matrix. And I feel like that kid that did the lightsaber in his garage. Like, and he's just like swinging like this, you know? And it was embarrassing, you know? Everybody saw the footage. I feel like that kid. And like, Fighting Cowboy looked like Neo. It was just like, and their health bars just draining. I was like, yeah, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm not doing that. I'm doing something else entirely. I was better with the tried and true method of either deflection or getting behind them and doing the devastating hit or whatever it was called. Any tips on Arc Raiders? I've done a handful of matches so far and only successfully extracted a couple of times. That poor peasant is never going to go away. You pretend you're Darth Maul one time and nobody forgets it. Yeah. The thing that I like the most about the clip is that homie's in khakis with the belt and a dress shirt and like dress shoes. Like, little dude got home from church service and was like, it's time. Like, it's time for me to really, really own this lightsaber scene that I've been working on, you know? I think that's the most impressive part about it. You heard that net crack? Oh, yeah. Sorry, that bothers some people. We can't forget the shrine that killed Lono. Man, frick that shrine, dude. Me and that shrine are always going to be enemies. I was typing that post Jesus Darth Maul time. Yeah, like homie got home from church and he was like, Mom, I'm going to be in the garage. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh. Anyway, what were we talking about? I don't even remember anymore. We've been sitting here for 6 hours. We got 2 more left. Oh Lord. Arc Raiders. Sorry, Dylan. Arc Raiders, tips for Arc Raiders. Mom, I'm gonna go ruin my life in the garage. Okay, dear. Oh Lord. Mom, don't come out here. Yeah, exactly. Oh, frick. Okay, so our tips for Arc Raiders. Okay, we have a theory about Arc Raiders. You want to hear it? We're so far down today, not like as far as like we're out of things to talk about on topic for State of Play. We can talk about anything now. It's fine. Wait, I have some questions. Hang on. Let me answer these really, really quickly. Pathalon says, what game do you think they'll use to display the power of the PS6? Like how they use Astro for the PS5? I would imagine it would be a big one. The next Horizon, the next God of War, the next Spider-Man. Those are the ones I would think. Because the timelines line up. Yeah, that would be my guess. Zero Connection says, do you think Witcher 4 tech demo will be indicative of the final product? It's hard to know. I think a lot of those clips got a little bit abused in the reaction meta of YouTube. That was not meant for the general public. That was a tech demo to developers to show off like what Unreal could do. So it wasn't necessarily meant to be like, this is what Witcher's gonna look like, you know? So there. Question command is now cleaned up. All questions will be at the top of the new queue. Okay. So Arc Raiders, we have a theory. And I think it's a pretty good one. I think they are analyzing your behavior in the game, and they are putting you in servers with players of similar behavior. And allow me to walk through my own experience as anecdotal evidence to this, along with lots of other anecdotal evidence that seems to be unearthing a pattern. So allow me to make my case. When I first went into Arc Raiders with the launch version of the game, I negotiated with the first guy. In the first 5 minutes, I get killed, right? We've heard a lot of people say, you know what? I don't like this game. Everybody's just killing. Everybody's just fighting. Everybody's just PvPing. Within 5 minutes, that was my experience. I had a guy shoot at me, and I ducked in and said, chill, homie, chill. You want to work together? He doesn't respond. He pushes closer, and he kills me. I did not shoot back. I didn't shoot back. He came into a room. I could have killed him because he had his back to me, and I didn't shoot him. The very next game, people are like, you're just going to have to shoot on sight, Lono. You're going to have to shoot at people. You're going to shoot back. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that I'm not interested in PvP and just start PvPing. Okay? Very next game, I go up to a guy. I'm like, hey, you want to work together? And the guy's like, yeah, sure. At this time, we didn't know that the voice changer was a thing. So the guy's in his 50s, and he sounds like a kid, and we didn't know that he was using the voice changer. He probably forgot that he turned it on because I remarked about his voice sounding like a kid or a woman, and he didn't even react. I think he forgot that he messed with that setting. In any case, we work with that guy. I then spend the rest of that day going in and not shooting at other players and working with other players. So the amount of bullets that I have shot at other players is very minimal. Very minimal. We've fought with players that fought against us, but I didn't hit a lot of them because I'm trying to negotiate. I think the reason I've been in consistently very friendly lobbies is because of that. I think it's finding other players with similar behavioral patterns. Hey, here's 1,000 players in your region that aren't really shooting at other players, yet we're going to pair you guys up. So it's why I commonly run into people that chill. Or the one guy the one night shot me, and I was like, chill, homie, I'm working on a quest. I'm just on a free kit. He's like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, man. And he dropped bandages on the ground for me. The other night when I was playing with Madam, chill, homie, chill, we're friendly. And he stopped shooting. I'm in the extract, and the guy shoots me, puts me down. And I'm like, yo, chill, bro. We're friendly. And he stopped shooting me. So even in those exchanges, I found people willing to relax. They're like, okay, cool. I don't feel like putting this, shooting this guy. He's in here just chilling and hanging out with his friends or whatever. So the theory gets merit if you start watching streamers. Yeah, I extracted with I had 2 people with me, and we had 8 other people with us. We extracted with 8 people plus us, so it was 11. It was over 10 people extracted at the same time one game. Friendly, not shooting at each other. Now, let me add to my anecdotal evidence. If you watch a lot of these streamers, they're going into lobbies, and man, it is bedlam. It is chaos. Well, what have they been doing? Constantly shooting at other players. Constantly fighting. PvPing their butts off. So my theory is this. They are constantly tracking everything you do, to the point that if you die and they determine that the person was cheating, a day later you can boot up the game and they'll have returned equipment to you. So they know you were killed by player A at X amount of time on this day, and here's your loot back. You can't party up next match, but you can see them in your recent players and send them an invite, Odinero. Go to your social and you'll see recent players and you'll see the people that you extracted with. And just send them an invite. So that's what I think they're doing. I think they're analyzing your behavior, and I think they're trying to put you into lobbies with people that are similar to you. And the reason I think that they're doing that is they are attempting to give you an experience that's conducive to what you're wanting out of the game. They're not what really is achieved by putting me into a match with a bunch of PvP sweaties? What are you going to achieve by doing that? I'm just going to get killed and go back to the lobby. And if you do that multiple times in a row, I'm likely to not play anymore. I'm like, well, this isn't fun. I'm not looking to do that. So that's what I think is going on. So now we have the question, what about the people who are claiming, man, I just get killed every time and I'm uninstalling? I'll tell you what's probably happening. The thing that is measuring player behavior is not sophisticated enough to deduce aggressor. And because it cannot deduce aggressor, all it knows is that you're shooting at other players. So if you go in and someone starts shooting at you, and your instinct is to immediately shoot back instead of saying, "Yo, chill, I'm friendly," or "I'm on a free kit," or "I'm just working on a quest." Like, if you don't even try to do that and you just start shooting back, all the game knows is you were shooting at another player. It's not. I don't think it's sophisticated enough to know, well, that guy was the aggressor and you just defended yourself. It doesn't know that. It just knows that you put damage on another player. I have put almost no damage on other players. I've done a lot of proximity chat. It also probably has some sort of a measurement of like, wow, this guy's in proximity with other players a lot, and they're not shooting at each other. So clearly something's going on. This guy's either using, they can probably see that you're initiating prox chat. They can probably see that you're initiating prox chat, you're not shooting at each other, or, wow, this guy got shot multiple times and then didn't die and didn't shoot back and was using prox chat. Gee, I wonder what he's doing, right? I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're analyzing that player behavior, and the people that are getting pissed, then they're like, oh, just always get PvP'd. They're probably shooting back. They're losing because they're new and don't have a lot of stuff. And the game's not sophisticated enough to know, well, this person's not the aggressor. All it knows is you're shooting at players. And so it's putting you with other players that are shooting players. I wouldn't be surprised at all if you ran an experiment right now as a new player, turn prox chat on, make it push to talk so you're not constantly talking by mistake. Put it on push to talk. Do not shoot at other players. Let them kill you if you have to. That's fine. If you play 1 or 2 games like that, you don't shoot other players, you're trying to talk, you're trying to use prox chat, I would bet you money that your third game and beyond, it's a lot more friendly. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. The game deduces and says, oh, not shooting other players, using prox chat, being killed by other players, not shooting back. This player belongs in, more PvE trending lobbies. Now, the question was posed yesterday when we were talking about this. Why would they not just let you check a box that says, I prefer PvE over PvP? Well, that comes with a whole host of problems. People could abuse it and say they prefer PvE, and then they go in and kill everybody anyway. Number 2, it doesn't really line up with the organic, dynamic, emergent nature of the game. If you feel like you're getting out of the game what you put in, I'm doing friendly vibes, I'm doing PvE, I'm doing the whole help people work together thing, and I feel like the game is reciprocating that to me, that feels organic and authentic and real, not me just picking a PvE lobby. A PvE lobby would take all of this and kill it. It wouldn't feel as good. The reason that it feels so good is because it could still go bad. People could still trick me, betray me, kill me. They could have their mic turned off. They could not give a single frick. They don't care if I'm on a free kit. They're just wanting to kill people. So that's my theory. And you could test my theory. Spend a day loading in. Just pick free kit so you're not losing anything. Load in. Don't shoot any players. Talk to them. Try to negotiate. And see if after a couple of games it changes your experience. Can't hurt. Can't hurt to try. It cannot hurt to try. It could certainly lend itself to hang on a second. Save that for later. So, let's see here. Okay. I thought maybe my application died. I think we're just super late in the day. Follow this advice so I can murder you. If I'm correct, I don't think you'll end up in my lobbies. I did do that and it didn't change anything. I went in with 0 loadout and only picked up things, and I still get with aggressive people. Okay, hang on though, assumed parasite. If it's data driven, how many games did you spend shooting other players? How many players have you downed? How many players have you put damage on? It's data driven. If you haven't given it, if I'm correct, let's just say I'm correct for the sake of the discussion. I don't know if I am, it's just a theory. But let's say I'm correct. If you haven't given enough data to offset when you have been aggressive or you have shot at players or killed players, it doesn't have the data to determine your preferences yet. At that point, just make free for all or team deathmatch if they want PvP. If it's pattern recognition, it needs a pattern. That's a more concise way of saying it, yes. That's exactly right. Like, if you want it to chill, then you got to show it that you're chilling. Since the last time I got ganked about 5 days ago, I haven't had to fight anyone off since. I blocked the guy who ganked me, and I chose the lowest score for when they surveyed me about the PvP experience. That's the other thing you need to do as well. You got to help feed the pattern. If you have a couple of games in a row where you don't shoot back and you're using prox chat and somebody kills you and they give you the survey, give it the frowny face. Be like, I didn't like that. And I think they might say, oh, okay, let's try to help this player stay in the game. Because anytime I've extracted with other players and they give me the survey, I'm like, that was awesome. The time that I died to players and they gave me the survey, I gave it a frowny face. I was like, I didn't like that. There's something to be said for that. Listen, whether they are going to come out and admit it or not, whether they're going to speak blatantly about this or not, or frankly, that doesn't matter. Here's the deal. They have a vested interest in you continuing to play. And if they've got the data to back up giving you a very, very subtle but curated experience, well, I'm here to tell you, I think they'll do it. They have a vested interest in you staying in the game. They have a vested interest in it. You're about 7 hours in the Astro Playroom. It's a fun little game. It's not an Astro. It's not Astrobot. Astrobot is like, it's everything. It's why I want to go back into Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 with my wife. Like, we have so many co-op games that we would like to. So many co-op games that we would like to play. Like a ton. This is really nostalgic. Like, IGN posted an article that says Sony says Bungie hasn't brought in as much money as they thought it would. I remember I was at this event. I was literally there. This is the Destiny 2 preview event in California, in LA. That is such a long time ago. That's a nostalgic picture. Oh, did somebody beat us to the punch with theory? Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for like how much machine learning they implemented with the AI. Like, if they're learning your behavior and they're basically figuring out what to give you. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're using it too for the bots. Like, Creature found some videos that a guy did that's about like how the game is learning your behavior. The other day, I was playing, and a bot came into the building, followed me through the building, and then came outside. It was like a big hangar, right? So it lowered, came through, followed. And I was like, I don't remember any of this, like the first couple of days I played. I don't remember the bots being like this. I wonder if you literally have like a profile, and as soon as the bot sees you, it's like profile of what this guy's going to do. Like, and the bot knows I need to follow. He's going to go into buildings. He's going to go through doors. He's going to double back. I'm telling you, it was eerie. I had a bot the other day reacting to me in ways and following me. I'm like, okay, this is terrifying because this thing is smart. I'm not able to manipulate it like I am most other games where you just kind of know, break line of sight. It's like the bot knew what I was going to do before I did it. It was I don't know. Yo, Ray. Yeah, I got a gifted membership to your channel as well. I have not been able to stop by, but I saw that you ordered I'm sorry, not that I saw that you ordered the coffee. You did it that day when I was streaming. I saw that we printed the label and we shipped it, and I was like, yo, I hope he liked it. Which one did you try? You don't think it's that deep? Oh, I do. I think it is that deep. I think the bots are adapting to your behavior. Maybe not me specifically. Maybe there's enough human behavior up to this point that the bots just know what to do in certain instances because they know, oh, typically this building, this environment, this is where the player goes. I'm telling you, I don't think I've ever played against AI like this before. I've been playing games since games were games, like since the Coleco, and I've never played AI like this. It's like it anticipates my moves. Oh, you tried the Frickmas blend. Yeah, right now, the Frickmas and the light roast, we're trying to move through the inventory because we're going to strip everything down and just sell the dark roast. So right now, you guys can get the Frickmas and the light roast for $10.95 a bag. You can't get coffee at the store at that price. Like, that's a great, great deal right now. You can help us move through the inventory. It's good coffee. Yeah, the quality of the coffee and the flavor and the value we're charging about half of what you would pay from anybody else for coffee like this. Like, it's not, this is also not white label. Like, I think some people have said that it's like repackaged coffee. That is not true. We had specific flavor matching done at a company, and we also had samples sent of different flavors that they could do. This is a company that roasts it to our liking and to our request, and then bags it and ships it to us. So people that are, once again, just obsessed with pushing lies about the stuff that we do here, I don't get that at all. This is not like white label repackaged coffee. It's not. Ray says I'm not a paid plant. No, he's not a paid plant. He's another creator that rated me a while ago. And guys, if you are watching on Twitch, let me see if I can do this. I think we have a command to do shout out. Doesn't that do it? Or is it? I did this last time. Is it shout out? There it is. That makes him clickable in the chat. I wish it was white label. It'd be cheaper. For real, it would be a way, way less expensive endeavor for us if it was just white label. Like, it actually is a lot of capital for us to order it. That's why we're stripping it down to one flavor. It just has become too much. And you guys can benefit from that. Like, it supports me. It supports the business. My wife and kiddos bag it and ship it to you. Like, there's boxes of it in my house. So, we just stripping it down to one label is just the right call right now. So you guys can benefit from that. You can get coffee for cheaper than almost anywhere else right now, as long as you're in like US and Canada. We can't ship outside US. It's just too expensive. You end up spending $50 or $60 in shipping for like a bag or two of coffee. It's like you're giving way more money to the postal service, and you're not even getting that much coffee for it. It's not. I just don't think it's worth it. Could we get 14 more likes? We got an hour and a half until this state of play. In an hour, I am going to, in an hour, when do I want to schedule that? I need to schedule that. Let me set an alarm so I don't forget, because we get to talking and I don't look at the clock. Alarm. Let's schedule that at 3:40. The Noti will go out at 4. We'll go live at 4:30. We'll chill for half an hour, and then we'll watch the state of play together. Hey from Sweden. Hello to Sweden. Shipped it to my in-laws in Vermont. Yeah, listen, the holidays are coming up. You're going to be visiting family for Thanksgiving. You're going to be getting stocking stuffers for people. $10.95 for a high-quality bag of coffee with tear and reseal bags. I mean, not a bad gift. Not a bad thing to put in the office or, you know, take to a family get-together or something like that. $10.95 is not bad at all. And it is. You're helping us, and you're getting something good in return. Speaking of which, I need a quick break. I've been sitting here for another. It's been 3 hours since my last break. I need another break. Okay, I will be right back. Thank you guys so much. Okay. But the house is, it's that time of the year where the house is so cold. It's so cold. Oh. My office gets like nice and toasty, and the rest of the house is not. It is not. I'm also done with winter. Got out of the shower this morning. It was cold. Decided I'm done with winter. How's the new furnace? Oh, it's been great. Yeah. We never really had trouble keeping the house warm, but I am interested. I want to check my gas and electric bills from like last year and just see how much lower it is, because it's a way more effective furnace. Like, our furnace was 20 years old, and the blower, like, whenever he installed this one, we needed the air conditioning. It was hot. It was like an 88 degree day or 85 degree day or whatever. So as soon as he went and hit the breaker and it kicked on, as soon as I heard the blower, I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so much better. Because like the old furnace unit, it was like quiet, and this one was like, I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna pump. And regardless of where you are in the house now, like, it's really strong out of the vent. You'd go all the way to the kitchen, which is like the furthest from the furnace. You'd put your hand in front of the vent, you couldn't even feel anything. Now you're like a foot away from it and you can feel it blasting out. In Sacramento, we're still in the 70s, which is nice, but I want winter. Ugh. I don't like it. I used to like it as a kid. I did. I grew up in northeastern Ohio. Lake effect snow, snow forts, snow fights, snowmen. Now I'm like, frick this. No. How old was the one you replaced? 20 years old. Yeah. It basically wasn't safe to run anymore. Like, when we had it checked, the guy was like, you have cracks in your heat exchange. You have to sign this paper that you've been properly informed that this is now not safe to run in the winter. And I was like, frick. So, pro tip, Australian houses suck in the winter next to zero insulation. I call it camping indoors. Annoying. Yeah, that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. At least you don't have a morning commute. This is true, but we do have a garage and a remote start vehicle, so I could really minimize some of that pain. You know? The garage is especially helpful, like when the snow starts coming down and the ice and all of that. That's why a lot of us old guys move to Heaven's Waiting Room, aka Florida. It gets in your bones, don't it? Like, I'm telling you, I just turned 44, and when it's cold, I don't just feel cold like on my skin or my body. I feel it in my bones. Like, the inside of my bones get cold. I'm like, this hurts. Get me the frick out of here. Snow is pretty. I love Christmas. I love Thanksgiving. I love all the baking my wife does. Like, this time of the year is amazing. My house smells like a bakery. It's magnificent. But I don't want to be outside. Let me stay inside where it's cozy. You know? Let me stay inside where it's cozy. Give me a hoodie and a book. That's all I need. You know? This conversation makes me think of that guy on, what's his name? He's so funny on TikTok. He's like, dude, whenever you get older, you know what's just absolutely ripping? Josh is his name, spelled Jawsh. Yeah, he has this one where he's like, what is it about when you get older that, like, soup kind of rips now, dude? He's like, you just get the big cauldron out, you just let it bubble all day. He's like, this is like the closest we're going to get to potions class. He is so funny. He is hilarious. His name is Josh, but it's spelled like jaw, like your jaw, Jawsh. He is very funny. It's a bit, so it's kind of always the same thing, but it's still very, very funny. I like it. I'll be disappointed if Kojima doesn't win Game of the Year for Fizzant. Oh, I need to schedule now. Wait. Yeah, I need to schedule now. Got a metal plate in my left leg. As soon as it gets cold, it hurts. Oh, I bet. I bet. All right, stream holding. All right, hang on a second. Let me get this sucker scheduled. Oh. Okay. Let's see here. Public 4:30. Okay. Yo, that's a big one. Sean coming in with a dadgum 20 bomb. I was like, why are people spamming farty bomb in the chat? I couldn't see because I was scheduling. Boom, right there. Lands the 450 milestone, brother. That is so kind. I feel like you said something earlier that was really nice too. Didn't he say something really nice? I feel like you were really kind earlier about something. I can't remember what it was. Channel activity. What did you say? Oh, you asked about the timestamps. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you were understanding about the timestamps. Yeah. We don't have as structured shows as we used to. Like we used to in the past. And that is very kind of you to do that. And let me go ahead and pay the one that I owe. There we go. Tuesday 450 is wild. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It is just crazy. And like I said, it's greatly appreciated. It really, really is. Sean renews for 2 months. He's got the Member Plus, and he says, I said since the government shutdown is coming to a close, I can finally give memberships. Since I've been furloughed, I couldn't do much yet. Well, I mean, dude, homie, that is ridiculously kind, man. I know that was not fun. Friend of ours across the street's been furloughed, and we were really bummed for him. So I'm glad that they can get y'all back into, get you back working again, because that is, I can't even imagine that's what that feels like. It's probably not very fun, but yeah, that's very kind that that's what you're doing coming off of that. You're like, hey, I'm going to throw some support at the channel. That's awesome. Thank you. I want to move south, but the missus wants to stay up here with our 6 months of winter. Oof. Louisville, Kentucky is really nice because we get beautiful falls. The spring is great. Summer can be pretty nasty. It can be pretty humid. And, and the winters they can kind of be harsh. But like every season isn't too long. Like right around the time that I'm like, yo, okay, I've had enough winter, spring breaks through. Like around the time that I'm like, dude, I have had enough of the summer. Like the temperature starts to drop. You know? Got a spare room? No, sorry. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I like the seasons in Louisville is like we get all of the seasons and they're never too long. Like they can be pretty intense, but they're not too long. I've been seeing more comments about the PS5 sales lifecycle and ETC. Do you think anything new to comment on? I looked at it, Sean, and I there's a couple of things I think that are happening. I think we might be misinterpreting what she was saying. It seemed as though when she referenced PS4, like she's saying like PS5 is going to be supported for longer. It's life cycle, not like it's generation. I do think it adds credence to my prediction that this gen lasts longer. That like the PS6 is going to show up late 2028. I think 2027 is too early. I think when she's like, oh yeah, we're about halfway through this life cycle, and then a year ago they said they were halfway through the gen. I think those two things are kind of saying the same thing. Like, yeah, 2028 is when the gen will switch. We'll have a new gen, and then the PlayStation 5 is going to be getting games shipped on it until 2030. You know, like that. I think the people are like, oh, that means the PlayStation 6 isn't coming out until 2030. I don't think that's what it means. Does that make sense? I agree. My bet's riding 2028. There's more reasons to think that now too. I've even added to the theory, Sean. I think GTA 6 is going to play a role here because if GTA 6 hits its date late next year, that's 2026. All of 2027 is a great year for PlayStation to just get people to finally get off the PS4 and to Switch. I don't think they want to disrupt that by marketing and launching a new console in 2027. I don't think they would want to do that. You're going to get a ton of people to just finally get off the PS4. Why? GTA 6 is going to make them. I also wouldn't be surprised if 2027 is the first time Call of Duty skips old gen. That's another reason a bunch of people are going to switch. I think you ride that whole year just selling PS5s to people and getting them off the PS4. And if what Lin Tao said is accurate, and she's like, listen, we're about halfway through the life cycle, and they're going to continue shipping games on the PS5 all the way till till 2030, it stands to reason that having people buy PlayStations in 2027 is great. They're going to get 3 solid years out of it, and then they can keep playing the games that they love, like Warzone and Grand Theft Auto or whatever. So I think GTA 6 and Call of Duty are going to play a factor here. I really, really do. So end of 2028, they finally release the PlayStation 6, and then 2 years later, they roughly, at that time, they end support for PS5, as in they're not shipping like new games. That actually kind of lines up with this gen anyway. Like 2 years in, they're like, yeah, we're not supporting anymore, like with Spider-Man 2. You know, if they launch the PlayStation 6 in 2028, 2 years later is 2030. 2030 is a great time to say, yeah, we're no longer making brand new first-party games for the PlayStation 5. And anybody bellyaching about that is like, goodness gracious, that's 10 years if you bought it in 2020. You know, that's a long time. I didn't know Black Ops 7 was still for PS4. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me at all if next year it's also still old gen. You want to know why? They're going to want to offset the loss of sales because of GTA, and they're probably going to bank on a bunch of people that'll be like, well, at least I can get Call of Duty. There'll be a lot of people that still don't want to upgrade. They'll still ride that old console, and I think Call of Duty is going to be there to be like, hey, we're still hitting old gen one last time. I think next year is the last time they hit old gen. That's my current prediction because of GTA. Yo, Spongeroth with 23 months. Hey there, Lono. Nice to see you, dude. You're a month away from 2 years. That is so awesome, man. Thanks for renewing. I predict GTA 6 won't win Game of the Year. Rockstar always seems to lose every time. I'm not holding out hope. Yeah, I don't know about that discussion. It'd be hard for Wolverine to win. I don't think games like Wolverine win either. I really don't think that Saros wouldn't have the muster to win. I don't know. You're gonna need an Expedition 33 to come out next year, and if it does, then yeah, if it does, if a game like that comes out, then yeah, GTA 6 might have a hard time. I think GTA 6 is currently the front runner next year looking at what's coming. It'll be hard for other games to beat it. If they nail the story, if they nail the open world, if they nail the vibe, it's going to be really, really hard to beat GTA 6. Phantom Blade Zero? No. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Phantom Blade Zero looks great. I have no idea if it's going to be good enough to win. Like, GTA 6 is going to bring a lot of weight. If GTA 6 would have launched this year, I think it would have had a really hard time winning. This would have been probably one of the hardest games to ship the hardest years to ship a game like that, because the gaming community is enthralled with games of very, very different caliber of style and substance, like Expedition 33 and Silksong and Arc Raiders. And this would be a really tough year because people will be like, yeah, you know, it was cool, it was open world, it was just more GTA. Like, next year it can be tectonic and eclipsing, and it's all anybody's going to talk about. You know, I'm not sure if Saros will be able to pull that off, or Wolverine will be able to pull that off. Like, both games will be amazing, but I don't think they're going to be strong enough to go against GTA 6 for Game of the Year. From what they've shown, their aspirations, the graphical fidelity, the characters, the world, if they nail those things, GTA 6 is going to be, you know, a moment in gaming history. Yeah, my most anticipated game is Saros as well, as someone with over 100 hours in Returnal. Yeah. Do you think God of War Egypt could be shown at the Game Awards next month? I can't believe that that's even a question. The Game Awards next month. Holy frick, this year flew. No. Hang on, I'm thinking. I think what's most likely to be at Game Awards is Wolverine gameplay. I'm trying to think of what my bet would be. Like, if somebody made me place a bet. I think it'd be Wolverine gameplay. That's a really, really big stage to be like, look at how amazing this game is. We want people to see like what you're going to be able to do as Wolverine. Yeah, that would be my guess. Now, it's really hard to predict what PlayStation's going to do, because like last year at Game Awards, they surprised us with Intergalactic, didn't they? Isn't that what they did? Am I remembering right? Was it Intergalactic? They said we'll see more Wolverine in the spring. Well, that, like I said, it's hard to predict what they're going to do. That kind of shoots my prediction to sunshine, doesn't it? Why does Twitch tweak out and play audio from hours ago? It's going back and forth from live to the audio from where you were talking about the bad horse animation. It's possible that they implemented the ability for you to rewind and it's causing issues. Would be my guess. They rolled that out like last week or whatever. Hey, we got 2 orders of coffee. Thank you guys so much. Sci-Fi Nerd got 3 bags of light roast, and Mile High snagged 4 bags of the Frickmas blend. Guys, the coffee is $10.95 a bag. Let me go ahead and show you the website here. You go to reforgeroast.com. This is our storefront. The bags are here in my house. My wife and kiddos ship it to you with little thank you notes. This is not some sponsor. This is not white label. We have this roasted and flavor matched to previous coffees that we've done in the past. All right? And then shipped to me. Right now, the light is $10.95 and the Frickmas is $10.95. This is a medium and a light roast. We're working through this this inventory, and we're going to strip everything down and just do the dark roast in the future. If you're like, oh, I don't really like dark roast, our dark roast is not very dark. It's on the higher end of the medium. So you could always just get the triple threat, which is a great price right now, $36 for all 3 flavors. This is a really, really good value, and just try all 3 flavors. So you're supporting a small business. You're getting coffee at a great price. It's good. It's a good deal. Somebody says your favorite Metroidvania, which is not Hollow Knight or Silk Song. Toasty. She says none exists. Now, come on now. Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Come on now. Has it been long enough since Forbidden West for the next Horizon game to be announced? Yes. Yeah. February of 2022. So we're a couple of months away from it being 4 years since that game came out. So yeah. They could easily announce the next Horizon, and it could be slated for 2027. That's 5 years since Forbidden West. Yeah. They could announce, they could announce the Horizon multiplayer game they've been working on as well. Not the MMO, the other one that Guerrilla's working on. Is there enough time for Destiny 3 to become a PS6 launch title? Yes. Well, no. No. There's not enough time. The PlayStation 6 at the earliest is 2027. I don't think that's happening. I think it's 2028. There's no way the PlayStation 6 gets pushed all the way back to 2030. The next Destiny needs a minimum of 5 years. I don't think that if they do Destiny 3, I think they should plan to ship it in 2030. You ship it in 2030, you leave behind old gen, and you deliver an excellent next-gen live service MMO, shooter MMO. If you're going to go big. You can't half-measure this. Charles Brown with a $10 super chat. Hi. How are you doing? I had a question about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Why is there still drama over it? And did it do okay numbers-wise? I wasn't expecting it to be Game of the Year, but I do like it. I don't know. It's probably getting resurfaced because Yote clearly did way better than a lot of the grifters wanted it to, and they're mad about that, so they're going to try to run back and lick their wounds by wailing on AC Shadows. AC Shadows was the second most commercially successful Assassin's Creed after Valhalla, which is an enormous achievement. Thank you, Stone Spire. He's going to do 2 singles here. He's going to bump up to 454. He's going to bump it to 455. He wants a 20 bomb to 475. These guys want to hit the goal before the middle of the dadgum week. Yeah, but AC Shadows did perfectly fine. A lot of what happened with that narrative is, as soon as it became obvious that Assassin's Creed Shadows was doing well, they shifted the goalpost to being like, oh, but Ubisoft's stock value's bad. Oh, but Ubisoft is in trouble. And Ubisoft is one of the biggest companies out there. They have like 8,000 employees. The AC Shadows was never going to fix their problems. They shifted to talking about things that were completely immaterial to the original discussion. The original discussion was go woke, go broke. No one wants this. It's going to flop. Oh, Stone Spire did 2 singles. I'm sorry I missed it. There it is, 455. And then it turned into a discussion about the alleged budget and the alleged marketing spend, and then the stock value of Ubisoft, the share value of Ubisoft. None of those things had anything to do with the success of AC Shadows. None of them. Nothing. You're going to get to the end of the year, and it's going to be one of the most sold games this year. It's going to be in the charts because it did well. It's a popular franchise, and the game sold just fine. Yote, similarly, is going to be in the sales charts as well. Just like listen, I keep saying it, they picked a lot of bad targets. If you look at the facts about any of these games, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Split Fiction, Monster Hunter Wilds, Yote, AC Shadows, those 5 games were all targeted by all this nonsense, claiming that they were woke, claiming that they were trash, woke slop, blah, blah, blah. And they all did perfectly fine. If not fine, they did very well. And because they all missed their predictions and targets, now their only course of action is to double down and to make more bad false comparisons. They're going to claim that, well, Yote didn't sell as much as Tsushima. What they're going to do is, and thank you for the coffee order, someone by the name of Jason. Thank you for the triple threat. I appreciate that. I said this morning I knew exactly what they were going to do. I predicted their content before they made it. Like, that's how pathetic that content funnel is. You know what they're going to say before they say it. I said they're going to run with the attach rate discussion. They're going to say, oh, well, there's 85 million PlayStations and they only sold 3 million copies. Now, what they'll never do is they'll never run the attach rate conversation against any other game. Like any game that's sold on Steam and Steam only, run the attach rate conversation against that. Every game's a flop then. If you run the attach rate argument and you say, well, there's 85 million PlayStations and they only sold 3.3 million in the first month, that must be a huge flop. Number one, you don't understand the meaning of the word flop. Number two, you have no idea how this business works. And number three, if we apply that logic across the board, it falls to pieces, because the number of people that can buy like a multi-plat game is insanely higher than 85 million, and the number of copies of games sold that get into the 3 millions in their first month, the average multi-plat game selling 3 million copies in its first month, that's available on all platforms, not just one, most games would celebrate that as a huge win, like a huge win. I'm telling you, it is a bad faith, disingenuous argument. Anybody who runs the attach rate argument is not arguing in good faith. They're not arguing in good faith. Because if you ran that argument against any game that comes out, there isn't a single game that's considered successful. Like, they all have low attach rates compared to the enormity of the audience that could have purchased it. You would never run this argument against any game. That would mean that virtually every game that has ever launched on the PlayStation is a flop. Every first-party game is a flop, according to that argumentation, because they're always going to be a percentage of the audience. Like, let's take, for example, Ghost of Tsushima sold at the end of the life cycle. Now, remember, these guys acted like Tsushima was amazing. They acted like, oh, you gender swap woked it up and you screwed up a great game. Okay, we'll grant the premise then that Tsushima was a great game and you considered Tsushima a success. Guess what? Ghost of Tsushima sold to a larger user base and therefore had a lower percentage attach rate. And according to your argumentation, that makes Tsushima a flop, which now invalidates all the content that you made up to now, because up to now, your content presumed that Tsushima was amazing and a great success, and they ruined the franchise by putting a girl in it, and that means your arguments are in tatters. Because you can't continually invoke Tsushima as this great success, this great franchise that they've ruined, and then run the attach rate argument, because if you run the attach rate argument, Ghost of Tsushima sold to a larger potential user base and therefore had a worse attach rate than Yote, meaning if Yote's a flop, so is Tsushima, nothing's been ruined. They both sucked. There's no consistency to the argumentation. There's no coherence to it. It's logically defunct. They literally just say what they know the audience wants to hear. Audience angry, stoke fires of anger, run with whatever narrative is going to make them maintain their anger. A bunch of people that were not going to buy Ghosts of Yote are angry about an alleged game being ruined that, according to their own argumentation, sold worse than Yote did. So according to their logic, Yote somehow did better by going woke. According to their attach rate argument, Yote did better than Tsushima. Figure that one out in their logical conundrum. If If going woke leads to going broke, then why did Yotei have a better attach rate than Tsushima? You see what I'm saying? There's just like a litany of holes and problems with their argumentation, because their argumentation is not based on facts. It's not based on reason. It's not based on good faith. It's not based on truth or reality. It's just a bunch of dishonest, grifting drivel to make money off of the anger of other people. That's all it is. It's despicable, honestly, because there's an entire generation, an entire group of men that are angry and they feel disenfranchised and they feel attacked and disrespected, and a lot of that's completely legitimate. And these people are here just taking advantage of that and selling you a bunch of BS about this game flopped and this game sucked and this game was woke. And it's like, they were so desperate for the Ghost of Yotei is woke narrative that since they couldn't get a single clip from the game to justify that, like they did with Tash from Dragon Age Veilguard, which the clip of Tash needed to be circulated. It was cringe garbage. But there's none of that. There's not a single hint of woke or modern deism or progressive anything in Yotei. So what'd they do? They had to circulate an image of Atsu playing an instrument with the woman twice her age, by the way, and they had to circulate a lie that you end the game in a relationship with another woman. That's completely false and completely made up. That's how desperate they were. They were so desperate to maintain the narrative the game was woke. They won't show you the clips of Atsu getting her butt kicked. They won't show you the clips of Atsu almost dying or being humbled and having to learn from, gasp, men. She has to be trained by dudes that are better at things than her. So what does she do? She grows. She improves. She gets lectured by other characters in the game. She has to admit that she's wrong about certain things. There is a character arc of growth and maturity and prudence and wisdom. And none of that fits with the narrative that it's some girl boss piece of woke slop. These literal buffoons couldn't put their intellectual ability into a thimble, because if they tried to analyze the story and the character arcs and the character progression of the game, it would repudiate every single thing they've said about the game. It wouldn't hold an ounce of water, because there's no substance to what they say. They just run with whatever they know is going to feed the angry algo. And it's almost all completely made up and completely fabricated. Claiming to have sources at the company, claiming that they did this and claiming that they did that. I mean, these are the people that claim they race swapped the character in South of Midnight. That's the level of intellect that you're dealing with when you go and consume this content. I think the best thing that people should do is stop quote tweeting them, stop retweeting them, stop replying to their tweets. I wouldn't even screenshot their tweets anymore. I would mute them. I would absolutely eviscerate the worldview. I would eviscerate the claims. Never mention their names. Never mention their channels. Don't react to their content. And let them scream into the void. Eventually, let's let them scream to the audience that they fostered. Quit giving them attention is what I say. I think it's good to eviscerate the viewpoints and eviscerate the claims, but you don't need to quote tweet them, retweet them, reply. None of that. Don't give them any notoriety or headlines. Eviscerate the viewpoint so that if somebody's watching you, listening to you, or consuming your viewpoint, your content, your conversation, they're like, yeah, you know what? I never thought about that. That is actually not logical. That is actually not reasonable. That is actually kind of made up. Help people see that they're being told things that aren't true. The CFO, Lin Tao, did comment on the PlayStation 6 and said, future launches and successors, we are not in a position to make any comments about that. That is all we have. Yeah, I think they're going to say almost nothing about PS6. I'm telling you, they want one solid year, 12 months of GTA 6 before they want to say a word about PlayStation 6. Who? I'm not going to say names of any of the creators, but I'm going to eviscerate their argumentation, their claims, and their logic, and I'm going to make it very clear, they're liars. They lie all the time. False in one thing, false in everything. There's no reason to consume an ounce of their content. It is refuse. It's garbage. It is. You shouldn't consume it. You shouldn't react to it. You shouldn't do anything. It's garbage. It's made up. It's a bunch of fabricated nonsense. Atsu has similar personality traits as Aloy. Yeah, there were times that I felt like the authors and the writers of Yote, they wanted you to be frustrated by her. They wanted you to empathize and sympathize with her, but they wanted you to be frustrated by her. There are times where I'm frustrated by Aloy. It's like, why are you like this? Well, loners end up being a little socially backward, you know? And sometimes they don't have the best people skills, you know? Would point out that AC Shadows fell out of top 20 sales in July on Circana for year-to-date sales. Wait, are you sure that was year-to-date, or are you looking at the month? It fell out of the top 20? I feel like it would maintain top 20 this year. It sold very well. I mean, it's possible. It's getting shoved out by the big sports franchises that always sell like crazy. I mean, that's always possible. I thought for sure it would be up there in the top 20 at the end. I've not looked at the Circana results for AC Shadows. When they said it was the second most successful AC game after Valhalla, I was like, that kind of ends the discussion. If it's not top 20 at the end of the year, that's surprising, but it doesn't mean it was a failure or a flop. It still generated a ridiculous amount of money. It sold like crazy. Like, Assassin's Creed is a franchise. The fact that people thought they could actually have a flop was remarkable, that people thought that was even possible. Wonder what new games will be shown. I don't even have a guess, honestly. It's a very different market. A lot of publishers will allegedly be there, though, so we'll see. I did have a question about something in Yote. Do you mind elaborating more on the ending? Didn't like the scripted blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail. I didn't like how the final fight had 3 phases that had scripted ends. I never liked that. I've never been a fan of the fake fight. I hate it. They did it a lot in Rise of the Ronin, and it drove me freaking crazy. If it's a fight, can we just have a fight? Instead of this, like, you're about to kill them, and then all of a sudden they're like, ooh, and you're like, what is... And they're like... You are much better than I anticipated. And then they run away. And you're like, great. Like, that drove me crazy. That happened multiple times in Ronin. I didn't like that in the final fight in Yote. It was... By the time I got to the third... By the time I got to the third phase, I was like, I was kind of out. A PSSR native handheld... from Seeds. I mean, that's not new. I predicted that like a year and a half ago. I said with the PSSR breakthrough, I said it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Q Lite as a code name meant that they had plans for more handhelds, and they had a breakthrough with PSSR, which will enable a handheld to play games natively. That doesn't sound new to me. That theory and claim's been circulating for a while. Especially once the low power mode became part of the conversation, the handheld conversation really heated up. It was like you could run at low power, run something like PSSR, so the native res is much lower, and you could get really good performance out of a handheld. That's why I told people a while ago, like, don't poo-poo upscalers and frame gen, because they could make big advancements with these things that make handhelds a lot better in the future. And so, yeah, I predicted as soon as we learned about PSSR and I kind of analyzed the Q-Lite name, I was like, I bet you they got a handheld that's going to leverage this. So that sounds like more confirmation of things we've already heard. Are we getting anything Bloodborne? I severely doubt it. As far as Bloodborne is concerned, okay? As far as Bloodborne is concerned, Shuhei Yoshida said that that'll never happen unless Miyazaki can be involved. That was his theory. I think that's a pretty good theory. I think Miyazaki's a little too busy right now. He's just got a lot going on. I just don't know. What's Moore's Law is Dead saying? Because I've got conflicting info about this handheld. He keeps calling it a PlayStation 6 handheld. I have been told there is no such thing. There is a handheld coming, and it will not be labeled or viewed as a PlayStation 6 handheld. I don't know if the idea of this handheld is meant to be like a future thinking PlayStation 6 that can play PlayStation 6 games. Like that will be, I don't know. From what I know, better version of the Portal and a native handheld that leverages things like low power mode and PSSR, but it's not going to be a PS6 handheld. I don't know. Why would you call it something that gets no search? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're going to call it, but I think I like Moore's Law is Dead. I like him, and I think what he's doing. I think his name's Tom, right? I think what Tom is doing, and I think he's just using a placeholder. Like that's what everybody thinks of it as a PlayStation 6 handheld. I don't think it will be labeled that or marketed in that way by PlayStation. Does that make sense? I feel like what he's doing is it makes sense. Like this is what people are going to think of it as. They're not going to think of it as a PlayStation 5 handheld if it's showing up at the very end of the gen. They're going to think of it as a PlayStation 6 handheld. Yeah, until then he's calling it PS6 handheld. Yeah. They should do a Portal OLED with back buttons. There will be a better Portal at some point. I'm thinking next year. He basically said it should come out around the PS6 and it should be a PS5 portable. Yeah, I feel like when he goes into detail about it, he's basically like, this is a PlayStation 5 portable. Does that make sense? Yeah, not a PlayStation 6 portable. Okay, in 12 minutes, we are going to switch gears to a new stream. Whenever I co-stream events like this, I like to have it as a new stream. I don't want somebody having to come and watch a 7-hour broadcast to then consume a 40-minute event. So the waiting room is designed for us to hang out, have a good time, meet new people, and then I'm going to take all of us and just kind of throw us at this new stream. So if you haven't hit like, hit like. If you've not done all the things, do the thing. Charles Brown with a $5 super chat says, thank you for the answer. I've seen a few videos on that it failed because getting sold on Switch now, AC Shadows, but everything you said makes sense. I've always found that to be a very, very remarkable theory that putting a game on another platform means that it failed. In my estimation, the pattern in the market is you take successful games and put them on other platforms. Like when they brought Forza Horizon to PlayStation. It's a successful game. You don't bring it to PlayStation because it sucks. You bring it over because it's good. Like, I don't know. Like Hogwarts Legacy, funny enough, Hogwarts Legacy would be, sort of a champion game for the anti-woke crowd because it was attacked by people who hate J.K. Rowling and didn't want to support anything associated with J.K. Rowling. And there was a bunch of BS claims back then. People lied and said that she gave money to a bad organization. She didn't. Google it. That is a false claim. And that if you support the game, you're basically supporting this bad organization. Do 5 seconds of research. Completely made up. But that's what people ran with against Hogwarts Legacy. Okay. Interestingly enough, Hogwarts Legacy had a staggered release date. It launched on next gen, then old gen, then the Nintendo Switch. Should we apply the logic to that game and say that that game wasn't doing well and that's why they did that? Should we apply the attach rate argument to Hogwarts Legacy and look at the number of Nintendo Switches that are in circulation, PlayStations, Xboxes, and the number of users on Steam, add all those people up, crunch the numbers, and do an attach rate comparison? Should we do that for Hogwarts Legacy since it's a champion of the anti-woke crowd? I would imagine that you would want to look at that game's attach rate to talk about how well it sold and how, the boycott didn't work. Should we do that? I wonder if the logic would hold. The attach rate argument surely is compelling and not made in bad faith. So we should be able to do that with Hogwarts Legacy, should we not? 150 million Switch 1s? How many old gen consoles? Like 120 million PS4s? How many, 50 million Xboxes last gen? I don't even know what the number was. What was the number? What are we even talking about here? Add up all the consoles, all the users on Steam, all the Switches, and do an attach rate analysis of Hogwarts Legacy. It's ridiculous. The claims are ridiculous. You can't apply the argumentation or the logic to any other game that's ever released. It's a cherry-picked argument. It's only used when there's an agenda to hate on a game. The irony of constantly claiming there's agendas against games, and yet that's what they'll do. Is they're running an agenda on these games. Who the frick cares if Yote was successful? Why does it matter? That's the grand irony. Is these guys constantly claim that there's an agenda, and yet they're literally the ones with the agenda. It's you literally are campaigning against games because it's how you make money. Thank you, B410 with 39 months. That's a grand irony. It's that's the only agenda I see. The only consistent movement that I see, the only propagandizing that I see is from that group. I don't see any of these games doing that. I've played a bunch of them. I played Dragon Age Veilguard. It was bad. Not for all the reasons people think. Don't Hogwarts Quidditch. What are the claims? I have Hogwarts on PC and I have Yote on PS5. Do I win a prize? That's a heck of a bet, Keith. I felt like Keith was, Mighty Keith was memeing. I don't think he was serious. Next year, I plan to launch my own YouTube channel. I have over 500 games across PS4 and PS5. Wish me luck. With my hot takes and opinions, I'll probably end up with 5 subscribers if I'm lucky. You need a POV. You need an identity. You know what I mean? Can't just be hot takes. It's hard out here. Gotta have something. Not just I'm going to cover games, play games, talk about games. Got to be more than that. Got to spend the next 2 months carving that out. What are you going to say? What's your POV? Do YouTube because you enjoy it, not because you want it to become a career? I think that's a false dichotomy. I think you can do both. I think you can do it because you enjoy it and you also would like it to become a career. I think both can coexist. I think a lot of the people that get critical of content creators who are trying to do it, to make money, I think sometimes they get very platitudinous and they're like, you should only do it out of passion and love. I'm like, that's stupid. No one does that. Anybody who says it's lying. That's cute.
Keep it or don't.
You're ready. I would keep it. It's perfect for you. You can survive a blizzard in that coat.
My birthday gift, right?
Mm-hmm. It's cute, Mama. My focus will be on deep dives and analysis of games since I have an extensive background and deep knowledge of films and TV shows and apply that to video games. Yeah, you gotta reduce that down to something. Simplify it. Yeah, but I like, there are definitely people that are in it and their takes are not real and they're only saying what they think is going to drive the algo. That is certainly a thing that's frustrating. But the idea that, like, you should never create contents to make money, you should just do it out of passion, I think that's said by people who are either naive or they're so large and have so much volume that it doesn't matter what they do. And I think that they're speaking from a very, like, biased vantage point. It's like, Jiminy Christmas. Like, yeah. When I could just click the live button, sit in orbit, talk about Destiny, and just, like, the support was there and the views were there and I didn't have to think about anything. Yeah, it'd be easy. It would have been easy for me to say back then, like, don't create content for money. Just do it because you're passionate. Like, what the frick does that even mean? Like, if you're going to take time, effort, and energy into, like, a microphone or a camera or editing software and you put in, you know, large amounts of hours into something, there is zero problem with doing that with the end goal of it being profitable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just do it out of passion. Are you freaking kidding me? Do you have any idea how expensive it is to, like, do this at a level where you're gonna get some views and some respect? Like, you gotta really put some money out there. And if your goal is to, you know, make it profitable, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's why you want to have it be genuine and from you and your personality and from what you want to make. I think that's good advice. Don't chase a trend. Don't chase gimmicks. Make something that is firmly linked to your personality and your genuine views. So that, like, the reason I can sit and talk for 7 straight hours like I've done today is because it's not an act. Like, it's just me talking. Like, it's just my views, my opinions. It's just me talking. So if you're going to make content like that, I think is good and fair advice. But I don't think you should create a false dichotomy where I'm like, don't do it for money. Only do it out of passion. It's like, no, feel free to do it for money. Make that motivate you to make the videos freaking awesome. Because you want to kill it, you want to crush it, you want to make, like, wanting to be successful, wanting to make money, it is a perfectly fine motivation. Like, it can drive you to make really, really good content. Like, there's a reason I'm always looking at my streams and my videos and wanting to make them better. Like, it's because I want them to be more successful as pieces of content. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I want people to keep coming back. I want people to watch this video all the way to the end. So what am I going to do? I'm going to make it as good as I freaking can. I'm going to make the video as awesome as I can. I'm going to retake a scene and rewrite a part of the script. Why? Because I want it to do well. Like, it's driving me to excellence. So, like, I guess that's how I would say it. As long as your desire for success or money is driving you to do excellent work, then I think you're properly aligned. If your desire for success and money doesn't push you to excellence, but it pushes you to whatever makes the arrow go up, you're going to compromise your integrity, your ethics, and your morals, and you're going to become, you know, probably something that's either grifting or disingenuous. I also feel like you enjoy it. The two aren't mutually exclusive, but the enjoyment should come first. I stopped watching Man vs. Game because he clearly wasn't enjoying what he was doing towards the end of his streaming career. I mean, I heard that. I had to properly realign my mind and my outlook this year because I wasn't enjoying it. I was irritated. I was frustrated. I was phoning it in. So I had to get to a place where I loved it again. I had to get to a place where I wanted to make the shows and the content and do the thing. Like that's an exercise of the will, doing that. Like you gotta push sometimes to get there. But I think both can exist. Not only money, but the talent part's hard. Creature gave me a few tips. I wanted to start a ham radio channel, made a video, and it was a train wreck, even with a script. It's okay if your first video is a train wreck. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Like, if it wasn't a train wreck, then I would be like, you're lying. Your first video was trash, and we all know it. Like, everyone's first video is trash. Is it focused on Japanese games only? Yes. Let me make sure. Let me see if I can get this capture properly. Oh, frig it. I should just recrop it instead of doing what I'm doing. That's fine. All right, hang on. All right, you guys on YouTube, we're going to do that whole redirect thing, all right? You guys on Twitch don't have to do anything. Well, that was convenient. This will be my co-stream of the State of Play, and the timer's right there. Look at that. In 29 minutes, you're going to want to skip ahead 29 minutes if you're watching this later. I'll try to add a timestamp below. If I forget to, that's just a good, way to track it. Skip 29 minutes ahead. This is State of Play Japan. Be a heavy focus on Japanese games partners and the Asian market, and it will be in Japanese with English subtitles. So we're going to do our best to watch this commentate. It could be surprising. There could be some surprises there. There's some wild theories floating around out there. I am going to end the previous stream and bring folks over with redirect. We did a State of Play waiting room, and it was a really, really good time, and I appreciate you guys being there for that. You guys hit an insane member goal. Well, not goal.